Welcome everybody to the Titan Series Challenger Finals here for Season 3. The best of the best Challenger teams today are fighting for the top 4 spots to enter into the Premier Finals, which will be this Thursday. So a lot on the line, and you better believe everybody's going to be hungry today. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. I'll be your host, but I can't do it alone. I'm going to be joined by two very talented PUBG Mobile talents. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes, and I've got Beans joining me for the first time. Beans, what's going on, my guy? First off, tell the audience, who are you, what are you about, and what are you looking to do today?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm Beans Brigade, also known as Beans. I've been hosting PUBG Mobile scrimmages and events for the past 3 years or so. Really excited to be here today, catch this action with Titan Series. I've covered a lot of these teams in the past. I've seen them and what they can do, and yeah, just really excited here for these finals here.
I am too, man. Excited to hear your knowledge. And Jukes, I mean, come on, you already got the knowledge too, and we've been hearing it each and every week. I know you're stepping down as host, but now you're going back to casting, so you're gonna have that energy. How you doing, man? It's great to see you.
Dude, good to see you. I'm glad you're back, brother. Hey, you know what? It was a tough role to fill. I hope I did the job in the slightest of ways, man. But you know what? You're back. You're ready. I'm ready as well. I want to see some of the squads that failed in the Premier Division make it happen. Because if they don't, they're getting regulated, and that's going to suck.
It is going to suck, man. You know, it almost sounded like a funeral at the end of week 3 for Premier League, right? Given the fact that Mazexis and co ended up dropping down. Before we get into that discussion, though, I want to talk about our challenger standings. How did we get to this point? It was a battle without question. CN in first at 141 points, brought to you by XQS, Dauntless, and Bope. Dauntless and Bope, going to be very excited to see them compete today. Now, Beans, you mentioned you've been watching these guys for quite some time. What names stand out to you?
All right, now just looking at this list here in front of me, Dauntless has been on fire. I've seen them in some of my past events here, PMCI, C4. They're another crew that's been looking really good. Mazexis as well. Mazexis has definitely been a team that has been looking good the past few weeks. I've seen them anyways. Those are 3 names that definitely stand out to me right there.
Yeah, I would stand out to me as well. I know 412 coming into the mix, one of their players representing in the beginning, and Premier standings, you know, Hot Jukes, Beans kind of led into it, right? We watched these teams battle it out, these Titans, for each and every week of all 3 for the season, and we saw our bottom 4 teams, Mazexis, Black Mamba, Zombie Boys, C4 join today, but let's at least give some flowers over to Loops, right? First place, my favorite team, Jukes.
Dude, I mean, it happened to be while you were gone, you know? Unbelievable. Right. Unbelievable. Loops, maybe that was the curse, you know, and it was lifted for just a temporary moment. They didn't lose players early on. And I even mentioned it while I was watching it. I was like, how is this possible? Loops crushed it. Extreme Slayers did a great job, too. I don't think that's a team that not a lot of us expected to really pop off. Second place, they really dominated. You know, one other team on the bottom, though, is Hyper. They barely snuck in, and I was so surprised to see them so low on the leaderboards.
Yeah, dominating, right, in back-to-back seasons. Of course, they couldn't show up during the Premier Finals. We'll see if they can do that on Thursday, but barely skating by. Changes have to be made going into Thursday. But let's talk about today. Let's look at our Challenger Final team. These are going to be the teams before you who will be competing, and the top 4 are the ones who dropped down from the Premier League. And you mentioned it, Beans, right? Mazexis, Black Mamba, Zombie Boy, C4. Big names to join into the ranks of the other hungry Challenger teams who are looking to make it through and play on Thursday.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, these teams only battling for 4 spots here. This is going to be an absolutely lit set of matches here. These finals are going to be crazy with these teams really fighting out. Only 4 of them can make it back into that Premier event. So really excited.
I'm excited too, and you know, a lot of those names, you know, are at least very familiar to me, Hot Jukes. Was there any names that we haven't been seeing throughout the Premier Finals, the Premier League, that is looking to be scary today, in your opinion?
One of them off the rip is going to be Wall Street Bets. You know, I know that they're bringing back good old Slim Bot, who's a great player, one of my favorites to watch. So hopefully they can kind of get that synergy going. It's a team I want to see move on. And, you know, another team that I just have to talk about that I'm just so shocked is here, right, is Mazexis. They got no business being here. None. This is a team that just participated at a global LAN, right? I know they had some roster swaps. They had some difficulties. But if they really struggle here, it's going to make me question everything about them.
It's surprising, and that's what I was saying. It sounded like a funeral at the end of the broadcast because it was just like Mazexis, and from what what I can remember from last week is they were all so close, and it really came down to just maybe one more elimination. They break in to the top 10, top 12, so they can obviously move forward to Thursday. Kind of like in hyper skating by, but very, very surprising, but. Given the quality of the Mazexis players, I'm sure they'll be able to snap back. I mean, they're competitors after all, and short-term memory is going to be a real thing today. Beans, you would know about that, right? Being a competitor yourself across a couple of different titles. But let's talk about our teams and kind of hone in on those bonus points, Beans, because that's a big deal. CN, because they got first place during the Challenger weeks, they will start with a total of 10 bonus points today. We go down the list from 8, 6 to 5. But talk to me about those bonus points, Beans, and how impactful it could be today.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be so huge for these teams coming in. CN, you see getting those 10 bonus points there. Excuse gets 8 total. Dauntless with 6 on the chart. And obviously that's a huge, huge leg up there compared to those teams who are coming in with no points near the bottom. Level X, Wall Street Bets, K19, and OGX over there. So just getting that small leg up there could be the difference here, especially with how close we've seen some of these matches. That 10-point bonus could be the difference of making it to the next round and not.
Yeah, again, top 4, right, Hot Jukes? That's where you want to be, and by default, Pope is obviously there, but it's going to quickly change. I do remember Premier Finals last season. Yep. We had, In Hyper coming with 10 bonus points, and they really didn't even make an impact during that final. So it doesn't mean you're guaranteed anything with the bonus points, but like being said, Jukes, right? I mean, it's got to help.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. I mean, bonus points are not a guaranteed. I mean, we've seen it throughout the history of tournaments like this. I think that the bonus points just help you for the first game, right? Because you never know what's going to happen. You got some new teams, some shenanigans like that. So if you have a rough first game, it just kind of gives you a little bit of boost, a little bit of a leg up. But, we've seen teams with like practically no bonus points win this thing. So yeah, it's still anybody's game in my eyes.
Anybody's game indeed, but like you said, that first game, right, those bonus points, they definitely help, especially if you have a pop-off game. We're talking 30, 40 points, which I'm curious, will we get those big games today? Hey, maybe. I think everybody's going to be playing with their hearts today. You have to if you want to make it to top 4. We're going to be dropping into Erangel very quickly, but when it comes to Erangel, we're going to see it twice as you typically do. We got Miramar twice. So, Beans, talk to me about that, right? Erangel, bread and butter. Miramar, bread and butter. Could mean Sanhok, Vikendi could be those wild card maps.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this map here, Erangel, these teams are obviously seasoned. This is the OG map here. This is the map that a lot of these teams do rely on to get their points. There's some great rotations in this map. Definitely some great well-known locations for them to drop to that they're just seasoned with through and through. So definitely a great first map here for teams to just build up their momentum on here. And we'll see how that's going to lead to going into Miramar map 2.
Yeah, map 2 and then also map 5. So we'll be seeing those. There can be some familiar faces. Excited for that, Jukes. You're looking around, man. And hey, I want to see what your answer is because clearly you're looking for your predictions. So who are you predicting to win map number 1?
You know what? Let's go with the good old Canadian Eagles. Right?
Okay.
Let's see them.
Here we go.
Let's see them get it done. Hey, they got the most bonus points. If they start off strong, I mean, top 4 is going to be easy. Hopefully they get it done.
I knew eventually we get a Cacao back into the mix. I love it, Juke. So you're going with number 1. That's a safe bet. Beans, you know these teams like the back of your hand, though. You going to go with a bit of a riskier bet, or you going to go easy like Hot Jukes did?
Well, I know C4 just got relegated. They just got knocked down here, and they're fighting to get back here. I'm going to put my money on them. They're in 5th place right now. They got a few bonus points they're working with, and I think they're going to come back with a vengeance this round here, or this evening.
My man Beans going C4. Jukes, don't shake your head because I'm going C4 too. We'll sandwich you in. Hey, C4's my team. Come on, they won Premier Finals. They're looking to do it again. They've got to make it back into top 4 just to get to that point. It's going to be the ultimate anime redemption arc, okay? And it's going to be beautiful without question. C4, they know they're PUBG Mobile. And I think C4 is coming at everybody's throats. And honestly, they're a great Erangel team as well. So they're going to be starting off hot. You better believe that. But there are some scary teams, I gotta say. But moving from scary to cute, let's talk about Powerbang and his new baby boy. We got Milo joining into the mix, 11 pounds. All right, that's a big baby, but Powerbang's a big guy. Hot Jukes is a new father recently yourself. What does this mean to PB?
Oh man, it's got to be just absolutely incredible. You know, I've had the pleasure of being able to meet him and his wife in person. Just amazing humans. Adding another one into the planet Earth. What more could you ask for? An 11-pound baby? 99th percentile. I mean, you couldn't expect nothing less from the big old PB himself.
That's right. So, lineman, NBA player. You know, those are going to be two things. Okay, one of them's going to happen, or maybe, I don't know, PUBG Mobile Pro. You know, like kind of follow into the footsteps of PB. But I don't know if he was a pro, but he's definitely good. He could rip up there on the battlefield and the maps. But PB, love Milo. That's wonderful, man. And so I'm getting your silly production. Anyways, hey, Beats, it's going to be great to hear you today. And, you know, like I said, you know these teams quite well. And for me, man, you know, there's a lot of familiar faces to me, like Bope Esports, for example, joining back into the mix. At one point, they were in the Premier League. Butterfly Effect, we saw them there. Dauntless was there. So as far as those names go, right, do you expect them to be scary today, or do you think falling off into the Challenger Series, you know, kind of tapered them off a bit?
That is a good question there. You know, we've seen some pretty good performances from the other events. I've seen these teams in here. Dauntless has been looking really, really good overall. I'm going to say C4 was looking nice too. I do think we're going to see some action from these teams. With only 4 spots here, limited spots, these teams are going to really, really play their hearts out today. I really think we're going to see a lot of action and just some crazy competitive strats here. So I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to play it here with only these 4 spots available.
Only 4 spots, right? That's it's not a lot. It's not a lot. Mathematically, that's going to be pretty hard. I don't even know why I'm talking mathematics. I couldn't tell you the difference in a rock and a ficus. So let me just get off that subject. But yeah, but you're right, Beans. You know, got to play your heart out today. And I personally love watching challenger teams, and even if they were teams that just won a championship or were playing in the global finals, like I still like watching them compete at the challenger level, because it really will, you know, either make you crumble or turn into a diamond, right? That pressure of trying to achieve that top 4 position. Challenger teams are passionate, and that's why they play this game, is for the passion, but also for the dream of bettering themselves as a team and an individual player, getting those accolades, getting those accomplishments. And today is the start of doing that. Now, Jukes, though, one of the teams, and Dave's not here to back him up today. Right? It makes me sad, okay? But we got Zombie Boys back at it once again. They were in Challengers, they found life, then they found themselves dead in the water, back into Challengers. What happened to Zombie Boys, and why did they find themselves competing today?
I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to see them fail. I was just like, what is going on with them? Dave was cheering them on. They had everything going from. Even Colin was giving them the crazy hype speeches. It didn't work, right? But you know what? We saw before, right? Zombie Boys still getting a 2nd place finish at the big boy finals, okay?
Yeah.
So we know that they can get it done. Maybe it's only if the zone goes to them every single time. But you know what? You never know. You never know. If a couple good zones here, they can make it happen.
Well, and I want to touch on that a little bit more, Jukes, because positioning, that was something I think you brought up or Dave brought up in week number 1. We're watching Zombie Boys. They were playing a bit too passive and almost looked a bit scared to make the first move.
Yeah, 100%. That's one thing that, in order to be a championship team, you have to have your aggressiveness and passiveness like a light switch, right? Right when the time is right, you got to go hardcore, just full fight, everybody focus. And then there's times where you have to go completely turn that off, you know, wait, kind of stalk your prey, maybe give them some false confidence and get it done. So far, I've just seen Zombie Boys really struggle to notice when it's time to turn it on. But hey, as time goes on, they can make it happen.
I hope they do. Zombie Boys, Dave's favorite team. He's been coaching them up. We'll see how they do today. A lot of great teams competing. Let us know, chat, who you think is going to win map number 1. But without further ado, let's go in and get it going. You got the UC giveaway. Enter the code in the chat. But hey, map number 1, I'm excited. Erangel, let's get the Challenger Finals started. Without further ado, Hot Jukes, Beans, take it away.
Let's go, Beans. I hope you are ready. I hope everybody else was ready there. PUBGmobile.com/redeem for those codes, but that one's already gone. So hopefully you can get the next one. Look at this plane path, right? Pretty good down the center. Looking pretty good here, Beans.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a pretty good plane path here. It's going to give access to a lot of the named areas going over the map here. Top right is a little bit out of reach, but most of these normal spots that teams like to land are absolutely in reach here.
We're going to see right now, always whenever we have a new Challenger Division finals, you know, or a new event in general, I'm always looking to see if they're going to have some hot drop situations, right? I think teams absolutely want to avoid them. I've hoped they kind of had those conversations, you know, in the background. But you never know. You never know. So first game so far, it looks good there on the south side. Looks like teams are definitely doing some good splits. So far, so good. But, when you have a good playing path like this, you could definitely see some congestion in the GAT area. So that's where my eyes are on right now. What about you, Beans?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm looking down here at military base right now. It looks like 3 teams are going to be landing down there. So it looks like south side of the map and then the southwest over there, right towards Gaka, like you were saying, are going to be the 2 busiest areas here to start. We may actually have a hot drop up there in Gaka, it looks like.
Let's go. Let's go. That's what I've been waiting to see here. And it looks like we're looking at C4 as well. It's a party in Pachinki, baby.
Oh, baby.
And look at this. The pistols are coming out, as a matter of fact. So we're starting to see some action. First zone does pop on up. It's going to go over toward that Yasnaya area. But all eyes are focused right here in the center of the map, Beans.
Absolutely love this. Now, I've covered old gangsters before. They are absolute Pachinki demons. These guys love landing here. I've seen them come in, and end of a match here. They don't have much to play for. They'll come in and take Pachinki just for the heck of it. These guys absolutely love landing here. So excited to see how they're going to play this. It looks like it's them, LTS, and C4 here.
Starting to make some pushes. Here they go. You got C4 on the outside. Couple knocks going either way. C4 does have the man advantage. And Lotus is getting beat up like crazy. Yeah, it's going to be 2 thirst for them. So with 3 up, it looks like C4 are going to get the better of them. I'm surprised to see OG take so long to get into the mix here. Yeah, with that kind of delay, they do not have an opportunity to third party this.
Yeah, they chose to stay back a little bit, played a little bit safe here. And if they had just sort of involved themselves, they could have potentially had a good angle on C4 there. But C4 is going to stay a full squad now and get ready to take this fight on with the rest of old gangsters, or at least these 2 members over here on this one side of Pachinki.
All street bets going down as well. You can see that in the feed. So C4, the kings of Pachinki for the time being. That last member from Lotus is going to be Fishy across the road. He is going to be tucking tail and trying to get some possible placement points for his team. C4 looting up right here, trying to play it very careful, and they better, because you can definitely see old gangsters just looking like they're just in a full sit right now, waiting to see if C4 is going to make a mistake.
Now, I'm very surprised, because the way I usually see these guys play it is just going absolutely crazy here, caution to the wind. But I suppose with it being a bigger event, they are trying to play it a little bit safer here. But you can see C4 is getting ready to make their move on them right now, taking full advantage of it, not waiting around. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's always a huge factor. We talk about it every now and then. It is important, right? Every time you have a new event or a team, playing when there's money on the line, right? When there's something on the line, you could definitely see an adjustment in play style. I don't blame old gangsters, right? They don't want to get caught slipping. They don't want to make a mistake and lose a game early on. This isn't like a 4-week tournament, right? They cannot afford missteps here.
Yes, absolutely right. You are on that. And it's with it only being 4 spots, you are going to see teams play it much more cautious than they usually would. So, yeah. But it doesn't look like that fight has popped off just yet, from what I can tell. I thought that was actually going to be really, really going off there. Oh no, OG actually has lost 2 of their members, old gangsters. So C4 is bringing it to them, but it looks like we've got some action over here. Where's this outside of Gaka? Level X moving around near Mazexis.
Oh, and Daddy Payne does catch one of the gangsters, and that's the second one, and that's going to be it. So old gangsters eliminated early here. So it looks like, they dropped those 3 teams that dropped at Pachinki. Talk about a hot drop, Yes. That is something that's going to get regulated for sure in the next Erangel. We got to see a team just give it up, because you can't afford losses like that. So it looks like one of the members from, I believe it was Lotus, took out one of the members from Old Gangster, and C4 third-partied them and just wiped the floor with everybody.
And C4 got themselves a good amount of points in that. You see they're at 5 points right there just from a hot drop, and Pachinki played it a little bit aggressive there, a little bit of a gamble, but it does seem to have paid off for them. That's definitely going to help them out moving forward, or moving along into this round.
Yeah, lucky for them, they keep all 4 up too. That's really rare. I mean, it's more often than not. Like, if you win a hot drop, you end up losing a player, maybe even 2, and you're just, in trouble for the rest of the match. But C4, 5 eliminations, full squad, dead center of the map. They're looking good to start things off. And hey, that is yours and Taylor's prediction. So maybe you guys had a crystal ball that I didn't know about.
I felt it. I saw them in action Tuesday before last, and they seemed like they had a fire under them. They seemed like they really had something to come out to prove. So we'll see if they keep that energy going here through the next few rounds. Excuse me.
No. Let's go. Let's see. Zombie boys. They're holding on to Rozhawk Hill here. Just trying to get some sight lines onto Black Mamba. So far, so good. Nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Zone, 2 minutes left. So we're going to definitely see a little bit of a calm before the storm. But this zone is closing. And there's a lot of teams still not in this next one.
Yeah, they definitely going to have to start making moves here soon. Teams did look like they wanted to land, get themselves looted up here, get themselves a good amount of supplies and stuff. But that zone is starting to push now. But happy to see that we do have a zone closing in towards the mainland. So we should have some good locations in this next one.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of locations, where do you think is the best spot to take in this next circle? If you were an IGL and you just said, hey, you can be anywhere right now, where would you be?
I'm actually looking at this, and I do think that the school area is not looking too bad in terms of hard cover. That seems like it's a pretty good spot. I'm surprised nobody went Yesnaya. Generally, that does seem to be a good spot for teams to go in and land and get themselves a lot of good loot here. But I think school right now is going to be a good spot. Gives you a good view of the surrounding area. Obviously, got a lot of flatlands around there. So we'll, yeah, I do believe we have a team pulling up there right now. Is the Zombie Boys?
Zombie boys looking to do a little bit of a split, an interesting one too. I always see this split between school and apartments, and I think it's really risky because if a team decides to full send one or the other, there's pretty much no way that they can really assist them unless they rotate just
Absolutely.
in a really rough way. So kind of a risky split in my opinion, but we'll see how it works for them.
Yes, we will indeed. Liking how Zombie Boys are playing it. They're just being very cautious here. They were holding on that hill right between Roz and school now. You see they're taking apartments, and we may see something going on here soon between 412 and them. Surprised we haven't seen anything traded between them just yet. But I suppose they're waiting to see where the next zone is going to go.
Yeah, I don't blame them either because, at this time, fights like this can get real dangerous. Fight, and then all of a sudden that third party can come at any moment. So you can see 412, interesting path choice here. Is going to be a little bit risky, and they're going to rotate blind up. Okay, they did see excuse. He's going to hit that U-turn.
Yep.
Going to get pieced up in the process. And free point, taking full evasive action. Didn't lose a tire, fortunate enough for him, so he is going to survive. But Zombie Boys might catch him as well.
Yeah, this is definitely dangerous right now. I can't believe he got through that without his tire getting taken out.
Woo!
And see, they are trying to get some long shots on him before he gets out of there, but wow, very, very lucky that he didn't get taken out there. The whole squad was around him, so he needs to be thanking his lucky stars that he was able to get out of that.
100%. Yeah, these kind of blind rotations will definitely get you. And you can get away with it in the early game, but towards late game, that ain't going to work out. So we'll see how they opt to play it. Excuse is on the move. Looking to head towards north. Let's see where this next zone is going to pop. Rozhawk is dead center school as well. So Dauntless still over there in North George, taking their sweet time on the rotation.
Yeah, and it's still early on, so they're not taking too much damage. They can hang out in the blue a little bit if they want to, I suppose. Gives you a chance to get a little more loot. Maybe they weren't happy with what they had here to start with, so we'll see if they're going to hang out in the blue for a little while or how this is going to affect their rotations or what they're going to do here.
Yeah, a little bit of a late one, and it works out sometimes, but especially nowadays with elimination points being so important, we don't really see it as much anymore.
Yes, that's a great point.
Yeah, back when 20 points per placement, it didn't really matter, but now it does. So
yep.
We'll see how they decide to get in here. Lucky for them, the entire north side of the circle is wide open, so shouldn't be a problem for them to get into this next zone. And you can see Wall Street Bets over here near Watertown. Okay, so they are setting up and looking for, it looks like F-29 starting to creep up on them.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a fight here. These teams are aware of each other. You see, they're definitely looking in each other's direction right now. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be the next fight here. Ooh, we've also got, K-19 and Butterfly Effect rotating past one another. Exotico is trying to get out of there, keep his vehicle safe. Doesn't want to get that thing disabled too early.
No, you don't. Yeah, Trip is opting to hold the shack down. Okay. all by his lonesome, and he's stuck out there.
Oh,
He's gonna be careful because that
yep.
vehicle gets blown up. He is in big trouble. Do they recognize it? Because honestly, if Butterfly Effect realizes that he's so split up, that's an easy push, easy elimination.
Absolutely. Yep. No, it looks like they're just going to keep it moving there. That could have been a quick and easy elimination, though. That's very that was pretty dangerous there, Trip. The way you just played that. Definitely want to be careful going in and pushing full squads by yourself, or at least 2-3 members. But all right, yeah, we're looking good here. I think we're gonna have a few fights breaking out here as teams do get into this next circle, and it looks like the zone did just shift. And
it is starting to close. Here we go. And K19 is rocking this 4-man split on the east side. I'm not sure if I really like that, but
yeah, that's very interesting. That is a very interesting approach they've got here. And just like we were saying, they were a little bit lucky that that Butterfly Effect didn't try to push them, but it looks like they're comfortable splitting up like that.
Well, you said it. You said if you could be anywhere, you'd be in school. And C4, the team you predicted, is the squad that is holding it down. So you can see them got eyes right now on 412. Looking to possibly take some pop shots. Oh, he got pieced up in the process.
Oh, he definitely took a little bit of damage there.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about these kind of shots? I always get annoyed when I see players do them because it's just, if you get a knock, there's no way you're finishing it.
Oh, yeah. Right? I mean, especially when you're talking about squad base, it's one thing if you're talking about solos and it can be an instant knock, but the value isn't really there. It's not like you can really go and maybe if you get a double knock, you can go and full send it and try to get that elimination. But otherwise, you're just kind of spitballing at each other, you know, and it really is a dangerous. You're putting your squad a little bit at risk too, especially if you're worried about your back being open, third party situation, anything like that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it myself.
Yeah, you know, even if they do get 2 knocks, like trying to push from this distance, it's just, I don't even see that happening. So
yeah, most likely it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you'd have to get a really lucky finish. So I know when you decide to take shots like that, you're just going to lose armor. So we'll see. We'll see how that ends up playing out here. 25 seconds left on the clock before circle number 3 is decided. And is it going to center up? If it does, we're going to have a hardcore split between this north and southern side of Erangel. Let's see where it decides to go.
That'll definitely be very, very interesting here. Watching it closely, it's just about to shift here in a moment. And it really, really will make a big difference in this match, wherever that goes. If it goes north to south, or north or south. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
All right. Now it is decided. So that hardship side still open. You can see Fishy down there looking to sneak his way up little by little. But man, all these teams that bet on the north, even good old Canadian Eagles, they are going to have a pretty rough time trying to get into this next circle.
Yes, this next shift is going to be really interesting. Teams have already got themselves set up here. They're definitely going to harass these other teams as they try to make their way in. Here we go. We got Mizexis making their way in right now. But it looks like Canadian CN, they're going to be dealing with some stuff on their way into the north. There's a few teams that they're heading straight towards. Here we go. We got a fight over here.
Wow, nice shots there from Dauntless. Remember, this is a team that came in super late from North Shores. They end up catching Mizexis off guard. So Mizexis is going to lose Everest here, and with this blue zone starting to close, they're gonna hop in their vehicles and keep it pushing. And if they hug this circle, like, yeah, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna hug it all the way down to the hardship side. Real smart. And they should be able to find a way in.
Yeah, I like that shift a lot from them. They're gonna avoid the conflict out there on the edge. They could have taken that fight on, but they decided to go for position instead, which is the smart move. Obviously, the points are a big deal in this format here with the points, but position is super important. Oh my goodness, here we go.
Missing the run over, and he's gonna come in for revenge, but never mind. His teammate is eliminated. Circling like a shark, but is it too late? I mean, Dauntless throwing this rotation. Bro from Mizexis. If he takes him out, that's gonna be just gross.
Great job
barely gets away
to survive that. That could have gone so much worse for him, but he was able to pop out there, get the knock on him before he did get run over by that one member or their teammate. So great job there to Crow.
I also eliminated as well. Let's take a look at this replay here. Look at this. Oh, whiff, bro. So close. And then he actually tried to pull a shenanigan too. So he switched seats to the passenger side and then popped out and got busted. I wonder if he just popped out the drivers. I think he should have had it.
That was beautiful there. I got to say, from Crow, anyways, on that defense, it definitely, yeah, it was very, very close one. Very surprised he didn't get the knock with that vehicle. Great job, Crow.
He dodged that McLaren like Neo from the Matrix, dude.
Right.
So he sensed it. The chosen one.
Slowing down time.
That's right. That's right. Look at Bope here. They're going to be taking Potato Hill for now. Spread out. Good. Definitely a good location to hold. And you can see them trying to hold every single angle. They don't want a team pushing up on them for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the current circle, there's no named locations in here anymore. So teams really, really need to have good knowledge of the land itself. Bope's hill that they're holding on to right now is a great location. The other location I'm thinking of is that one spot that's like a divot between roads, kind of on the east side of the map right now. No one's actually holding, which I'm surprised. Usually you like to see teams kind of squat up there, put a vehicle in front for cover. No one's grabbed it yet, but I imagine we are going to see a team go for that location here in a bit.
Good old OP dip, right? Let's see if it's still going to get taken. Probably by K19 as out of desperation because of their slow rotation on into this next zone. But it's about to pop. 14 seconds left on the clock. You can see players hopping in their vehicles, trying to get to the next location. Milky barely making it away. And he is going to meet up with his squad.
He's
going to do so safely, yeah.
That was close. That was super, super close. Took a lot of damage. Lucky his vehicle didn't get disabled either, so he actually still has that to use. Oh, no, he's going to ditch it either way, though.
Next circle does pop, and it's going to go on over to Potato Hill. So Bope is big chilling with a really high priority location. Unfortunately, for a lot of these teams, they're going to have to get moving, and that's going to be Black, Mamba, Wall Street Bets, Mazexis. Everyone's got to get into this next zone.
Yep. This next zone is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Bope has been blessed, though, with that choice to push Potato Hill, so they're going to be looking really good up there. The fight I can see is going to be on the north side of the zone. It is going to be absolutely chaotic up there.
Yes, it is. And you know what else is chaotic for? C4, right? They took school, and they're going to have to start making that really bold rotation on in, but they're doing so very quickly compared to a lot of these teams, so they might be able to make it in here. Daddy Payne's going to lead the charge, and he looks like he's going to end up making that charge against 412. Nice little root play. Does get the headshot.
Oh, nice shots there. Nice opening shots for sure.
This should be a third-party opportunity from Zombie Boys that they decide to leave apartments.
Yes, this is one of the toughest parts about taking these fights out here, too, is there's so many angles out there. You try to take somebody on in front of you, and you got people hitting you in the back, on the side, everything else. So this could work out very... this could be a tough one for both these teams here, 412 and C4, as they try to take this fight basically out in the open.
412 starting to get angles on C4. Oh, they got a couple of knocks, too. Those nades were so huge. Now C4's in big trouble. Here comes 412 with the full send right on time. Coming into the smoke. The DBSs are out. Oh, nice runovers as well. Man. Wow. I mean, 412 wiping the floor with C4 out of 15th.
They smelled blood in the water, and they came in and finished them off real quick. Those DBSs, they were nerfed a few weeks ago, but you see, obviously, up close, they are still very, very useful.
Good to see the Taylor curse still in full effect right there. We thought it wasn't. We thought it was broken with their start, but you know what? It looks like there was a little bit of a delay. So 5 eliminations. At least that's going to help them out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Offset that early takeout. But who's going to win this game? That's going to be the question. Bope's still looking real good. All these teams mighty hesitant, not looking to go into the zone rather quickly.
Yes, and it's just like we mentioned earlier, with this being a potentially facing elimination here, teams are playing it differently than if they know they had more matches in the future to play. So it really does come down to a level of caution being brought into this these teams' approaches.
We get a caution, level, throwing a caution to the wind as they are having a full send it onto this next zone. Excuse finding a way just barely into the circle. Oh man, Draco is completely in big trouble. Next zone does pop, goes away from Potato Hill. So a northern shift in these fields right below school and apartments. This is going to be a very interesting one. Matt try to get the pickup quick, and
here we go.
Tries to make it away.
Can Carnage get that res off? And that's definitely going to force a good fight between 412 and Zombie Boys here soon, that next zone. You can see they're not too far away from each other. I imagine we will see that a skirmish happening between those two here soon. But over here on the right side of the map, you can see 3 teams just kind of all stacked on top of each other. We got Excuse, we got CN, and we got Butterfly Effect. Here we go, Bad Boy eating these frags into into this building here. Let's see if he can catch somebody with that.
Oh, missed it. And here he goes. He's got the
So
AK
close.
out. He needs to finish this fight fast. Pops in the vehicle. Oh, out the vehicle. That's the bad boy moves right there. Vehicle's exploding all over him.
Love it.
And he's got the cover with the smoke. So some beautiful plays here as Bob with this little divot on this hill, using it to his full advantage. Nice smokes to go ahead and cover his back. Nice execution overall here from the Canadian Eagles. A tough fight, but they're doing it well.
Yeah, those smokes are very clutch right now. Obviously, teams. Oh, that nade was beautiful. Oh my goodness. Here comes Excuse. I was just about to mention the third party, and Excuse coming in, striking at this perfect time. CN, can they get out of there? Can that last member? And he does.
Yeah, Excuse with the heat-seeking missiles, but Bob's able to survive that. But that opened up the opportunity for Butterfly Effect. Cloudy's the only one, though, putting in any work against Excuse. Oh, that vehicle explosion from
K19.
Yeah, it's going to really just knock the wind out of Excuse's sails.
Yeah, that third party, I mentioned it. Third parties on third parties out here, and you're just a prime target coming in, pushing a compound like that. So, a good bet that at least two teams have a view on you, have some type of angle when you are pushing into that particular compound when you're out in the open. It's just how these flatlands are, and it's definitely something you have to take into account when you are pushing a compound like that here on Erangel.
Hey, vehicles are on fire. This blue zone is dire. Let's see what Draco can get done as he got that DBS instead, pulling out that nade. Let's see if he can hit this one. Up against Helio. He tried to time it a little bit too far. It's gonna have to gun switch. Gets bodied in the process.
Goes down.
Zombie boys looking real good.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. And I'm surprised because they're holding that low ground, but they are absolutely making their shots down there. Really, really putting some good damage on these other teams that appear above them. So yeah, definitely big props to them not having that high ground, but still holding on and keeping a full squad in this crazy situation.
Yes, sir. Kai was on fire there. Going to get that heal off just in time. Butterfly Effect going for the res. And they have 46 seconds to do it. Barely enough cover from the smoke as well. So they're holding on. But it looks like we have the zombie boys holding down the south side. Nice shots there from Kai.
Very nice from Kai. Kai's the last one, just YOLOing it right now. Not a care in the world as a solo. Oh man. Nice shots there from Ember Boy. Takes out that last member of Excuse.
I don't think Exotic saw it, so I don't think he has any idea that it's empty. Oh, this buggy's on fire! It's zombie boys! Oh my gosh. 4 eliminations. These guys are on fire.
These guys are lasering right now. Their accuracy is on point here in round 1. Zombie boys are feeling it, without a doubt.
Yes, sir, they are. They do have some decent cover in this side of the circle. They're not in the zone just yet, so they're going to have to move up. As you can see, Bope, Supra, didn't have to make a crazy rotation. Beautiful shots, applying a lot of pressure, and that laydown is going to buy him a little bit of time.
And now Bope actually does have a bit of high ground right over top of Zombie Boys, which I think is going to work against Zombie Boys, but this is where the smokes really, really are important here, giving yourself plenty of visual cover. And let's see, are they going to...
man. And Julio with the huge nade takes out Supra. That's 4 on the side of Zombie Boys. Oh, and he spots him. Misses the shots, though. Just hit a couple, so, I mean, great effort. But now with that info, they're going to start applying pressure here to 412.
Here we go.
When
this
they
is the
got
fight.
the zone.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So Bope and Zombie Boys right on top of each other. They've got the zone shift. Oh, my goodness. Yep, that blesses those two teams so much right there.
Oh, man, a huge blessing. And not to mention adding a beautiful crate drop is going to help out. And there goes Supra, completely finished, as Roa and Fuego are going to be the last players here for Bope. Oh, here comes Fuego. Sneaking up on Zombie Boys. Are they going to catch him slipping?
The snake status. Can he catch one of them off guard?
Sneaking up. Oh, there he goes. He's throwing that nade not to give away his position. Let's see if he does. Lock it down. Right into the smoke. Ember Boy so close.
Oh, the nades. I'm loving this position here.
This is so huge. Here they go. He's dropping down an entire minefield onto the Zombie Boys, and they have no clue. He gets a shot on one. Is he going to be able to take this whole team out? He gets a bunch of shots, but Julio And Cito, yeah, with the Bison, shuts him down right on time.
Great counter shots there. Way to defend the position, because if he didn't make those shots there, I think Zombie Boys maybe gets eliminated by both there. So great job to make those shots on that member sitting above them.
Oh my gosh, Julio still alive. Beautiful shots, but not able to take out a limb. This should be done for Zombie Boys. Julio trying to make a last-ditch effort, but it ain't gonna be enough. It's 4-12 Nomads winning the first game here in the Challenger Division.
Wow, what a finish there. 4-12. They defied my expectations there. Being on the opposite side of zone, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to push across the way, but they did it. They came out strong. They routed Zombie Boys and Boat from that spot. They had the perfect view of those guys just trying to get themselves healed up and get themselves recuperated in that corner. The perfect time to strike for 4-12 Nomads for sure. Finish that off.
100%. I think they got a little lucky though, to be honest. I mean, Zombie Boys were in a good position. They were fighting, but Fuego was just too much of a nuisance. And I will give it to them, right? 4-12 timed it perfectly. When they saw that opening, they took advantage of it and got the chicken dinner. Beautifully done. Any other surprises you saw here, Beans?
Well, I gotta say, I did expect to see those top three teams in there. I did expect pretty good play from those guys. 4-12, they were somewhat of a surprise. I'm not gonna lie. They came in with a full squad towards the end of the match, and they were making the right decisions there. So they were definitely one of the surprises there for me.
Right. Well, speaking of expectations, we'll go ahead and bring Taylor back in here. C4, how you feel about them? Reflections.
Yeah, talking about expectations, right? Hey, now, listen, I know you're throwing that at me. Beans also went C4. All right, I know he's new on the desk, right? He's got a lot of respect in PUBG Mobile, but I'm throwing him under the bus, too. Okay, hey, Hot Jukes, it's okay. Hey, overall, though, C4 still picked up 5 points, 5 eliminations. With that strong start, I really thought C4 was about to do something, right? And then ultimately, they didn't end up doing a lot, but they did do better than some of the other rosters. And let's not forget, they do have bonus points, right? They had the 5 bonus points that puts them up to 10. So that's okay. I think they'll still be top 10. Will they be top 4? No. But what a performance, though, from 4-12. And honestly, let's take a step back as well, because Jukes, I love Zombie Boys, man. Zombie Boys played incredibly well. There was a lot of expectation from them coming from challengers into the Premier League. They didn't necessarily live up to that hype, even though the desk was always hyping them up. But we talked about them being a bit too passive. Do you think this game kind of gave a representation that they're not scared to be aggressive anymore, and their positioning is a lot better than it was in Premier?
Oh, I think so. I think they got really fortunate with these circles. Honestly, they were all over the place. I think that's why we saw C4 struggle, because by all intents and purposes, I think they definitely thought that school would be in that final zone. But Zombie Boys snaked up, but they got aggressive, right? I hope that last play where they just lost the game due to an unfortunate third party they didn't really see coming here from Fuego. I hope that doesn't dishearten them, right? They should continue to feel that fire, and I hope they take this with aggression with them into the future games.
I love this play, though, Beans. Fuego just dropping absolute nukes on Zombie Boys. He finally gets taken down, but you gotta watch out for those snakes in the grass.
Oh, absolutely. These snakes, we saw it with that one Bope Esports member just creeping up on Zombie Boys and just got so much effectiveness just from being down low, having nades ready, having mollies ready. Could have potentially gotten a squad wipe if he had maybe just one more frag nade ready to go. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely get a lot of effectiveness from these snakes here.
From the snakes, right? A lot of effectiveness, and they definitely bite. Gotta watch out. 4-12 Nomads biting themselves. 11 elims. Jukes, that's a big starting game for game number 1. That puts them most likely in first place and that much closer to breaking into top 4 to play on Thursday during the Premier Finals.
So huge. I'm surprised not to see the more for their players here on the match report. It looks like it was going to be only a limb showing up here for the 4-12 Nomads. I do love to see their player photos, though. They got jerseys on. They got jerseys on. Not black t-shirts, not no photos submitted. So that is a good sign for me here, Taylor.
Great sign indeed, man. Yeah, team symmetry. Okay, you like that. And clearly team chemistry, which is a great thing and might even benefit 412 Nomads. We look at our rankings, though. 21 points going to Nomads, and they will lead by nearly double above second place, which will be Zombie Boys. Both Esports will follow in third. Then Seeing Eagles, the prediction from Hot Jukes, right? Place in fourth. Not a bad placement from them. But let's talk about Mazexis Beans, a team that was much hyped up in the Premier League, find themselves in Challengers, and also find themselves in 8th place after Game 1.
Now, this is a big surprise to me. Mazexis is a team that I've really seen making some moves. The start of summer, they were looking really good, but they have definitely fallen off a little bit. I think they're just kind of in a rut right now. Maybe they can get out of it here in this event here tonight. Maybe they can kind of shake it off and come back strong. That's what I'm really hoping for, honestly, because I've seen what this team can do. They have a lot of potential. They really can play well when they're feeling it. So we'll have to see how they adjust.
They're going to have to adjust. So is Black Mamba, C4, Old Gangsters, the first team eliminated by C4 in that big fight at the very beginning where I thought C4 was going to just absolutely dominate. Of course, they don't end up doing so, Hot Jukes. But Game 1 is done, and a lot of key takeaways from various different rosters. Fuego, though, definitely has a place in my heart after that play. Loved seeing that, and you got to keep your head on a swivel. You never know when you're going to get snuck up on. But Hot Jukes, after Map 1 is done, we've got some standout teams, some middle-of-the-pack teams. What are the top teams for you in your mind, even if they weren't the teams that placed top 3?
Honestly, I love to see Zombie Boys, right, do exactly what they did and actually show some sign of aggression. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, Fuego just kind of disrupted that. I think that if they didn't have Fuego just drop that whole entire red zone on them, I think they could have won that game. I really do. With how they were playing it, it could have happened. But, you know, Mazexis, I expected more from them. I do like the fact that we saw 7 eliminations, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, yeah, you know what? They didn't get a good placement, but to see that effort that they were putting in early game, that activeness, right? Taking out those players, that chaos. I want to see them own this division. It may be a little harder because of all those kind of shenanigans, but just make plays, play together, and you should be able to win this.
You know, it comes with experience, right, Beans? Experience playing at the top level, experience playing in global championships, playing on land, playing online. And Mazexis has that experience. They're not going to be a team that's going to turtle up. And, I mean, they can't do that, but they're going to be a team that's not scared to push into you. And that is a big differentiating factor between challenger teams and pro teams. And in this case, obviously, being Mazexis, they are a pro team. I would consider that, Beans.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That experience is a huge factor when it comes to this. These guys have been through the highs and lows of this gameplay. They know kind of how to shake it off, whereas some of these other teams that are in this event may not quite have that experience. So that is one reason I do believe that we are going to see a turnaround from Mazexis here at some point. They know what they're doing here. And just like you said, they have that experience. They know what they're doing here. And I think it is just going to come down to maybe a slight shift here in strategy, maybe a slight shift in lineup, whatever it may be. I think they're potentially on their way here with just some slight adjustments here.
That's right, slight adjustments, man. And those slight adjustments could be the difference between getting 1 additional point and going into top 4, or losing out by 1 additional point and not being in top 4, which ultimately means you don't play on Thursday. Miramar, map number 2, and we will obviously see that map going into map 5. We'll see Erangel to finish off as we typically do, but Miramar, Hot Jukes, what do we expect from this map from the teams that we just seen dominate? Do we think any other teams are going to kind of get up into that top 3 position this time around?
Well, I'll tell you what, it ain't going to be C4 if they hot drop with 2 other teams again. So I'm going to be looking at Picalo, dead center of the map. I hope some of these teams recognize and kind of had that talk, because if they continue to drop like this, I think C4 got a little bit fortunate, right? Because it's not every so often that you're able to go ahead and get 5 eliminations and not even lose a player, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully we could see them just play it a little bit more tactically here and put some points on the board.
I am curious if it was a little bit of ego, or I mean, because you can't predict that, what teams are going to be going where, especially when you drop down to challengers. I think teams, kind of can be all over the place on the map. But for them, Beans, I mean, still, though, to get 5 eliminations, not lose a player, and then ultimately end up getting finished off, it's tough. But it does show that C4s is a team that can slay out with the best of them if they match up against, let's say, one team, and then they have a chance to work on positioning. I think they'll be okay. But on the other hand, though, for old gangsters, right? I mean, a team that dropped amongst C4, they get wiped out. Kind of same applies to them. Do they need a bit of a softer drop to find success?
Yeah, that's definitely a good point that you just mentioned there. Just the fact that these teams chose to go to Pachinki in an event like this just shows just how aggressive that they were willing to play it. C4, clearly they were willing to play aggressive. Old gangsters, I mentioned I've seen them before. They do generally like to go aggressive themselves, but if they keep playing this way, if they keep being a little too over the top, they are going to find themselves getting eliminated here pretty early on in a lot of these fights. So I do think that that is the move for them, to have a safe drop here, give themselves a chance to take some of these fights on early on, because it is chaos. Early on fights doesn't always translate to overall skill, pure skill. Because sometimes it's just a matter of not getting that right gun here in that first fight. So yeah.
I respect the cojones, though. I mean, to drop in and, you want to drop hot and really show the competition. I'm not here to mess around with. I mean, old gangsters, they proved that. Well, they didn't prove it necessarily, but they proved they're willing to go that distance, right, and put it all on the line. Hot Jukes, for old gangsters, are any of them old, though? That's my question that's been burning since I've been looking at that name.
I would hope so, right? I hope so because, I think they'll have that more mature reaction to getting taken out early, right? Because that's kind of the hard part, is when you have a first game in a tournament where there's a lot on the line. If you fail on a hot drop like that, it's so easy to just be like, what were you doing over there? And start having these big arguments, and it could just mess up your entire tournament. So you talked about it. You know what it's like, right? You got to have kind of like that little short-term memory, right? That little amnesia. Say, all right, guys, hey, don't worry about it. We'll make some adjustments, and we're going to get it done here in the next match.
Yeah, regain is a big thing, and I think even at the top level, it's one of the biggest things, because you're going to suffer a loss, and you're going to suffer a game that's not that good. I mean, it's going to happen no matter how good you are. It's very tough to be flawless at the top level, even if you're consistently winning. But it's a matter of letting that go, that short-term memory, and just coming in, with new energy in that map number 2 or the final map, wherever you find yourself in the tournament. You don't have that, you're not going to be successful. You're not going to be a champion. I mean, it is that serious, and hopefully for old gangsters, they're going to be all right. And I don't know how old they are on the team, but I don't know, man. I've been casting a long time, and I casted a little bit ago last year, I think, with the guy who was 18, and he was calling himself an OG. And I'm like, how OG can you be at 18 years old? But we got map number 2 coming up. It's going to be Miramar, and we are going to see if we can get a back-to-back winner already with 412 Nomads. Hot Jukes, Beans, take it away.
Oh, man, back to back. But, man, what would we pay, Taylor, right, to go back to being 18 years old? Right? That is the question. UC giveaway right there on the bottom left of your screen, guys. PUBGmobile.com/redeem. Put in the code. Get it done. Only here at the Titan series. Beads! Here we go into Miramar, okay? I think, when it comes to the Challenger series, it's always weird for teams that are like really good, right? If you put it in like one of the top squads in a tournament, the first game can always be a little bit crazy, because you see, I think a lot of teams are overthinking their rotations, where to go, drops. I think if you're an experienced team here, you should just be running through squads, right? Because we saw in the last map a lot of hesitation for teams to take up good spots, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point right there. And honestly, we do see some teams playing with a little more swagger than others, I feel like. But it's funny, teams that I would expect to come out here and just really, really kind of, be playing super confident aren't quite doing that. Mazexis is a great example of that. Maybe it's because of what's been happening lately with their playstyle, or with, taking a few losses lately. They're not quite walking with that swagger that we see them with. So we'll see. Maybe they'll feel comfortable, a little more comfortable on one of these other maps. I know that I've seen them do pretty well here on Miramar overall. Mazexis is who I'm referring to. So we'll see if this changes it up a little bit here on how they approach things.
I don't really mind their first game. At 7 eliminations is definitely good, right? So I think they're going to be pretty, pretty content with that. You know, obviously they wanted more placement points. That zone was a little rough, but still, I think that, you know, in a tournament like this, you're going to have a lot of teams nervous. So like if I was in here, if I was an IGL talking to my squad, I'm like, hey, let's just play edge and just farm teams. Like, let's just push them. They're going to be so hesitant, and we could take advantage of that hesitancy early on. But you know what? I think teams here, hopefully, now that they got that first game out of the way, hopefully they tighten things up here in match number 2.
There you go. Sometimes it just comes down to a comfort level, and you know, there could be nerves. They know that they've got a few people watching them here on the stream and everything else. So sometimes it literally is just kind of getting into your groove and just getting more comfortable and doing what you always do, which is going out and just playing matches of PUBG. So I do think we are going to see teams get a little more comfortable as we get through the rounds here. Just like you said, just kind of shaking off the nerves a little bit.
Well, we talked about hot drops, and it's the whole
Here we go.
Gangsters
Oh man,
against C4. Color me shocked.
A rematch.
Here we go, a rematch, and let's see if old gangsters are going to be able to get their get back. Tixie, he's got the VSS, trying to get some spots here. Oh, that nade from Bond, too good, and that off angle is gone. I mean,
beautiful nade.
Oh, nice little shot from the back though. That does catch C4 off guard big time. That's going to tie things up.
Yes, indeed. And they're
he doesn't have the gun either.
Now. Oh, this is a
wrong gun to have. He's trying to get a pre-fire off.
He's got a PSS and an M16. Oh, it's so tough.
Versus AK all day long, but it's only one player of the old gangsters.
Wow.
And he got it done. So C4.
Great shots from Kidu there. Way to clutch it. It was a 1v1 there to decide it. And we saw what that last member of C4 was using, the VSS and the M16. Probably two of the worst guns I could think of to have up close. But old gangsters coming back, winning their rematch after losing to C4 in Pachinki in round 1. And they have to be feeling good after that.
Well, that's short-term memory loss, right? It's definitely in effect here, but that's one to remember. That's one to remember and bring into future matches. So hopefully they can continue on. You know, C4 had a nice start and fizzled out in the mid game. So let's see if, you know, the old gangsters can make a change right there. As we look at Wall Street bets at Pecado. This is going to be at the stadium. 2 players looking at either side. This is going to be right next to El Pozo as Dauntless is getting into it with Lotus.
Ooh, here we go. Ball and Cat is definitely on an island out here. A little bit of a tough spot. We'll see if they even have any heals right now. It's so early on. I'm not even sure if these guys have gotten themselves
Wow said, where are you going? Wow said, where are you going, Fetty? And you know what you're doing? You're crawling in the opposite direction.
Wow,
crazy shots from Guerra.
Wow. That didn't go the way I expected. I really thought we were about to see Ball and Cat go down, but yeah, that's why teammates help. That's why it's nice to have friends.
Right. Great comms, right? And great work to take out a couple players early on the side of Dauntless. So Lotus, a little bit, I think, too spread out. They didn't really have a position where they can get assisted from their teammates. And it was the complete opposite for Dauntless, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And that is why coordination, communication is so important. Having guys who aren't just running off and doing their own thing miles away. Oh, here we go. We got another fight right now.
Excuse, got the S12K. Bop, bop, goodbye. See you later. Level X out of there.
Rosh putting the S12 to his chest. Great shots there. And they will get that quick squad wipe. Who is this? 412 and Butterfly Effect out here in the open.
Yeah, he got his head popped right there. That is going to be the M249. We got another one. Yeah, so he's gone. Runs right into a rock, as you do.
As you do when the time is important for you to get out of there.
Yep, it's like a scary movie. You know, you're running and you think you're going to get away and you trip.
Oh, Jason had a nice angle here, but it looks like 412 is aware of him now, sending shots back to him.
Man,
remember, 412 is looking really good that last round, guys. They are the ones who grabbed that win in round 1, so I do have high hopes for them with the way they kind of came out of left field. When I looked at the team list earlier, 412 was definitely not the team I expected to come out and really have a victory from round 1. Nothing against them, but just with the amount of teams, the high profile ones. So they're definitely going to be a team I'm watching here the next few rounds.
For sure. I mean, that's what I love about PUBG Mobile is that, you know, no matter how experienced you are, right, you could still win. The right zone, right positioning, the right timing, and you can get a nice little third party up, and it should be an easy dub. And I think that 412, their zone put them in a good spot. They timed it perfectly, and were able to get a nice, easy chicken dinner. So, I want to see what they can do when the going gets tough, though, right? What happens when they have to do a really crazy rotation through like 3 teams? How many points are they going to put in the board? They're going to be able to still be able to get something, or go out with a goose egg? That's my question here, Beans.
That'll definitely be a good test for them, and I would love to see that as well. They did somewhat keep their head low that last round. They didn't take a whole lot of fights on directly. We did see them. I believe it was them that took out C4 that last round. But that was one of the few aggressive pushes we saw them do. So I definitely want to see what they can do here in this round. Maybe take on some direct fights or whatever. That'll well, if I see them win some fights, I'll definitely be putting my money on them to win it all here.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the great part about starting off strong in such a short form tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have 6 matches to prove yourself and get top 4. If you start off with a good chicken dinner, it allows your team to just sit back and relax. Look at Poppy 3 stay with a beautiful laydown trap set up onto Rosh. And
Great shots.
Yeah, try to go ahead and pick up that bus. Well, you're going to go ahead and get a nice little bus ride back to the lobby.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that's one thing that's tough. You're mentioning kind of keeping in range of your team there. He was going in and trying to get himself a vehicle for the squad, have a little something to move around later on in the match. But now they're down to 3 members here instead of a full squad. Excuses and not the most ideal position.
Yeah, definitely not. I do like the fact that we saw Poppy 3 be so patient, right? If he would have taken some pop shots early on, there's no way he would have gone for that vehicle. So,
oh yeah,
I was talking about that passiveness, right? You got to be able to decide when it's best and not even make a shot. Let teams think that there's nobody around you, and you just kind of run up in the open towards a vehicle, and pop, you're out of there.
Almost springing a trap, almost laying out that ambush, and as soon as they got in that cumbersome bus, it was easy claps. It literally took him down with just a few shots. In a simple process.
Yeah, almost 1, 2, 3'd him. And you have your teammate next to him go 1, 2, 3, brah, out of there, out of there.
Love it.
Next zone about to pop on over. El Posto
right.
still in play, so Dauntless is going to be looted out of the teeth. Dauntless is a team I'm definitely expecting to make something happen here, and in this Miramar match with how looted they are, they definitely should.
Yeah. Definitely agreed on that. They've been playing pretty well. Klaus in particular is one of their players who is just he lasers. This guy has such good accuracy. I've seen him drop just crazy amounts of kills in events overall in a 4-match set, and I'm definitely expecting him to have a good match here in this Miramar, where long range is is the strength here. So we'll see what they can do here going into this next circle.
Absolutely, yeah. As a matter of fact, Klaus is one of Powerbank's favorite players to watch. Definitely has made some crazy plays here in the Titan series. He's a master with those grenades too. I'll tell you what, that guy can throw them.
Definitely.
It's been a while since we've really seen his name shine like it has in the past. So I think with the amount of loot they have and the position they're in right now, there shouldn't be any excuse for them to do exactly that.
Yeah, I think you're right here, and that's a good point here, bringing up the nade play that Klaus does. Dauntless themselves, they love coming out, pulling out these crazy attempts on their nade throws. So I'm excited to see if they're gonna. Obviously, Miramar is a little more of a long range map, but I've seen them make some crazy plays with nades on this too. So
100%, the utility is so huge. I kid you not. I've done a lot of deep dives and analytic work here in PUBG Mobile Esports, and there is always a direct correlation between the first place team and how many smokes and nades are thrown.
Is that
these
right?
Teams are always just pumping them out like crazy, and the teams that throw the most are usually always on top of the leaderboards.
That makes so much sense because it is a utility and it's so important. Obviously, the smokes are one of the biggest factors in the game here, especially when you're talking about wide open maps like this in Erangel. So yeah, that just makes sense. Oh,
Yeah, I've definitely seen first place teams out, do double the amount of nades according to the second place. So, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Yeah, protecting this vehicle is so important in Miramar. Definitely an underrated strategy. You have to protect those vehicles because the map is so big. If you get taken out, especially on this high ground, sometimes there's no way down. The only way even getting up here is with a buggy.
Yes, that's a great point right there, and that is definitely something I've seen teams make a point of. Is if you see another team leaving their vehicle out there and they're in a spot that clearly had to climb using the vehicle. Oh, we got a close fight here. You just take that vehicle out though, and they're kind of stuck out there on an island.
Crazy goes down. That's one of the zombie boys out of here. So not the best comeback after that last match. They do have a lot of angles here on F29, so I wonder if they're going to collapse on them after that finish.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'm curious to see if they're going to play. You see, they are kind of backing off a little bit right now. They're kind of consolidating, deciding how they want to respond to this after losing their fourth player. They do have another Wall Street Bet member, or it is a Wall Street Bet member coming up behind them slowly. So they may be taking on a fight here in more than one direction here soon.
Vamos. You can see the sign right there. Let's go. And yeah, Zombie Boy's looking to take a different position. You know, this circle number 2, circle number 3 on Miramar is so dangerous because if you do get into a fight, your chances of getting third party are through the roof. So you have to take the fight and be smart. Oh my gosh, they're trying to protect their vehicles, and that bus is beat up. And gonna drive it into the tube and protect it for the time being.
That's a smart move right there. That's definitely a good bit of cover there, and it's Wall Street Bets sprinkling shots on them from across the way. They almost took the vehicle out. You see, they've got a great angle up high there.
I don't know why I am my boy spraying from that range. Single tap, single tap it away.
Trying to make that highlight reel.
Yeah, dude, but I mean, trying to get those double headshots is gonna be great. Yeah, you can see QWERTY. Yeah, doing a great job right there. That's what you gotta do. Save that ammunition, focus on accuracy, because when people are peeking so tightly from this range, all it takes is 2 shots, 2 headshots, and you got them.
Quality over quantity, right?
That's right. That is right. So that's always something I really, really critique, because at the highest levels, from long range like that, all you do is see the top teams just pop, 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 pop. No matter what gun they got.
Saving ammo, it just does a lot for you just to not go nuts and completely spray.
Yeah, he's trying to take out that buggy there, but that ain't gonna get it done. Let's see. So Julio is trying to find a way to get back to his teammate without using that bus, because that bus is gonna be super risky.
Yes.
They know they're gonna have to use it here soon. So here come the smokes. Next zone does pop. And it is going to be south here of Crater Fields.
Yep, that is definitely an interesting zone here, and you can just see how many teams are going to be in that circle here after this next rotation. It is about to get chaotic, folks.
Yes, sir, indeed. And Julio getting into the smoke. That bus has been getting shot up like crazy. And here they go, backing it out up. Beep, beep.
I'm surprised it hasn't been taken out yet. I expect that bus to get fully taken out there. But they were quick about it. Nice job to them.
Yeah, it's kind of a horrible spot, to be honest, because if Ji-Woon gets close over this hill, he should be able to throw like tons of utility in there.
Yeah, I think you're right here. This is not looking good for Zombie Boys here. They're definitely pinched here. Oh, there's another fight going on downhill though.
Ollie from Black Mamba trying to get out of there. He's gonna go ahead and ditch the monster truck, hop into the bus, and get moving. You know, that thing is getting into 5th gear.
Oh yeah, you can hear that thing.
Always hear it roar as we watch Wall Street Bets taking the high ground. Beautiful angle here. They have tons of oversight, a lot of information, and you can see them just kind of holding up for the time being, waiting for the next circle.
Yeah, definitely a solid position to hold on to there. Good high angle, good vantage point, especially with what they're using. You saw one of those members we looked at was using that mini, made a nice headshot across the way on one of the Zombie Boys members. So they're comfortable just hanging out where they are right now. They're just waiting to see what that next circle is going to do here, where it's going to shift them.
Calm before the storm. You still got the Canadian Eagles, trying to get into this next zone.
Oh, yeah.
Ji-Woon was looking for an angle to try and possibly throw a nade down into a little tunnel. He's got the angle. I'm surprised he's not taking it. I think he's just scared to peek because there's no team members near him. If he gets knocked, he's probably going to get thirsted.
Yep, that's a great point. I think you're exactly right on that. He wants to do something, knows exactly where they are, but the rest of his team is not in the immediate area to help out. So they're just going to sit back and watch. But this is not boding well for Zombie Boys, in my opinion. You got more than one team knowing exactly where you are and just waiting for a circle to push you. We'll see if this is going to work out for them or not, because they are going to be on foot coming out. They just took out their vehicle.
The effort they used to save that vehicle, and Mazek's is gonna have to save themselves because Supro's got the DVS. Oh, does he see him? He does see him in the vehicle. Wow. Great peeks here from Supra. Pop! Oh, free fire it
down.
Yeah, Mazexis punishes him. Uh-oh. Feel ya.
Here we go.
Here goes the nade. He knows where they're at. He's going to nail it. Ooh, a little bit off to the right. Misses.
Fuego's not too far behind either, so they're pushing this. They want this fight for sure.
They want their get back. Let's see if they're going to get it. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You can't be throwing that utility just blindly. Make sure you go up as close as you can. Try to get some of that intel. That nade's going to piece him up a little bit. Mazex is doing a great job of recovering here with that utility use.
Absolutely. Loving the nade here. Loving the nade tosses here. Not exactly sure where they are, but definitely backing them off a little bit.
Wow.
Great shots from Baton. Great shots.
Beautifully done. So that's going to ruin Dauntless's push, and I doubt that they're going to come save him. So Ball and Cat does finally go down after that crazy survival he had a little bit earlier on. His team's trying to help him, but it's already too late.
And yeah, Mazexis definitely has, they're definitely in a little bit of a tough position here with Bope on one side, and they're getting pushed on the other too. So we'll see if they're going to just try to defend the spot. Maybe they try to rotate away and find another bit of real estate to grab onto. Here we go. That circle actually just shifted, and it's going to be right next to this area, but these teams will have to move inwards.
It's going to be El Pozo Fields here. So this is going to be a fun zone. Not a lot of cover, but there are a lot of hills. So we're going to see what teams decide to take them. Dauntless has their pick of the litter here. With
Yes, they do.
Southern shift. You see the Canadian Eagles, 412, still alive after winning the last match. They should have a pretty simple route into this next circle.
Yeah, they're looking really good on that shift. That definitely worked out well for them. They're going to have a lot of choices here for position that they want to grab into on the next one. These other teams, though, on the other hand, these teams on the edges of zone, northwest, northeast side, there's definitely some chaos to come. We see how tightly grouped those teams were. This is northwest right here, but over on the east side, it's definitely going to be chaotic. We're going to see that kill feed absolutely light up here soon.
And we're seeing it happen right there. Now Mazexis is taking off, which I think is definitely the right play. Just make that shift, get into this next circle, and Bope is going to be just having to keep an eye on it. They're barely in this zone, so they don't have to move just yet. Wall Street Bet.
Oh.
Getting into it, though.
Here we
Shots
go.
back and forth. And actually, that's not Wall Street Bet. That's K19.
And, well, Wall Street Bets was third-partying it, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
That's what
yeah.
it was.
Just like we mentioned, the lot of teams in close proximity. This is on the east side of the zone right now, and here we go. Trip is pushing this shed.
Beautifully done.
Good shots.
Yeah. I would have liked to see him just use that utility. That Molotov would have been an easy play, but he decided to make it happen with that UMP, and he does. So K19 still alive. I like how they're using their smokes here. They're trying to protect that vehicle and possibly rotate to the next zone.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to stay as a full squad, which is definitely going to help them out coming into this next circle. Oh, Daku somehow. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe they made it all the way there, but look how much gunfire they're facing now. Oh, my goodness.
Old gangsters.
It's the quick thirst.
Oh, did you see that toes? That toes?
Oh, you can see the toes. But
did you see the toes? Oh, you got to see some. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
Gave him a pedicure. Daku felt that. Said, not that hangnail. Tries to go for that first nade. And
nice
eats a nade in the process.
Yeah, that was well tossed there. Just took him out. Didn't want to deal with it. Didn't worry about the 1v1. Just nade right on his head. All right, so I believe that's it for Old Gangsters. Yep, they'll get eliminated right after that.
Well, having a similar, actually the exact same finish that C4 had, right?
Yeah.
5 eliminations, and they go out early, so.
That's a great point. Absolutely. They had a very similar, because they had the hot drop, and then they had one of those fights there. Very, very similar stat lines.
Really interesting to see. Here come the Eagles. Rocking the caves, and you can see Bob being able to at least get one more elimination before he gets out. But man, Excuse is popping off. They did lose 2 players early. Oh, make it even possibly 3, and they're gone.
Chaos, absolute chaos. CN was in that, Excuse was in that. And then looks like, we got Bope coming in the third party, and there's someone else up top too, I believe.
Oof.
It's Wall Street Bets over there.
Beautifully done. And you can see 412 getting into it right now with Lotus. They're getting pieced up like crazy. Gun Pain goes down. I think there's only 1 player up. Yep, 1 player up for 412. So no back-to-back chicken dinners here, most likely. Mazexis still have 3 eliminations with 2 players up. Wall Street Bets 5. Is this Wall Street Bets time to shine? Why are you using...
Oh, man.
Oh, why are you not single capping this fight? That is wild.
Very surprising to see that. He absolutely could have gotten some damage there, especially as they were slowing down. All right, well.
Burst fire. Wow, crazy to see. But I mean, heck, when you got 5 eliminations, you're full spot up. Can't complain, I guess. QWERTY does go down, though.
Point. Oh.
Mini is superior.
It was Dauntless in the distance. Abel that took those shots that got him. Just seen him over the edge of that cliff there, of that hill. But as you can see, F29 is looking really good right now. Still a full squad. Wall Street Bets is about to get themselves back up to a full 4-man squad.
Zone does creep closer to El Pozo. You can see the Nomads are going to have to work their way through. Push up possibly onto Lotus here in the next few moments. But they're keeping an eye on their backs. Uh-oh, QWERTY hiding behind the tree. AISSING. Let's see if he go ahead and take out this members across the field. But nope, doesn't see him just yet. Jiwoon now keeping an eye onto Mazexis from across the way. I think this is the superior spot. I think the rest of Wall Street Bets need to focus in one position. Yep, and here they come.
Yes, this is definitely a great spot here. You've got some hard cover. You've got a little bit of elevation with that hill. The other teams are definitely, it looks like many of them are going to be forced into that low area. So that nice little hill will be a great spot for Wall Street Bets to hold on to and really, really bully these other teams from.
Tough game from Zombie Boys as they go out in 9th place without a single elimination. So a big goose egg for them. Here comes Kubi from Butterfly Effect with a nade on the boat. He's going to go ahead and get that vehicle exploded. Most likely going to go down, but nade! No, sir. You trying to blow up my Lambo? Oh,
beautiful nade there.
How dare he? Kubi's going to throw one more for good luck. Actually, a low toss smoke to help buy him some time. And now here come the Molotovs trying to take advantage of it. Does it connect? Nope, barely misses the mark.
A little too far.
Stand up nade. Got him. That's going to be them out of there. But that is going to be from the other side. Lotus taking him out. So huge break here for Kubi.
Yep, Kubi gets himself a little bit of maneuvering room now. Still out of zone, but that's definitely a godsend for him to get at least a few more minutes left in this match. As a solo, that's a terrible spot to be in. We'll see if he's able to get into that next circle or not.
Oh, I think this is Wall Street Bets game to win here. If they're able to control this side of the map and not let teams push up on them from on top of that hill, they should have this. They have all the sight lines in the world and the zone too. So if the next zone pops onto them after this, it should be a GG for Wall Street Bets.
Yeah, they've got the numbers. They've got the position right now. They're definitely looking pretty good. The next zone will affect things a little bit. If it does shift completely opposite side of them, that may affect things, but I think you're absolutely right, Jukes. I think this is their match to lose.
Let's see right now as Guerra does a wild push and goes down to his ankles being broken. Opt out that vehicle just a little too early, so denying the point at least. Beautifully done. Wall Street Bets with 6 eliminations. Still in it. Started to push on Mazexis. This is going to be a huge fight.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to see this one here. It'll be a 3v4 fight. But we mentioned earlier, I think Mazexis is coming out with something to prove here. They've been a little bit off, but hey, they're making it here. This is a top 5 situation now. And yeah, I think they're gonna come out strong here. Let's see how this fight goes.
Mazexis looking for that crate. It's a fresh one. And I tell you what, Baton wants that level 3 vest. But that's a little bit of a bait crate. It is a little bit too far out in the open. I don't know if he wants to risk it. Definitely throw a smoke towards it if you got it. You're going to need that. Yusuf goes down to QWERTY. Yeah, Wall Street Bets just have, with this little hill, have complete control of this zone.
Yeah, just a great position here. They're really, really leveraging this well and just doing some great damage on the opportunities they get on other teams.
Here come the smokes out. They're trying to get that crate. Mazexis. Killjoy has his eyes locked on it right now. And he is trying to get with a name range. Nice couple taps. He's going to keep pre-firing that, and that's the play. Yep, just keep applying that pressure. The whole team should be looking in the direction of Mazexis, in my opinion.
Yes, I think you're right there. I mean, that's one of the bigger squads left. Obviously, they can't see the numbers directly, but they do have a good position. That's probably the most likely team that can challenge their spot. So I would absolutely be keeping my eyes on them as well.
Nice shot there from Skyline. And look, here they go. The zone's starting to close onto them. Mazexis having to leave their position through the smokes. Wall Street Bets finally starting to work and realize where the danger is. And they're applying that pressure on to Mazexis. QWERTY with the Tommy gun goes down.
Pretty goes down.
Bezexis doing a great job of shutting down Wall Street Bets. The gun swap.
Woo!
Bezexis takes them out. Dauntless, though,
Goodness.
trying to take advantage of this.
GG's Mezexis, but yes, this was a great third party here. Really, really well timed coming
14.
in now. Oh my goodness.
Easy claps. It's a winner chicken dinner for the side of Dauntless, unless Scoutline can pull off a Christmas miracle. He's 1v2. Not going to be able to do it, though. Dauntless gets the chicken dinner. We didn't get to talk about him too much with all the chaos, but man, did they win it in superior fashion.
Oh my goodness, what a play from Dauntless. They were a little bit off my radar, I'm not gonna lie. We were looking at the teams that had more numbers left. Dauntless sat back, bided their time, and when they saw that fight going down, they struck just right at the perfect time to get that win. Great job to Dauntless.
Yeah, I think that was a big throw for Bezexis. You know, they were trying to control too much of that circle. I think they had to focus on one team at a time. If they had all their, Wall Street Bets, if they had all their eyes locked onto Mezexis, they shouldn't have been able to even push up at all. But that little gap in time was enough to open the door, and we saw a beautiful play there from Mezexis taking him out. Taylor, what do you think about the finish of that last game?
Great finish, man. Great finish indeed. I actually was watching Mezexis and their positioning from the very start to the very end, and I'm glad I was paying attention to it because they had a much better finish than they did in game number 1, which is something they desperately needed to do. And given the fact that Miramar is going to be repeated right in map number 5, this gives good precedence that Mezexis could very well break into top 4. But let's hone in on Dauntless a bit. And Beans, it was said by Jukes right throughout the chaos, Dauntless didn't get a lot of the talking points, but they finish with 15 eliminations, 10 points for the victory, 25-point total game. Talk about massive.
Now, it's funny because we did mention that Dauntless has some pretty good players there. Klaus was who we mentioned. I've seen this guy absolutely laser on the long-range maps. It's actually Miramar I've seen them really excel on. And I think their ears were burning a little bit. They heard us talking about him and they said, hey, we weren't in that conversation in the first round, so we're going to come out and show you guys what we got here. And that's exactly what they did here in round 2. Came out very, very strong performance.
A team that's trying to do that, though, Hot Jukes, is C4 and Old Gangsters, right? They're trying to do what Dauntless did. And it's funny, this time around, they meet again in the initial. Old Gangsters wins, but then places with the same score and nearly the same placing as C4 in map 1.
That's tough. That's tough.
It is.
I mean, from Premier Champions, right? Possibly going to get regulated down the Challenger division. I mean, what is happening? C4 need to pull something out big time in these next 4 matches.
Big time indeed. Dauntless, big game number 2, and even doing better than we saw from 412 Nomads, who I thought was going to have a very strong finish given their positioning. They were kind of playing that gatekeeper role up top north, and they broke away when they were near Mezexis. At one point, Mezexis was in between 412 Nomads as well as Bope, and then obviously Mezexis ended up breaking down a little bit more south and finishing off in second place, taking down Wall Street Bets. But we mentioned Dauntless has a lot of talented players. We see Klaus there with total knockouts of 5, and then, of course, Kowalski there in total eliminations with 6. I mean, they're all over this board, and it makes sense given their performance. Beans, for you, though, for Dauntless, right, they were on your radar coming in. You expected them to do well. Is Dauntless a team that can do this consistently?
Yes, I think so. They're a team that definitely has just great strats all around. They've got a good IGL that has a good head on his shoulders. I've seen them consistently come out and do pretty well here. They weren't a team that I predicted early on to get the win, just because I do see some nice names, but they are absolutely creeping up now after that performance here, after showing what they can do. They came in and I was writing them off a little bit near the end with only 2 people left there, but they really played that so well, and that well-timed third party just shows what they're capable of.
Absolutely, and not to mention 412 Nomads winning game 1 and then 6th place in game 2. Still not bad from them, relatively consistent. They're going to be healthy when we get that overall standing. Zombie Boys, though, not having a good performance. They finished in 9th, Jukes, which means they miss out of placement points. They also don't get any eliminations, and after game 1, going into game 2 like that, starts showing some inconsistencies.
Yuck. That's all I got to say. It's tough because you know, you start seeing a sign of life and you get all excited, you get all hyped, you know what I'm saying? You start doing the little twinkle toes, you know, you're like, oh boy, here comes zombie boys. And then they just absolutely throw up the big donut in the next game. So zombie boys, come on, man. You know, this hot and cold stuff. It's
I know.
tough. It's too tough on my heart, you know, and I want to see teams just, you know, if you can't win it, at least try to put up 5 or 6 points on the board. You know, throwing up a point like this, especially with only 6 games, it hurts.
You know, it comes to show you, like, one thing that Loops does really well over in the Premier League is they know how to stay alive. You know, even if they lose 2 players off the rip, which they do consistently, they still manage to get those placement points, and they finish at the top of the pack nearly every single time. Being consistent in one category is better than being inconsistent in both eliminations as well as placement. Zombie Boys, you got to get something. Fuego seemed to burn them up, right? That snake in the grass from game 1, stopping them in their tracks, right? And maybe they carried that energy into game 2, but they're going to have to recover. They've made it out of challenges before. They're looking to do it for the second time. Beans, a great game 2, and Jukes, again, great game 2 that I think honestly was hugely impactful. And we're not even at the halfway point. We have 6 total games today, and map number 3 is going to be Sanhok, a map we haven't seen today, but we'll get to see it soon enough. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 3 coming your way.
We will stay through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Dangerous dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the
clouds. With a nice pre-fire, should catch kindness. Passes some kindness. Says, I'm taking out you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go.
blowing up dynamite.
I'm gonna be surprised if we see execute. Try to, you know, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19 and
Got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go.
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
But look at this. Execute out here in the fields on the team Jet.
Ran over! Oh! He's gonna come out. We're gonna wait.
I don't know. You might
Maybe
lose
we'll throw
it
a
to
nade.
blue. You might lose it to the blue.
Don't lose it to Papa Blue. Now the nade. Got him!
To the top side of this ledge. They might go for a cheeky little revive here, but that first down comes through.
Wow.
Shoddy, oh so strong, an intense game. Carrot is the player that's down yet again. Crazy looking out of the shed. Crazy gets a second one. Can he go absolutely nuts? No, Crazy's only going to go a little psycho. YKG finished their team fight with 4 up. They're going to finish with 4 up, but Mythic, this could go down as an epic little retake by Mythic if he can come away with at least one of these kills.
Taking essentially 4 1v1s with a guy in Loops, the kind of player we've seen him absolutely sauce people in 1v1s. There's another one.
And now what we see here, Mythic, I mean, he's going to try to make something happen. Some magic happens. Mythic, he goes absolutely huge.
but they did get that res. But Chief Blow with the double knock. That is going to be C4 in big trouble. You want to change your pick? Change it. Change it now. Change it. Change it. Truly vaulted. Takes the shot.
Wait.
Baby run right on by. And now Hayuya.
So he just hightailed up the hillside. He gets
Backside angle. He connects on Mythic. What a highlight reel play this is.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series Challenger Finals here for Season 3. It's been an exciting 2 first maps, and we are about to hop into our third, which is going to be Sanhok. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Beans, who's been calling the action for the first 2. Map 3, a big opportunity for some of those rosters who haven't performed well to try and light up that scoreboard. But talking about lighting up the scoreboard, Beans, Dauntless did so in map number 2. 412 Nomads winning on map 1. Both of those maps will be repeated at the tail end, which makes me excited because we might see a repeat victory from Dauntless or 412, but you better believe, Beans, right? There's plenty of competitors looking to take their spot.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at the top players here that are performing here, it's Dauntless holding 2 of the top 5 spots here in kills. Wall Street Bets, Mazexis is the other team. We've got Baton, JJKK with 5 kills in there. And I really do think that we're going to see a comeback here from Mazexis. We talked about them earlier last round. They were able to get themselves a 2nd place finish overall. So I do think they got themselves a little bit into gear. They're going to be riding a little momentum here coming into round 3.
You know, one thing that I really appreciated about Mazexis watching that map too was they land absolutely dead south with literally 0 competition around them. And then they immediately hightail it up top north and they find themselves, again, with nobody around them. But then at one point, things do get tense. They find themselves between Bope Esports as well as 412. But Hot Jukes, they find a way to break out of that, eventually taking down Bope and then some more competitors like Wall Street Bets. That is good composure, but more importantly, veteran positioning.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they landed in the south, and fortunately for them, I think it was zone 3 or 4, it hard shifted south for them. So it was easy rotation on up. So they had that good position. And honestly, this is what I was talking about in the start of the broadcast, like, or the last game, right? If we're Mazexis and you're a veteran team, holding those edges and just bodying, running through squads, getting a ton of eliminations should be your strategy, right? And the fact to see them usurp Wall Street Bets right there was a really good sign for me.
Really good sign indeed. Now, quick predictions. Beans, let's start off with you because I did Jukes earlier. Beans, who you going with to take map 3?
Now, this is a good question. We're talking about being on Sanhok here, and this is a different landscape, different style of fights here in this one than we see in Erangel and Miramar. So with that in mind, I do think we're going to see one of these competitors kind of come out of left field here. I think that we're going to see Wall Street Bets come out in this one. Wall Street Bets are playing it pretty well. They're playing it pretty well earlier, and I do think that they're going to come back strong and get themselves another top 3 finish, get a win overall notched here.
Not bad. They're heating up for map 2. Hot Jukes, real quick, who you going with?
Dauntless, they're winning this tournament. What about you?
Yeah, Dauntless. Got to go Dauntless. That was a dominating performance. 10 total eliminations, coming out with massive amount of points. They got it. UC giveaway there. Hey, chat, get on it. Let's get into map number 3. Sanhok. Hot Jukes, Beans, take it away.
Let's go, Beans. I love what you said, right? This is Sanhok, and this map is the most unpredictable of all of them, in my opinion. The zone, Papa Blue, is vicious. The fact that, you don't really even need a vehicle because this map is so small makes things that much more complicated. It's anybody's game, but I think out of all the teams I've seen so far, Dauntless is the only squad, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it because that's what I mean, right? Dauntless is the only squad, I think, that can put up consistent points on the board even when they don't get zoned, right? And it's sad to say because I think Mazexis should be up there, right? Wall Street Bets, P4, but I just haven't seen them so far at the start of this tournament. So Dauntless is definitely going to be my pick. And if this zone goes to that island, it's going to be GG for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you definitely made a great point there. Dauntless, they've got themselves some very accurate gunners here. And when you're talking about being on maps like this, a little bit smaller with Sanhok, maybe you're fighting the zone, maybe you're not in the best position. Your accuracy is so important. So I do expect big things from them for sure in this match and the rest of the matches. Referring to Dauntless.
Yeah, I think so too, because Dauntless, I think they're starting to get looser here. I think they're finally adjusting to the lobby because, you get at this level, you automatically think you're playing against some of the top teams in the world. And, with how they move, you start making those predictions. But let's be real, right? This is the Challenger division. They're not going to play with that high of an IQ as compared to like international teams. So, you should be able to, just push them, use your superior gun skill to take advantage. And Dauntless did that in the last game. So I think they've definitely downloaded the Challenger update. So we'll see it in full effect here. But let's see what Wall Street Bets could do up against K19.
Yeah, it looks like we've already had a knock over here. K19, I believe Jawoon got a knock and thirst on one of the K19 members. Yeah, they're working with 3 members right now. These 2 Wall Street Bets members are pushing this compound. Skur goes down, C4.
Nice teamwork. Nice teamwork there from Wall Street Bets. Beautifully done. That's how you do it, right? You're going up against this S12K. It's scary. So just use that teamwork, use that man advantage, get the easy elimination. So I like to see that, right? Not taking that simple risk. Wall Street Bets do lose a player early on, though. So they have 3 eliminations, but they're going to be stuck with 3 players for the rest of the game. Let's take a look at Paradise Resort, right? Look at this. Quinn from the Canadian Eagles. Eh?
Right, you are. Definitely have a good fight developing here with Butterfly Effect and the Eagles here. And yeah, these guys are just biding their time, getting ready, and you can see that the chaos is about to happen here. They're just watching, waiting, and you see C4 is actually on the other side watching, and they may be in perfect position to come out and get a third party. I'm not exactly sure how close they are, but you can see that they're close enough to be seen on the spectator view, so they're not far away.
Not far away, D. Look at Kubi, just hard, just waiting with that S12K. Ready to go. So this is going to be a stalemate. It doesn't look like either one of these teams is looking to make some kind of risky rotation or play. Just buy your time, right? I mean, you still have plenty of zone left. There's no reason to take a fight right now.
Yeah, and we mentioned it earlier too. The caution aspect is part of it, which is why I'm surprised to see that anybody came to Paradise. Honestly, if you're really trying to play it safe and not take on too many fights early, I think avoiding Paradise is smart. But then again, you look at the other side of it where you can get a lot of potential elimination points there if you do go drop hot and win that fight in Paradise.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. I think that Paradise is probably one of the places that you can do a split drop with. Because it's Sanhok, the loot is so crazy. I think that even if you drop with another team, it's okay to just say, hey, we'll take this half, you take the other half, and we'll go our own separate ways. You don't have to take that fight. And I hope that, these teams, like the Canadian Eagles realize that. Because I think you're right. If you do go to Paradise with that, a little bit too gung-ho and try to get into an early fight, it's definitely not going to pay off.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not quite as bad as boot camp. There's definitely possibility for teams to kind of back off one another.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, absolutely just got crushed there. HH24 goes down.
Enigma is crying right now. I can hear him. I can hear the tears from him right there. He's watching his buddy go down like that. HH24 getting absolutely ear-holed. That's going to hurt. But you know what? Is they going to get the res off? I don't think so. Yeah, so now we're seeing Level X make the strong push. Very beautifully done. A19's in trouble.
Yeah, I believe it's just Tukey here. They are very, very in a tough spot here. Let's see. Nope, Tukey gets taken down. I thought he was at least going to put up a good fight, get one knock, but no, Ultron sitting back, had a nice angle, and was able to take him out without really any issues.
HH24 is a veteran of this game, a very, very big veteran, but you know what? A lot of we're starting to see some veterans come back, and I love to see that. So they've had a little bit of a break. The game has changed. You have new players that you're playing with, so it's definitely going to take some time, right? Some growing pains. So hopefully, we could see a team like K19 pull out a crazy performance, sneak into top 4 so they can kind of get that gel going there in the Premier Finals.
I think overall, it would help them just to have this experience going against these different teams, going against the newer competitors. You're right, the scene itself has changed a bit. There's definitely new faces out there. So just being in something like this will definitely do a lot for them. But we'll see what they're going to do down the stretch. K19, if they can potentially bounce back from that, because they have had a few tough rounds here to start out this event.
Speaking of tough, you got the Nomads. Oh my gosh, jumping right into a shot of 5.56. That's gonna hurt. Free Point's gonna throw a dead man smoke, just saying, "Hey, hello boys, here I am. Push up on me for free. I don't need any sight lines at all." Let's see if. Oh, actually, yeah, he realizes it. Gets into the other shack. Smart play for sure. But lucky for him, it doesn't look like Lotus wants any of this at all.
Very surprising. I really thought Lotus was going to full send it when he threw out that dead man smoke and marked his position, but no, they're staying back. Oh, but he goes down either way.
Yeah, he does. Ander does get a little bit of revenge there. As Alim looks at his teammate, makes sure that he's doing a good job, and it looks like he is. And I'm going to go ahead and hop in the ride and move on down. Wow, Lotus getting beamed from across the way. Nomad's doing a great job of just picking them apart, but they do lose a player in the process.
Indeed. Yep. So 412, not looking too bad here. They're keeping up with some of that energy that they brought here in the first few rounds. And we'll see if they are going to be able to win that fight outright. It did look like they were looking pretty good there, though.
Yes, they did. Now, we haven't talked about the circle yet, right? It is on the mainland here. So Dauntless did not get blessed by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to have to find a way into this next zone, but there are definitely plenty of areas for them to do so. And I think this is not a bad idea, because Dauntless, with how aggressive they are and the gun skill they have, they should be able to just come through this edge, just take teams apart little by little.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned that before. That's kind of how they've been playing it, is on the edge, just relying on their gun skill to really win fights and gain themselves position here and there. So I think they're feeling very comfortable out there on the edge where they are right now.
Yeah, but they definitely pushed up so fast, and they are just north of here, of Paradise Resort. But it looks like that little treaty that the Canadian Eagles had has been corrupted. Exotic, jumps on up, and the patience from the Canadian Eagles putting in work.
Nice job to them. They bided their time. They sat back, and they struck at a perfect time. Didn't end up losing anybody in the process, although now they do have C4 that they're facing on the other side here.
Yeah, those shots right above Skur's head, he's going to do exactly what his name says. I'm out of here. I don't want this angle. Let's find another. So C4. They need a big game here, because they've already had two pretty lackluster ones. They need to put some good points on the board. They have 2 eliminations. They did lose a player early on. This is a very bold fight. Quinn's lucky he didn't get knocked there, down to 1 HP.
Yeah. So low, just barely survived that. And you're absolutely right. I do think that this is a make or break round for C4. If they can get themselves a solid victory here, then I think they can bounce back strong. But if they do have another one of these rounds, if they get taken out early after a tough fight, I think it's going to be a little too much for them to overcome in terms of getting into a top 4 position.
Maybe they can like literally jump on the roof and go around and get an entirely another angle on C4. But luckily he did it, because Dauntless is coming.
Yep.
Dauntless, all the way from that other island. Yeah, here we go. This
is going to be interesting to see how they play this. Dauntless is just going to sit back and watch, and they can just choose to strike at a perfect time. If they do wait for C4 and CN to really start exchanging, they will have a easy 1, maybe 2 squad wipes here. But here we go. They're actually going to push a little bit earlier than I expected.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them more wrap around, get some more intel, but instead they're going to push right up on in this. Really close to the Eagles. I don't think they know anybody's there. And yep, the trap has been sprung. Surprisingly, Drago has not peeked them. And now he finally does. Wow, kind of a reckless push here from Dauntless, in my opinion. Klaus getting
100%.
He doesn't know what to do.
And this definitely is attributed a bit to that swagger, and that's not a bad thing always. But in this situation, it definitely did work against Dauntless. They came in, they weren't playing as cautious as some of these other teams who have been taking lumps may have, and you can see that they're hurting right now. They're down to 3 members, although Klaus was able to survive that, which is good.
Wow!
But as I say that, Abel goes down.
Dude, I love the patience from the Canadian Eagles. They really take their time, and there goes Ball and Cat. Yeah, if this is what they would have done in the first place, they would have had a huge advantage. Klaus. Oh my gosh, they actually jumped that. The worst thing you could do. It is an easy animation, and Klaus has just been defending the spot. The jump shot does finally connect, though.
Finally able to get over that.
Lose 2, yeah.
And wow, that was definitely a an unexpected turn of events that I really thought that Dauntless was going to stay back and wrap fully around, just like you were saying, get themselves a better angle, get themselves more information about what was happening. But they liked their odds. They pushed right in and they caught the buzzsaw.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of overconfidence there. If they were in the middle of a fight, I wouldn't mind it. But the fact that there was a nice little delay, they just pushed on in and got absolutely beamed. I will give it up to the Eagles though, right? They did do a good job at playing it so quiet, right?
Yes.
Set up a trap. They recognized that Dauntless was coming in, and Dauntless with very little information just could, no matter how good of gun skill you have, if you're just running into a building and you have multiple players just looking at you holding that 3-peak, you're in trouble.
Yeah, well said right there for sure. I got to definitely give a tip of the hat to the Eagles there for basically being in Paradise Resort as long as they have. They haven't lost a single member. So they've been taking these fights on, but they've been cautious about it. They've been sitting back, not being too overly aggressive. So we're kind of seeing two ends of a spectrum there, with one team being super aggressive with Dauntless, the way they pushed it, and then CN sitting back and just playing a little more passive. And they've got themselves 5 eliminations to show for it. So I think that strat worked really well.
And you know what? Huge shout out to Drago, right? I mean, 4 of those 5 eliminations going to him alone. So he's wiped out a whole squad by himself. Let's see what Bobe's going to do. Ophelia decides to take those shots. That's a big old red flag just saying, hey, boys, here I am. And when you're by yourself, that is risky. And Ophelia hightailing it immediately.
Very, very surprised he decided to take those shots. No fear in the world whatsoever when he took them. And they're trying to find some cover now, not trying to be an easy elimination.
Yeah, when you got a whale on your back, though, maybe a little big fish yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Well said.
Beautifully done. All right, Zombie Boys looking to make a huge performance. They are quite like, C4, a lot of these other squads that, we had some expectations for, but need to put up some massive points. Otherwise, those things going to get away from them. After this game, we officially hit the halfway part of the Challenger Finals, and it's going to come down to the last 3 games, and you do not want to be behind in those games.
No, absolutely not. This is just such a close battle right now, and the fact that there's only 4 spots that can be grabbed by these teams to advance. So it really, really does make it that much more of a competitive thing. It really does change the way these teams play it, I think. I mean, some people are playing it pretty cautious, but you get teams that are really, really hungry and they're just coming out, maybe playing a little more aggressive than they normally would. I'm looking right at Dauntless when I say that.
Yeah, and this is the Challenger Finals, so the last games can always have some shenanigans, what I like to call them, because you're going to have a lot of squads that realize, you know what, we're done for. There's no way we're making it into top 4. And a lot of them get disheartened and are like, all right, let's just push everybody. Let's just do this, or, be toxic and take a team out that they don't like. So if you are a team that really want to make it to that Premier Division, as this zone does pop on over with a nice hard shift on over to the east side, that's a huge shift for the Zombie Boys.
Yeah, it is. It's going to give them great position out there. Only 3 teams right now have at zone, so we're going to see a lot of teams coming in from that west side and northwest side. It is going to be crazy on that side here. But just like you said, Zombie Boys are looking really, really good with that. Let's see what they're going to do with this position.
Wall Street Bets need to group up quick, and they need to stand up and play it hyper aggressive. A huge battle about to ensue between C4 and Wall Street Bets. Ji-Woon, the first person to take out one of the players from C4. And they're doing a great job of defending this. But meanwhile, we watch as the old gangsters get eliminated.
Nice job to Ophelia as a solo for just sitting back and acting as the spider, catching that lone fly coming out there, and just gets the quick knock and thirst to get that elimination for the team.
That's right. Actually, yes, they still have 3 players up. It is Dauntless that gets eliminated. Yeah. That push on to Paradise was not the play. So a good, strong one going into a bad game. That's going to hurt.
That's a tough ending for Dauntless for sure. They were looking really good that last round, but literally, and I think this is it. One bad decision was the difference maker in this one for them, and that's what it can be in really any of these matches.
I
one
think
bad
they got
decision.
maybe a little overconfident, right? Pushed a little too hard. Oh, quick killjoy.
Here we go.
Thinking he had an angle, and he gets taken out immediately. So Ji-Woon forced to try to make a play. I hate these 3-man splits because if you have a team just go to one building at a time, they just wipe the floor with everybody. So Wall Street Bets have to make a play here.
Yeah, they're definitely in a tough position being two solos like that. I would absolutely try to regroup up with my teammate when possible, but you can see that C4 is well aware of them, has eyes directly on this compound that they're holding on to. Oh,
Nice shot from Skirt.
yeah, not bad there.
E4 looking to become a huge headache for Wall Street Bets, and they're doing a great job of it so far. 4 eliminations for them. Going ahead and jumping out the building. Oh, that nade though. Was it cooked a little better? Definitely would have got him.
Yeah, that could have been real trouble for Skur there.
Oh no! From the back, that's going to be excuse. So Wall Street, and this is what I was talking about, right? You have these fights in Zone 4. That third party's coming, and yet this is exactly what I'm talking about. These 3-man splits, you're going to get punished all day long. C4 just going full squad, one at a time, taking each player out.
Yeah, Excuse had a perfect little timed attack there, undercut that team a little bit, and they're looking good where they are. Although C4 just had some great counter shots to get a knock on one of those Excuse members. Let's see, they're going to try to clean up Wall Street Bets real quick.
DBS out. Carnage goes down to the play zone, and Ji-Woon gets 1. He gets 2. Oh my gosh!
And that is it.
Oh wow, so close.
Wow.
That DBS action, but this is what I was talking about, right? When you have so many teammates coming, I mean, you just get overwhelmed, even if you try to make the play. So, Wall Street Bets getting punished for that split very quickly. As you watch as Mazexis are trying to get punished on their way into this next zone, and here comes Papa Blue, and this one's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, this is stage 5 now. Teams are really having to start making this move towards the edge, and we mentioned this earlier how crazy that north and northwest side of the zone is going to be. So many teams are getting pushed there, and we're seeing that happen right now. Teams are all rotating on top of one another. And here we go. Everest trying to find a safe approach. Split up. Oh, good shots from Milky there.
Mizex is gone. Yeah, you're starting to see the desperation rotation come out here at this point. One of the Eagles, Quinn, does get taken out. Bob in the blue zone just trying to pick up some points. I think he realizes there's no way. Yeah, no way I'm making it into this next zone. He goes down the process. Baby tag with the dome. He gets 1. The DBS shot. Oh, and he's taken out.
He didn't get both of them. He just narrowly missed getting that second knock. It was a great effort, though.
Oh, the play of the week right there. It would have been the play of the week. He was wide open, you know, and misses the slam dunk.
Just barely missed it. F20 or F29 in the distance. Wow.
F29 getting lasered too. I mean, yeah, we're seeing the entire lobby just get shredded as we watched in one zone. More than half the lobby taken out. 11 players still remaining. 6 teams. You go out right now. Wow. Okay, you go out right now. Now you're going to be in 5th place.
That was insanity. The last 30, 45 seconds was just absolute insanity.
Zombie Boys still alive with 4 players up. They have the most in this lobby. So, okay, Zombie Boys, you had a decent game 2, a bad game 3. I'm sorry, a decent game 1, bad game 2. Here's game 3. Come on now. Pop off. Get the chicken dinner. You got to be able to finish.
They've got the numbers. I don't see why they can't lock this down. The only ones who can really challenge them here are C4, F29.
Drago goes down to the blue zone, denies the point. Here comes F29, driving up. That does give away their position. We should see C4 have crazy oversight over them. Well, Zombie Boys still playing this way too passive, in my opinion. They have complete control of this circle with 4 people. They should be standing up, dominating everybody. Instead, they are laying down, and that could leave the door open for some teams.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised to see it as well. The fact, as soon as they saw that they had position, they could have just started using those numbers, getting the high ground. They've got the best vantage points in the zone, and they're really going to open the possibility for one of these other teams to challenge them, potentially take them out.
They should be forcing every team to lay down. They should just be controlling this entire circle, but they are playing it so passive, and this is what we were talking about, right? Their inability to flip on that aggressive switch when they need to. Look at this position. I mean, they should be, by all means, just standing up, shooting at anything that moves.
They should have had that position up there where C4 is, at least the higher ground, just to see what's going on with the zone, but they opted to go to the low area, and yeah, they must think that they're going to be going against larger teams, but they've got the numbers right now. They are the big dog in this zone. They're not acting like it, though.
Yeah, they do see one of the old gangsters. They're going to try to get up that easy point. And this is what's scary. Yep, this is what's scary. They're laying down, and they're going to open the door for C4 as they do take one of the players. So Skur is having one heck of a game. 8 eliminations. This man's on a tear, and you can see the difference, right? Standing up, straight up, just applying pressure and forcing everybody else to lay down all by himself.
Yep, just one man, and this literally you could imagine what a full squad can do in that situation if you are out there just forcing these teams to respect you, and that's not how Zombie Boys are playing it. They got their res off, but they're playing it very passive, very passive.
They're throwing this game. They are throwing this game harder than we saw in Napoleon Dynamite, dude. Over the mountains is what's happening right now. It is crazy. Daddy Payne and Skur are set up so well. Zombie Boys are playing it with a passiveness that burns my heart. And now I'll give the positional advantage to C4 here all day long.
Definitely. Daddy Payne's got the position right up top right now. He can look over top of them. He can see them. Skur is at a little bit of a lower area, but C4 has the advantage here, even though they're a man down.
Skur creeping up. Zombie Boys with the number advantage, still playing it passive. One knock onto the Zombie Boys. It's an even fight, and Skur is not going to play this right. Oh my gosh. They do get one. Skur up.
Skur is in action now.
Oh, can he get 2? Oh, he gets caught right there at the end. Zombie Boys do end up winning it, but that was too close for comfort, in my opinion.
That was indeed a very close one. Way closer than it needed to be. Zombie Boys were looking good. They came into that last circle. We mentioned, I think it was zone 4 or so, zone 3 or 4. They were the lone ones in position. They had beautiful center zone there, and they could have really done a lot with that. But they opted to sit back and play it a little more passive, which we mentioned earlier. It was a bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, when you have those kind of players up with that kind of position, you don't want to win just a chicken dinner, right? You want to win a chicken dinner with a ton of elimination points. And they took way too long to finally turn up that aggression. It was literally until they had a 3v1 when they finally start getting aggressive. So Zombie Boys, it is scare me to see that, but I am happy to see them get a chicken dinner here.
Yeah, your prediction was correct that they were going to come back, that they were going to be looking a little bit better. So that's good to see for them. They were able to get in gear a little bit, even though they didn't play quite as aggressive as they could have. They could have gotten more points if they had taken that high hill. They still did get the win in the end, and were able to take out C4. So, great job, Zombie Boys.
Let's take a look at Taylor, right? Taylor, what do you think about that one?
Crazy game, man. Especially that double elimination, right, with the car. It was the wildest thing.
Right?
And Jukes, you're right. That could have been the play of the month, the play of the past several months. I mean, it would have been wild. And for his good efforts, he did at least get one knock, but he didn't pick up the second. That was Baby Tang with that incredible moment. But a big game, number 3, specifically for Zombie Boys, but I think more so Jukes for C4. C4 picks up 14 eliminations, plus, of course, they get second place. I think they still end up with the most points, even over Zombie Boys that only had 5 eliminations. Again, being the best of both worlds is where you want to be, and C4 getting second, to me, Jukes, still, in a way, get the biggest victory in Map 3.
Oh, it's so huge, right? So huge, especially after their first 2 performances. It ain't done yet, right? And with them getting so many eliminations, it keeps them alive, right? It really does. There's still 3 more. It's going to be tough, but they're in the running now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be, right, Beans? Because that Baby Tang play was just, I was losing my mind, and he did get one knock. I mean, if he just picks up the second, who knows where he goes? That nade, though, that follows through. I mean, maybe that finishes him off. But this was that final zone. You mentioned C4 at one point kind of had the positioning. They almost looked as if they could take this. Zombie Boys, they take it, though, in their own fashion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I was just going to say, I mean, C4, I think they heard us talking a little bit. I think they hear their ears burning. We made predictions on them, and they didn't do too well that first round that we predicted on them, but they came back strong in this one. Obviously we mentioned that Sanhok does require a little bit of a different play style, and C4 came in and they had that play style here. Whatever that play style is for Sanhok, they came out and showed the other teams really how to do it. Even though they weren't first overall, they came out, they had a lot of great fights overall, and I think they could have earned a victory if they just had that one little clutch at the end there, that 2v3 they needed to clutch, but
that's it. That's it. And for you, Jukes, man, C4 just takes over the match report, right? Of course, though, you got your Eagles in there. You love them. You love to see them anyways with the longest elimination. But for the most part, it was C4 dominating.
Let me tell you right now the strategy for Sanhok, okay? Because we wrote the book on Sanhok, right? The answer is get zone, hit those. That's it. That's all you got to do. And Skur, hit those. 8 eliminations. Total of 14 on the team. Second place with 20 points, Taylor?
Massive. Yeah, massive. I mean, you knew they were going to be in first. I mean, Zombie Boys still a respectable 15. And piggybacking off of their map 1, you disregard that map 2, right? Zombie Boys should be relatively healthy when we see the overall standings. But yeah, that is a nutty placing. Not too often, Beans, do you see a team get second place, yet still get the most points, but C4 was able to do it. Now we take a look, 9 through 16 Beans. There's a couple of teams, some heavy hitters, still struggling, Mazexis being one of them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. You know, I really did think that we were going to see Mazexis kind of start turning it around, especially after the round 2 that they had with how they were looking in that one, the second place overall. But I think they ended up taking on, biting off a little more than they could chew with some of the fights that they took on in that last one. And yeah, they struggled because of that.
Oh, Hot Jukes, talk to me, right?
Boy.
We're looking at our top 4 right now.
C4 sneaking into 4th place.
Wow.
The Zombie Boys in 3rd. Dauntless, even though they had a bad Sanhok, dominated the first 2 matches, so they are in 2nd. 4th, 12th, and 1st is crazy, but the Canadian Eagles, Mazexis, this is a fight. This is going to be a fight here for the top 4.
Oh yeah, Beans, we always love to talk about those bubble teams, you know, Eagles, right, Mazexis, you know, you throw in XQS, so, you know, Wall Street Bets in that mix. I mean, it gets really tight, right, whenever you start looking at those bubble teams heading into, like, Game 5, Game 6.
Yes, absolutely. And with how close these teams are, it really could be any of them that vault themselves into that top 4 spot. If one of those teams struggles even a little bit, one of those teams in 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th place will happily come in and take that spot from them.
That's right. And mentioning the bonus points once again, we took a look at the bonus points a little bit earlier. You know, Eagles, if it wasn't for them getting first place, getting that 10 additional points, they would be all the way down where Bope is currently at a 9th place. So those bonus points, they absolutely matter. But for you, Jukes, for you, Beans, I think this is the final game you'll be casting for today. We'll be bringing in 2 additional casters. But Beans, it was great working with you for the first time. What are your final words before you get out of here?
Oh, yeah, it was absolutely a pleasure covering this action. I've covered a lot of PUBG, but it's great to work with you guys. You know, you guys are a professional group, and definitely enjoyed this action here. Jukes, pleasure co-casting with you, man. You're an awesome caster, dude.
Oh, dude, you are as well. It's great working with you, Beans, here for the first time. I mean, Challenger Series is always fun. It's good to see those new emerging squads, and hopefully we see the ones that really deserve it make it to those Premier Finals.
That's right, and only the deserving teams, the teams that battle it out with all their heart will make it through. And Beans, you're my new favorite. You call me professional, and that doesn't happen very often. You even called Hot Jukes professional, even though he's doing the big caca on stream, okay, with the Canadian Eagles. So, hey, love to both of you. Heck of a job today. Great moments, and we have plenty of more great moments still to come, right? 3 more games to get through. We're going to be hopping into Map 4 when we come back, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. And welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series Challenger Finals for Season 3. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by 2 additional casters, one familiar, one not. We have Enigma, the familiar face, Dandro, the new guy to the bunch. And hey, it's great to be with you. I was very happy to hear your name being a part of this broadcast. We work with each other on some various other projects, but now you're here. How you feeling, man?
I am feeling fantastic. I'm kind of feeling like Thanos lately, where I'm just trying to get all the Battle Royale stones as I can.
right.
And maybe I'll get some sort of like Infinity Gauntlet that'll make me the best BR caster. Probably
Okay.
not, but we can try at least, right? We can try and go for it. But no, hey,
That's right.
I've been sitting here watching those first 3 maps, and they were awesome, right? So I'm excited to see these back 3 maps. I'm here with Enigma. I'm really excited to see what some of these teams are going to do, because it's time to turn up, man.
It's time to turn up, Enigma, and we're going to turn up, right? You always bring that energy. How you liking today? 3 maps down, 3 more to go, Enigma.
Well, I'm expecting the David versus Goliath kind of story, because right now, we have the 4 premier teams that dropped down. 2 of them really, in my eyes, have only really performed in the grand scheme of things, because, everyone's looking at you. You're the teams that, underperformed. And, I talked about it in the last broadcast. Unfortunately, you weren't here. Maybe the boomer jokes got to you, but I apologize for that.
Stop.
But anyways,
Don't do that already.
I'm hoping that that these other teams that were relegated down start to perform. But one that caught my eyes was, other than C4, of course, with the last game, was Zombie Boys, because we saw their game plan not really executing whatsoever in terms of the Premier Finals or the Premier Qualifiers. But now we're seeing it really just show out with at least the placement points coming in. And like we always say, when you get the placement points, the kills will follow with it.
That's right. Placement points are important. The kills usually, or excuse me, the eliminations usually come into play, but they don't always come into play, and Zombie Boys is a great representation of that. They got the bulk of their points from the placing from the map number 3, but still sitting healthy at 3rd place. But Daniel, they got a lot of work, man, because again, top 4 move forward. Zombie Boys has 31, C4 at 30, but you got the Canadian Eagles there in 5th. You got Mazexis in 6th. That point spread is very thin between placing 8th all the way up to 4th.
Yeah, and I think one thing to keep in note here, right? I mean, let's just talk about C4, who's in 4th, right? They kind of weren't been able to do anything at all in those first 2 maps, and it wasn't until that map number 3 that they come out swinging, right? And they now jump up into that 4th place spot. And with the point spread so thin, like you said, it's any team is poised to be able to do that exact same thing. They just have to be able to get to the eliminations. And I think that's what some of these squads are struggling with. I'm looking at the end game, and I'm seeing us getting into top 4, and some of these squads only have 2 or 3 eliminations. I think they're definitely going to have to kind of turn it up a little bit, especially when we have C4 dropping, 14 in a single map? Like, who needs placement points when you're dropping 14, my man?
That's right. C4 Dauntless are the 2 heavy hitters. But Daniel, for your first prediction, who you going with to win Vikendi?
I think, we saw C4. I know I just gassed them up entirely. I'm going with, they found some momentum. They struggled in those first 2 maps. It's the kind of the wild card map, like you said it. They found success. I think they're going to continue on.
Our Enigma, very quick, just fire off a name. Who you going for?
Canadian Eagles.
Oh, shoot. Canadian Eagles, like Hot Jukes is on the desk once again. We're hopping into map number 4. Let's get it started. We're going into Vikendi, a map that we haven't seen today. It's only played once out of the 6, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into the map, of course, with Dandro and Enigma.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. Enigma, let's get ready. We are here. We got a lot of snow. We got a lot of cobblestone that we're about to see some of these players have to fly on through. Now, I will kind of want to get your idea, because at the top of the show, we said these kind of 2 maps that are right here in the middle. It's the meat of our map sandwich that we're talking about here, right? We said these are kind of the 2 wild card maps, and we saw a little bit of that come out in Sanhok. Why do we see that here in Vikendi? What's so special about this map?
Well, Vikendi just has a lot of just unplayable territory. If you're not in a compound, we can look just southwest of Garoka while the players are falling. A lot of that is just going to be street, compound-based gameplay. The trees are somewhat playable, but for the most part, unlike Miramar and Erangel, where there's those set, little divots and ridges you can play, that's not really the case here. And Miramar, one of my least favorite maps. Fortunately for me, when I used to play, I would wear the Yeti suit, so I'd kind of blend in, my natural habitat with it. But no, this map is a little bit of a wild card for people, just because it's been on and off in the competitive scene. Sanhok was one that's a little bit more played than Vikendi.
Sure.
But with that map, it's a lot smaller, it's a lot condensed. So this map's a lot more spread out. So there's a lot more area for people to try to play. But with that being said, a lot of it comes down to where the zone ends, how you choose to play and fight. And fighting is the name of the game now because we see these older players come back. We saw it with Passion Fruit Sixless barely scraping by to not be relegated down into this Challenger Finals. We're seeing HH24 here now, who has been a previous, tier 1 top level player, has played in international events and stuff. Someone that has the name of the game down, but when you take a break and you come back, the format changes, the gun meta changes a little bit. You start seeing these people kind of, falter and slip under the cracks. And with this sort of map, it just shows evidently even more with just the gun level play is that, the game sense is only going to take you so far. You're needing the gun skill to back it up. And Killjoy right now needing it, but not even landing a shot. Black Mama's picking up the first knock on a WSB.
Yeah, we saw some, or Wall Street Bets was getting a little bit mixy early on, but guess what? They're going to answer right on back. So kind of a 1-for-1 trade as we can kind of see a number of teams around here. But look at this zone pulling all the way up to the north and how many teams are outside of it. We're going to see just some heavy zone edge gameplay here and absolutely people getting picked off. It looks like K19 is kind of nearby, looking to maybe make some moves themselves. Hopefully they've been able to kind of loot and scoot their way to feel confident taking this fight.
Yeah, I think there's 3 teams here as well. It's not just them two. So we'll have to see, people in this situation either force the fight if they get the opening, or they'll just wait for someone else to make a move. Why, put yourself in a situation to die when you can just let someone else do it and just take the free kills?
Listen, hey, I'm all about that, right? Who needs to get aggressive when you can just get aggressive after the fact and get it for free, right?
Yeah.
Everybody loves free things. It's like a free sample. That's how I think of third parties, right? It's like when you go to the store and they have little food platters and you're saying, would you like to try a free sample? You say, yeah, I'll take some free eliminations. Sure.
Hey.
Absolutely.
Hey, all I'm saying is freer than Costco samples, okay? That was my saying.
That's a new one.
That's a new one. And last week, I don't even think it was last week, Hot Cheeks in the previous, or maybe it was Dave, was saying free low every single time. It was just little beam out of the car, little free low, little freebie kill. Because, we're all talking about the elimination points right now. In these early game skirmishes, it doesn't matter about the zone positioning because, if it shifts off you, you're already going to be moving. So right now, these teams are wanting to pick up those extra points to really shoot up. Because right now, we're already halfway through this finals portion. You're needing to finish top 4. And right now, I'm wanting to see these teams make some drastic changes to try to switch it up on the leaderboard.
I love real quick. Oh, actually, hold on a second. We got Dark who's coming in here, tries to take the fight outside, but unfortunately, the shots are not going to be able to connect. Will go down. The teammates there to able to get the cleanup. Back on over here. This is what I want to talk about with K19. They were over here. HH24 had this angle from up top, kind of stopping the push from Wall Street Bets potentially, leaving the other teammates in the 3v3. And it seems like maybe some shots are going out. We saw smokes down earlier before we hopped away, and they're now trying to get a little bit aggressive. They're on the chase.
Oh, wow.
Spotlight's up here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, you saw too, WSB's just watching it unfold. The backside, Black Mamba already losing another player as well. So it's just going to be, I think, just a free push for K19 to just go wipe the squad. Wow. And like you noted too, HH on that off angle knows that he has the power. He has the Thanos glove like you're wanting. Maybe we'll get the cosplay going with that. Only get 1. Gets 2. That's all 3. Actually, HH having to come in now. Not sure if the Uzi's the right play, though. He has to just win the 1v1 almost. Trying to stall the other team as well. And that's the issue, is just this other team now comes in. He's getting burned with, I don't even know if that's his own Molly. Oh my goodness. What is going on?
It was his own Molotov that threw down. It looks like maybe just something went wonky, but somehow that entire team gets taken out and they are just gone. Wall Street Bets, they want to be able to move on in, but look who's here. It's a fourth party, baby. We are keeping it rolling. C4 hot off the trail of that last game, looking to continue to gain some of those eliminations.
Yeah, and this is even just, the center of the map. Not even center of the next zone. It's kind of on that southern side. We talked about that northern ship pull, but these teams are all like, we're hearing shots. We're seeing the kill feed light up. Why not just take a little gander, a little look? Stroll around the pond, and they're rewarding for it for C4.
Oh, I love it. And you can see they are sharks, blood in the water. They smell it. As there are just these two teams in between them. Now, they have to be careful, though, because obviously if they decide to push this building and don't realize there are 2 separate squads here, they might be able to make that, elimination off of Wall Street Bets, and then they push upstairs, and then, well, next thing you know, you just got a member from Black Mamba who's ready and waiting for you. So they got to make sure that they can be aggressive here, but they just can't get too aggressive.
Yeah, I'm just hoping there's some sort of handshake with Black Mamba trying to help. I don't think that's the case. C4, I think, is just going to roll in. They're going to be guns blazing. The DBS, it only takes one to connect. You just bait your teammate, let him body block the first shot, and then get the next one. But Skur's trying to sniff him out. He's got the DBS. He finds him. Trying to play a little bit of a slow con angle with the DBS. Running upstairs, just tucking tail, trying to stay alive. Hoping his teammate can maybe put work. I think he's crouched in a bathroom. Not too sure where the player is on WSB. Looks like they both moved upstairs, sharing the room, taking the 1v1 actually, winning, and that's Black Mama's out in 14. 3 elims for them. Clutched up with that 3-piece onto the K19 players. A bit unfortunate to see for that squad, but C4 now trying to take this 4v2 fight in the upstairs of a building with only one stairwell up.
I mean, that's what you hate to see, right? You got only one way up. You know how powerful these shotguns are about to be. Skur trying to be able to get a quick little jiggle peek. Maybe potentially can get something cooking there. Wall Street Bets, though, they are just doing a very good job of using those diamond hands that they know well to kind of just hold on to this scenario. But we have some grenades coming on out. We heard Hot Juke say earlier that, hey, grenades are key. It's the top teams. This is what they do. And, well, C4, they are a top team, and they want to show it. So let's see here. Oh, and there we see it. All right, there's one. They just need to be able to push the advantage right now, though. They only have this one single stair. Shotgun's out. Let's see. Can we do it? We saw somebody else win a 1v3 with the shotgun here earlier, but it was a little bit of a different story. Reload happening, just waiting. Will they be able to get the revive off? I don't know. Trying to play the balcony. Gonna be Daddy Payne. Looking to be able to make some moves. Made it upstairs, but it's gonna be a third-party grenade coming on in. Jawoon getting just absolute luck here.
And I mean, we talked about, the fourth party. Now it's a fifth party in the compound, the little fadeaway. And now, this is the problem. C4 already losing a player. And I mean, I'd love to see Butterfly Effect really just push up on this. They must know, they do know JP's in the backside. It's only 2 players in this building. I'm wanting to see some sort of trade action go on with the DBSs, needing this sort of aggression to put in. He gets one, not paying attention to the stairwell side. Bit of pre-firing going on, but this is looking like a bit of a fumble in my eyes to Butterfly Effect right now.
I mean, so far, they have to clean this up. I mean, what could happen to C4 could happen to them, right? C4 took a little bit too long in that engagement with Wall Street Bets in this building, right? And then what happens? Well, we get a fifth party that rolls on up. It's Butterfly Effect. We could see that again. If Butterfly Effect take too long with this fight, another team could very easily come on up, because you can see in that map that there are other teams who maybe want to push into this area.
Yeah, I think it was Lotus just to the west side coming in from blue. And we saw it too, a lot of teams opting to actually just play the slow game tank, a little bit of Daddy Blue zone going on and just working slowly. But I mean, if you're working in, this is on the edge of the zone, there's a chance that you might just come in and say, hey, I'll take a few free pickings, a few little freebies going on. But, fight stalled a little bit going on. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, Canadian Eagles, unfortunately getting eliminated. Only 1 kill to their name. Bo picking up all 4 of them. A squad that was actually relegated down from Premier in the last season to Challengers, and fortunately now proving that they're able to slaughter the lobby, so to speak, with the last few games. But this is all about the 6 matches. Anything can happen with such few amount of matches going on. And I mean, if you're wanting that top 4 spot, we saw with the leaderboard, it's pretty condensed down. It's not anyone really running away with the lead.
See what they can do here. Looks like things have kind of stalled out for a moment. We do have sort of to the north, we have Lotus Esports, who's not too far away. They're making a rotation in vehicles. I don't think they're going to come and take a swing on down, but they potentially could. And it looks like, maybe kind of a little bit of a handshake going on currently as C4. They're kind of stuck here, right? They're in this upper part of the building. They can't really move down. Well, okay, Skur maybe getting a little aggressive and potentially wants to, but you can see Butterfly, they are ready and waiting. They are stacked up on top of each other, hoping somebody decides to push in one at a time. And I don't know if that will be the case.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Skur, if it's more so aggression or just impatience out of him.
True.
Because, like in this situation, you're always thinking about the zone. I mean, they're fully surrounded right now. Oh, man. It's going to be a 6 party, I think I see right on the edge of the map to the north. Maybe they'll hear some shots going on. D getting beamed through the little window attic absolutely star. That's not what you want to see, because now they're having to rotate. And Lotus now hearing that knows something's going on. There's a fight going on right down here in the city. Maybe we'll take a look down, a little stroll down the pasture. Or I guess, the snowed pasture with it being Vikendi, but C4 now.
It happens.
Maybe is the possibility, the chance for them to get out of this building and start making some plays.
Yeah, I don't know if they can, if possibility, dude. I think you just rotate out of this, like try and do your best and just maybe say we need to get out of here, because I feel like Garaka's just becoming this sort of sand pit, right? Like they've rotated in, they're here, and they're like great, and now they just haven't been able to move for like 6 minutes this entire time, and they're just waiting and waiting, and there's more teams are coming on in. Lotus, they want to maybe take a peek in. Butterfly moved in. They're just kind of sitting here. So I don't know. You can see they've gotten a little bit more active. They're running around. They're not kind of confined to this top floor anymore. But, all it's going to take is just a couple quick peeks. Of course, with that shotgun for them to get kind of pieced apart. So I don't know. I agree with you. I think they're getting a little antsy right now. Oh, okay. Well, we already see one peek.
Well, one of them must have jumped out the building and hit the shots, because KK actually getting slaughtered right now in Butterfly Effect. The team that I thought had this in the bag, not capitalizing, almost pulling a zombie boys right now, playing a little bit too passive with some of the plays, but not winning the engagement in the end. Now they're just running away. A play, you'd noted before, right before this action went down, to C4 back out. The problem is, when you rotate out, are there going to be any car spawns for you to take? Vehicle rotations is such a huge portion of this map. If you get, the snow bike or just, the little Jeep that takes 5 bullets to blow up, it's not really going to be favoring you in any way. With that alone, Butterfly Effect holding you on the edge, you got to be rotating around the zone, around them in buildings, while Lotus is up the hill. So there's a whole multitude of factors that are going on. That's just, I'd rather just see C4 say, let's just simplify it. Let's get the first knock, finish, and then go from there. So, thankfully for them, they did get that opening kill on the 6KK. Butterfly Effect really chundering around, but Bope, somewhere else on the map, getting a few knocks with nades onto Excuse right now.
Yeah, it looks like a couple different areas. We'll let that kind of fight in Garaka continue on. Let's go check out the rest of the map. We just saw Bope lighting up the kill feed, and it looks like Excuse. Yeah, they're just going to maybe do exactly what we just said. They hop in the vehicle. They peace out. Unfortunately, their teammate does go down, and will get full thirsted. So they're going to try and move on out, get out of there, and we'll kind of give Bope some positioning here. They can manage to hold on down. So far, the rest of the squads, though, it's looking pretty spread out. So we might have to wait for a zone or two for couple more engagements to go on, but everybody just trying to make these rotations in, cars in hand, as they're just trying to figure out where's the next spot that they want to sit. If you were looking at this map, Enigma, right, obviously we said we're making kind of mentions earlier that this map is super hard sometimes because you don't have a lot of those valleys and sort of hills that you can play on. What are you doing right now, given the kind of the circle that we see, right? It's kind of pulled a little bit where the center of it is a little bit southeast of Coal Mine. Are you trying to play the hills? Are you trying to hit one of those POIs? What's going through your head?
Well, I think, this fight right now between Dauntless, this spot here is tremendously viable because it's the only mountain spot that's really playable that you can spread on top of. We talk about it a lot with the TPP aspects, being able to spread out and play an advantageous angle where you could possibly take 2 or 3 players out on a pull-up, and right now we're seeing it. Unfortunately, Dauntless getting naded out, trading one of their own actually in the compound. It's not too tragic for them just yet, but it's a 3v3 situation right now, and there's, I think, only one Dauntless player up close on that knock to try to contest the res from happening.
Have to see, and well, you can see on your screen there, C4 Esports is eliminated, so obviously Butterfly Effect finally was able to win that long-standing engagement down at Garaka, and they'll have a free rotation in the zone, but here, we're seeing some nades just get absolutely chucked here. Just a little bit of a nade off.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the mollies too, a little bit of a misplay there. I think there was maybe a bit of miscommunication because they knocked him just outside the building. They thought he had actually crawled around the wall. Bit of an FPP angle, but slaughtered by the DBS. Absolutely just turned on going up the stairs. Old Gangsters really proving that they're not so old going into these matches. And I mean, Dauntless, a team that had the compound hold, really just falling under the pressure from OG, and now we see Kid, bit of an off angle there. With this upper hill angle he has, he forces his team, or the other team, onto the open hillside, almost onto this wall. reducing the angles, and right now, and I mean, Dauntless is feeling the pressure.
Dallas feeling the pressure where they're able to get a couple of eliminations. There you go. Trying to be able to maybe stay alive. He comes inside, doesn't realize that Klaus is right in.
Oh, the two-piece!
Shotgun! All gangsters, they're getting picked apart by Dauntless right now. We saw them starting to heat up in that last map, and you're starting to see why. An absolute travesty right now for the old gangsters. They were feeling so confident coming into this fight, and look at where they are now. Still down into the 2v1. As they're now trying to maybe just snake a little bit, play around the corner.
Oh!
Klaus goes down 1v1. Can they do it? It's all the shotguns.
No!
Oh, man. Dauntless, we're about to do the unthinkable.
And I mean, he got, I was gonna say, you know, I thought he got the res, but unfortunately not. Old Gangster's down in just the 1, and a lot of that comes down to, we saw Abel be able to take a 1v1 on the edge here. A little bit of a replay going on. We're seeing the opening knocks right now. Nade into the doorway, blows him up actually through the door. This was the opening fight onto OG that kind of halted this press they had.
Yeah.
Bit of a jump shot going on. This was the 1v2. Bam! Both of them.
Wow.
Unfortunately, not getting both of them, or at least not getting his teammate up after getting both of them. But, yeah. I mean, for OG, I was kind of sweating a bit.
I was
a little
too.
scary.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, sure, you love to be able to get those elims and get the teammate back up. But the fact that they were still able to come out on top in that engagement, I mean, Dauntless almost just 2v4'd them, right? And to see them be able to, you know, at least come out alive for the time being, because look who's here. It's Butterfly Effect. They
Get out of there!
We watched it. Yeah, they see the car. They're starting to light it on up, saying, no, you don't get to move. Yeah, Exotic's coming on in here, too. Oh, man. Unfortunate for Daku.
It's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time for Daku, guys.
Staying alive pretty well, though. I will give him credit for that, as they are circling this house.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen people with the DBS get the shots, but fortunately not. D picking up another one under his belt. 3 out of 4 elims for his squad. We can see on the right side. A lot of teams dead right now. We're down to just 7 teams alive. Most of them at least 3-man. Excuse Rockin' 2, but you know, they've got the points to back it up with 5 eliminations on themselves. But right now, I mean, we're going to start to see a bit of more fights going on, because it just seems like third-party central for this map. Something I was not expecting going into today.
Yeah, that was a little crazy, that kind of, you know, just rotation on rotation into Garaka early. I'm sure some of those teams did not expect that to happen. So we are now here, you know, into where the placement points, we're starting to kind of accrue them. So some of these teams, I mean, if you're like Bope, you want to just, you know, you cannot get a single kill until the final ones, and you're still feeling great, right? You already have the eliminations to your name, and now you just maybe want some of those placement points so they can play a little bit more passive if they want. They don't have to get aggressive. Whereas some of these other squads, you know, they have to be able, like, you know, Lotus Esports, who's here. Sure, they have a great positioning right now, but they only have 1 elimination to their name. Yeah. They need to kind of get something started.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't make them drink. They're needing to make the plays themselves happen. And right now, I mean, it's like you said yourself, they're just, you know, kind of just sitting center zone. In my eyes, you know, back in the day when placement points was almost double the points you'd get for first, I mean, that's a great idea. But right now, you know, we're needing the elim points, and all these other teams starting to get it. Luckily for them, finding the nade knock on the Kubi, the edge of the zone. Only 1 team, actually. We can see the zone shift on the map. 1 team in the play zone. Zombie Boys, though, all the way on the south, so I'd like to see them make their classic, that standard rotation they make, trying to keep all 4 players up, and some elims, or at least 3 now, seeing that we can see the amount of players they have alive. But Nomads too, right on the edge of zone. I'm not too sure how this zone is really going to be in terms of just people dying on rotation, but the next zone after this, I'm telling you, is going to just be an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where this does manage to pull. And looks like just a couple pot shots going down range, trying to get in as much damage as they can onto the Zombie Boys. And, well, they're kind of just trying to chill up here on the edge of zone, like you said.
30 seconds, though. I mean, they have a bit of time. Only 1 car, though, and they've already taken massive damage into some of the players. Hopefully the driver isn't going to get tagged anymore, because, I mean, the scariest thing is when you're making these rotates, unless you're going to slam into a tree or something, the jump out.
You're just going to roll up and jump out like a clown car, able to get an elimination, but they might be stuck a little bit because look, the rest of 412 Nomads, they're looking down on this. This car, it's right there. They have to be careful. Just one single nade could blow this car up and take them all down. Already one player knocked. 412 Nomads, they're feeling pretty good about this situation, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you lose the player, but if you pick up 3 kills in the process, I mean, I'll take that trade any day of the week. And we can see, too, you know, they're not in zone on that rock. That card doesn't have enough cover. Zombie Boys is going to have to make that smoke chain just to even get in for a fighting chance.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if they can manage to do it, great. I mean, it seems like they've backed up a little bit. 412, they're starting to push over. I think they have some grenades to be able to either, you know, kind of push them out of position or be able to smoke and maybe get the revive off. But look at this, Free Point throws down the Molotov on top of them. One player extremely low, crazy, trying to be able to maybe lay down some suppressing fire, but it's not working out too well. Free Point doing a fantastic job of just making these players not expect what angle could the team be coming from.
Yeah, I mean, Free Point is just doing something that you don't really notice a lot. He's someone on the team that is making smokes for his own teammates to get into zone while holding this spearhead position, this sponge almost. And I mean, he just hits the absolute Kobe from his teammate. Zombie Boy's getting wiped with the floor. And look at that. They didn't even lose the player that got knocked by the pull-up. Crazy that the player that was knocked on a rock next to you doesn't even get eliminated. So shout out to them. Really keeping it up, full force. Unfortunately, you know, they have to deal with Excuse looking down on him. But thankfully, you know, with all this early skirmishing going on, a lot of these teams have lost players.
Yeah, I mean, as we kind of approach the sort of end of game, there's only a couple teams that are still full health. I mean, Mazexus is one of them. 412, I think, is feeling pretty good so far right now. So, yeah, I mean, a couple of these other squads, they have to really play their life. I mean, Butterfly Effect has been doing, they've been maneuvering around the map the entire day, and so is Lotus. So they'll have to keep up kind of what they've been doing and really just focus more on getting those placement points. But we can see Mazexus on the rotation. They spot a couple players from Lotus that are here. Fishy's got to be a little bit crazy, but look at that. Fetty on the left side is going to be able to take down Skyline, drop him real quick as Fishy maybe is going to try and go for a heal off. Everest is right on the other side of the smoke, though. Fatty continuing the carnage, taking on Baton very quickly. I was thinking that this was in Mazexus' favor, but, well, Fetty popping off until that happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Fetty's got the double barrel. He's already hit 2 of the Mazexus players with it. It's not the DBS like we all like to see, but I mean, if you hit the first 2 shots, it's doing the same damage. It's doing the same thing. So Mazexus really needing to actually put the pressure onto Fetty or not, because we can see they're not in zone. They're all the way on the edge. We're seeing, you know, the southern team, I believe it's Butterfly Effect, start to rotate in as well. And I mean, it's only a matter of time before one of these players has to move from Daddy Blue and start taking these fights.
Tries to peek out. Oh, it's actually a third party from 412 Nomads from deep that takes them down. And, well, there is a large number of bullets getting thrown in. They were not expecting that. Guaranteed. A little unfortunate for Lotus. They go out in 6, at least with the 5 elimination points, so it wasn't all for naught. But man, Mazexus here, now just one player left alive, trying to stay here. It's 412, trying to continue their dominance.
Yeah, I mean, Crow's the last alive. He might be the player that's either going to make or break for his team right now on trying to shoot up the leaderboard. 1 on 412, getting knocked on the edge of zone. Maybe it's his chance to rotate in for free. No one on this west side because they're all in the coal mine fighting each other. So Crow being able to be a bit of a saving grace for his team. He does get the zone shift as well. So in a spot like this, I'm expecting Crow to just almost just be sitting next to a penguin if he's got that companion with him, and letting Bope and Butterfly Effect just have absolute carnage on this northern side, seeing if he's able to get those few extra placement points and possibly a few extra kills, because we can see on the right, there's no full 4-man squad. It's all solos, duos, Bope having 3 up, of course, but 1 being knocked on the edge of zone, only 20 seconds left to be able to rotate in and get that up. So right now, I mean, it could be anyone's game right now.
Definitely could be. We've seen, you know, all of these squads kind of make something happen, you know, in this entire game. Looks like a excuse. They're going to be able to finally grab one. Bope has 2 players down. 1 player barely left alive, trying to stay up there. It's Fuego. And yeah, that's going to be it. 5th place for Bope. But hey, 9 eliminations. That is definitely, they're feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting kills, then you're obviously feeling it. If you get the placement points, you're feeling it too. But I mean, Draco absolutely just styled on him with the DPS. We're down to just 5 remaining. Butterfly Effect taking the 1v1 right now, trying to get it up. And I mean, it's just a 1v2 situation now. He's got a good portion of the zone. They have to run in the open if it shifts to the center. Because I believe after this, we're going into zone 9, which just closes down to the center. So Excuse gonna have to play this as a standard 2v2. I'd like to see them throw the util first. Guessing if he's on top, but I mean, this is gonna have to come down to, does Exotic hit those shots when he peaks, or does Excuse play this, little bait and switch action correctly?
I mean, if they have any smokes, now might be the time to use them, right? You use some smokes, kind of move on up. Exotic won't exactly know where you're coming from, but they're trying to use as much cover as they can. It looks like that's what Draco's doing. You can see he has that DVS in hand. The Molotov is trying to push him off the top. The shots go in, but he's going to pull. Almost gets one, but it's not enough as Draco is able to do it, and that's Excuse taking home the top spot. Winner, winner, chicken dinner with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, and I want to say too, that Draco at some point, I'm wanting to see the stats from him, possibly if we can get it. Just absolutely insane numbers from him. I think he was top fragging for his team, and we talk about teams having these sort of star players, and he's it for that team. I mean, if you're having someone like him not hit those shots when he's needing it the most, your team's possibly going out 6th, 8th, 10th, 12th place, even with how much early skirmishing is going on. So, I'd really like seeing the play that they did. The Molly did come out in the end, which I do like to see as well. But going back to those early skirmishes, I really wonder, if you chose not to take this third-party fight, how would that game have played out differently?
That's a really good question. Who knows? We had Draco there, 8 eliminations is what it was. But I'm really curious to see what Mr. Reflections Noble thought of that map, because that was electric.
Bro, that was crazy. And one of the most exciting maps, the most exciting map we have seen yet out of all 4. It started with that massive initial where it was third party after third party after third party. Goroka City was just popping off, and I couldn't believe it. We go back to that moment, and Enigma, starting with you, we had at least 4 teams off the rip. We had K19, Wall Street Bets, as well as Black Mamba fighting, right? That was the first 3. Then we see C4 enter into the mix, and this is some snippets of that initial, which seemed to go on forever.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it, I can't blame the players for thinking of, let's just go in and, we actually do see, wasn't K19 getting the initial knock, is going to be Age finishing, but I thought he had team mollied himself. But going back to the other notion, a lot of it just comes down to, you see the third party fight, you see knocks, why not go for it? And then it's just, okay, someone else has the same idea. We talked about it in Premiere as well, about people having the same ideas. A lot of that comes down to the IGL being able to recognize if it's something that's almost too generic of a play for some of these teams to be making. So I'd like to see that switch up going in the last 2 matches, because if you're at, that bottom 12, you're needing to make drastic changes to get into that top 4.
Dantro, C4, though, they ended up looking strong. They do finish the fight. They were almost the final boss in that moment, but then appeared an extra additional boss. And that was Butterfly Effect, who ends up finishing 2nd place in map 4 here on Vikendi. They take down C4. They go on to progress to endgame, where they have to battle against Excuse, who finishes off with 14 eliminations. They get the 10 bonus points. That's going to be 24 points. They come in 7th place in the standing. Surely they break into top 4 after this victory.
I would be really surprised if they didn't. We kind of were mentioning it before we headed into this back half, that it is any team's game to be able to come out on top, right? And I feel like Excuse just kind of showcased that. Not only did they be able to take that 1st place spot, but they did it with style. 1,800 damage, 14 limbs. We just saw C4 do that. We almost expect that from C4. Excuse coming in, showing that they have what it takes just as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse. Well done. Definitely the strongest game we have seen from them today. Not the highest scoring game. That would be 25 points just a little bit earlier, I believe, from either from C4 or even going a little bit further to, I don't even, game number 1, right? With 412 Nomads, but an impressive game nonetheless. Both esports, though, finding a couple of placings as they find themselves with Fuego making an appearance in 2 slots there. Enigma, good to see him back in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on fire at least the whole day because Bope has had these games where, you know, maybe they're not getting the placement, but the kills are really starting to show up, and it's really saving them in this, you know, this point dynamic of getting the kills. The placement, you know, can come later if you're just slaughtering the lobby in the first 2 zones. And we saw it. I mean, 3rd, 4th zone in that Vikendi match was down to just about 8 or so teams left alive. And, you know, a team like Lotus, I could see right here, they were a team we had talked about, had the center position, but weren't really picking up elim points. Every other squad having 3 or 4 players, and ultimately, you know, I was thinking they'd get more points with their positioning, but the zone shifts off of them, and unfortunately I think they're going to be staying near that bottom half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, but 412 Nomads in 4th place. Dancho, they start in 1st place in the standings. That 4th place with 9 points should keep them in 1st, but there's some rosters looking to catch up. Big story, though, 9 through 16, Danjo, is Dauntless, who is at 34 points total in 2nd place in standings. After a weak game 4, we might be seeing them drop down a bit.
I think we will. You know, we watched them have that like flawless play up until obviously that final 2v1, which they kind of just dropped. I gotta wonder if they had been able to win that 2v1 very quickly, right? Would they have been able to set themselves up for position for that rest of that map and then be able to move on, pick up a couple of other eliminations, get some more placement points, and we could be talking about a whole different story right now. But unfortunately, that little bit of aggression does cost them, and that can just go to show you they're still in 4th, so nothing crazy. But before going into this map, the scores were a lot closer. As we come out of map 4, it's in a completely different story.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Enigma, excuse. Right after that massive victory, they overtake 412 Nomad. They're in 1st, and that is such a jump. They go from 7th place all the way up to 1st, and that's how impactful one strong game could go. Another big place in Enigma, Mazexis goes from 6th place to 3rd, and then rounding us off in 4th is Dauntless, so they drop down 2 places. But a lot of shifting score lines, more so than I was expecting before.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes down to Dauntless themselves maybe overheating from the previous gunfights and matches they were having, getting all those kills. You know, you're needing someone that, you know, can pump the brakes, so to speak, on your team to make sure you're not overheating. But I'm looking at it too, you know, coming into today, we're seeing the bonus points on that 3rd column. I'm seeing, you know, the rate, or oh gosh, who is that team? The Canadian Eagles just absolutely fumbling right now with 10 bonus points coming from the Challenger qualifiers. So these teams, you know, there's not a lot of these premier teams that were relegated back down showing up today.
That's a fact, isn't it? And it's scary to see because, it just shows that the competition is getting better and better. I mean, you know, you look at a team such as C4, who just a bit ago was winning Premier Finals, right? That was just last season. This season, they're now find themselves in Challenger Finals, fighting for their life to just once again try and reclaim their title in back-to-back seasons. Nothing is guaranteed. They're currently in 5th place. 34 points to 36 to Dauntless, which means they could jump up to 4th, but even still, nothing is guaranteed. The only team right now in the top 4 is Mazexis, and that is the one of the 4 teams who was in the Premier. But for the most part, very impressed with these Challenger teams. And Andrew, you know that, right? And I said that at the beginning of the show. Challenger teams, they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, and they bring that energy in. And if you are a team that's got relegated, that's looking to make back into the Premier League, you've got to come in with that same energy.
I mean, that's kind of the fun part of relegation, right? Is that when you're this team that comes on down, I've seen this across multiple different esports titles, right? When you're in this sort of position, those teams kind of take it one of two ways. They either go, you know, why are we here? We shouldn't be here. And maybe they don't take it nearly as serious, but you hit it right on the head. These challenger teams, they are at their kind of wits end. They are trying to do whatever they can. They have nothing to lose. They want to come in with that fire, and they're just making it known that they have what it takes to be in that premier spot. So I'm excited because I feel like some of these teams are just absolutely putting on a masterclass compared to some of those premier teams that did drop down, and proving why they should be up there in that upper echelon of talent.
Love what I'm seeing, though, man. And from some teams anyways, Canadian Eagles getting the 10 additional points, still sitting in 7th. This Tough and Hyper was one of those teams when they went into Premier Finals, and they had the 10 additional points, and they finished outside, I believe, of the money, if I'm not mistaken. Miramar, though, we're going back. We saw it in Map 2. Map 5, we return. And Miramar was won by Dauntless earlier on. We'll see if they can go back-to-back in maps tonight, at least when it comes to Miramar's sake, which would be big for them, Enigma. If they do win this map, they're already in top 4, in 4th place. They could maybe overtake Excuse in first and Bailey secure their spot right in the Premier Finals.
Yeah, I mean, they were the team that was relegated last season to contenders, and now, they're trying to prove themselves that, we can go back into Premier. And right now, I mean, they've shown in the last Miramar, they had a hell of a kills going into it. And right now, I'm expecting the same amount of effort, that same amount of class that they had going into the last few matches into this one.
And Mazexis, bringing up Mazexis. And Dandro, the reason why I do is because in map number 2, they were doing so well positionally. They find themselves on the south end of the map, uncontested. They go all the way up north and ultimately end up finding themselves contested between 2 rosters. But they make their way out. They finish in 2nd place, and they had a plethora of eliminations. Given the fact that they're in 3rd place, Mazexis, going back to Miramar, could also have a strong game.
Yeah, this was kind of one of the things I was curious about when we looked at this map set, right? Obviously, we know that these first 2 maps are kind of the bread and butter, right? People know these maps, they love them, they know how they want to play them. We then get into a little bit of the weirdness in the middle there, and now we end it back on these 2 maps. So, I think we could see sort of a little bit of a momentum shift and gameplay change for some of these teams. Mazexis, if they were this squad that they had success in game number 2, but maybe they're not feeling as confident heading here into map number 5. And so I think confidence changes, people's, kind of game plans changes, how they want to attack the map. Maybe they're feeling like, hey, we don't want to play as aggressive. We don't want to maybe make those rotations. We're really trying to play for placement points. These are all things that can get in your head over the course of obviously a competition. So even though it's the same map, I definitely do not think it'll be playing out the same way.
Talk about getting in your head. Enigma, let's get into your head. Who are you going with to be your team for map number 5?
I've got to go with Dauntless, baby. I mean, they've shown the gun skill. They won the last Miramar. I'm expecting the back-to-back repeat from them. The 2-time, as some like to say. But, that's got to be my cast into the pile,
All right, not a bad prediction. Dauntless, they're looking to lock in their top 4 here. Let's see if they can. Dandra, what about you?
I don't know, man. That 2v1 from Dauntless doesn't really instill a lot of confidence for me. I think I'm going with Mazexis. Like I said, I think it's an entirely new ball game, but they've managed to stay consistent through these last couple maps. I think obviously they showed some prowess on this map before. Maybe they'll just make a couple small changes to be able to actually come out on top this time instead of just barely losing in that 2nd spot.
I like it, and I think I'm in agreement with you. I'm going to go with Mazexis, given the fact that if they get... Hey, I got to do it, Enigma. Got to go with my boy Dandro. If they find themselves in the dead end of the map once again and zone favors them, not like map number 2, I think they actually have a great chance to make it. We got our UC giveaway as we've been doing throughout the fly-throughs of each and every map. Make sure you're getting involved and cashing in. Well, map number 5, we're almost towards the end. 2 more to go. Miramar being map 5. I'm ready to get it started. So without further ado, Dandro, Enigma, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. Well, if there's one thing that we know here, Enigma, that just because Taylor said that Mazexis is going to win this map, we know they're getting first blooded off drop. Is probably what's about to happen. So maybe I want to redo my predictions. is something I might want to go ahead.
The heartbreak you gave me, okay? The heartbreak you gave me.
Hey, maybe. Look at this plane line. I do like this, right? We're kind of towards the more northern side of the map as we kind of fly on over. People are going to maybe be trying to stretch down to that southwest side, maybe try and get a little bit of space, get their loot up, but I expect we might see some fights here right off drop that maybe might surprise some people.
Yeah, I mean, we could see it too. Some of the big names like Losianos, Trumacera, even teams that drop towards Valley aren't really going to be able to make that sort of drop unless they 2-step it, grab a car on a road, everyone gets in the clown car and we drive 30 minutes away to the local little sightseeing spot. But talk about sightseeing, Excuse is not going to be doing that because they're taking this early game fight. Black Mamba picking one off too onto level X, a little bit of a freebie point for them. Team that absolutely needs elimination points right now because they are sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
I mean, I like that Black Mamba is keeping the aggression, right? We saw it in that last map. Obviously it kind of worked for them before they kind of got stuck in that fight. And now, obviously, with K19, but now they're here back again, off drop, keeping it mixy. And unfortunately for Spotlight, though, it's going to be Carnage from Level X who's able to get that nice little sniper. We're going to see any more here.
Yeah, I mean, he had the Winchester. Dave's #1 gun on this map. I am kind of a fan of it, too. Also seeing otherwise, in other parts of the map, K19 having their fight at Picado, but Black Mamba picking up 3 elims already. Excuse, though, not letting him get the 4th, trying to force his fight in the hotel sack.
I mean, they were feeling really good. I love this. Chris just was managed to get away and is just kind of sitting here and just say, "Hey, you guys want to take this over? All right, great. I'm just getting out of here. Maybe try and get some placement points." As Papa Triste gets absolutely lasered as excuse. They want to be able to come in. They're feeling themselves. They're feeling great. They want to be able to get this team wipe, get this third party, and claim this as their own.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit up from Poppy, just a little bit of a panic moment going on. He heard Chris running behind him on the wall, actually getting a knock onto excuse. So I was thinking Black Mamba being able to read the kill feed going, hey, let's just jump out the window or something. Jump off the roof, hit a little bit of a Batman play on him with a pan or something. Excuse now trying to make this little bit of a run around, ring around the rosy going on with a solo before they push in. Black Mamba now down to just 2 players of all things. They do have 3 elims, but this is not a moment in the match when you're wanting to get eliminated.
Absolutely not. I mean, Krish there, kind of had made it out, and I'm a little bit surprised that they decided to push back in, maybe thinking that they could kind of third party, thinking that maybe there was only 1 or 2 left. They could kind of weasel their way out a couple eliminations, but unfortunately will go down, but a nice cooked nade will be able to find Draco. And they're starting to turn the tide. We saw Black Mamba do this, right? They were just be able to sit up top with these shotguns and saying, all right, you want to play this? Push us. Go for it. Like, we'll play this game all day long. And, it was only after a little bit while did they get taken out. So we'll have to see if maybe they just run that strategy back again, just sit up top, or maybe, Excuse will be able to find a different way. But look who's back fighting off drop yet again. Wall Street Bets in K19.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem with these early game fights is we're seeing it, Killjoy doesn't even have a vest. He's got, the big med, but if you're getting knocked in just 3 bullets, it's not really going to be doing you much.
Yeah.
Thankfully for them, they have 1 elim on each side, making this a bit of an even fight. But a lot of it's going to come down to, what did you loot off drop? Did you get a chest? A chest piece? No? Well, you're going to die in 2 hits. Did you get the meds? Did you get, a little bit of poke damage onto you? Well, you're going to be half HP then going into the fight. So a lot of it's going to come down to how do these teams know and how do they react to these early game plays. And that's the beauty about this game, is there's a lot of variety and differentiation involving what kind of loot these players get in terms of these early game fights. And it really just opens up and opens the eyes to the viewers to see what kind of mindset these players are going through, as we see QWERTY trying to get a bit of an off angle. And it's only a matter of time before one of these teams slips up, whether through a door, a window, and gives the opening knock.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I've been loving about, kind of being able to sit here and watch PUBG Mobile. It's just the variety of different guns and watching people just get aggressive, right? Traditionally, we think battle royales, everybody wants to camp. They want to be able to get their placement, right? They want to be able to get that winner chicken dinner. But even here at the highest competition of PUBG Mobile, we're seeing people get a little mixy off drop and not afraid to start to get some of these eliminations. So kind of a standoff now between these two. We'll see if they can maybe make something happen. We're seeing C4 pick up some kills on the other side of the map, which, speaking of the map, I don't know, production, if we can bring up the circle of where this thing pulled to, because it's a little dumb. Is the word I can think of. Back-to-back maps, and they would talk to me about it, because everybody's got to be able to make a trek. I feel like I'm watching Lord of the Rings with the amount of walking that's about to have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we can see 2 squads, I guess 3 if you want to count OG, are actually in the zone. But at this point, I mean, when you're pulling off drop and you're seeing, the amount of people leaving the plane, because it tells you, I mean, you got to be looking over your shoulders left to right, because if you're seeing no one pull next to you, you should have a rough idea of, hey, this whole eastern side of the plane path just seems absolutely free.
Yep. Okay, OG. Trying to get a fight with C4. Using that third-person perspective, be able to get some angles. Pops out. The one pump is there. Continuing on through. Find Skur, but Daddy Payne looks like they're going through, and a little bit of love taps after the shots come out, too. C4, take that fight beautifully. It was getting a little mixy for me. I thought OG had it in the bag, but Daddy Payne with the wrap just absolutely puts him on down.
Yeah, and I mean, the wrap was the key point. He was able to get that last knock before his second teammate gets finished, but Juki getting finished. No overwatch from the K19 teammates. HH is off to the I believe, the west side of the road somewhere, trying to get this knock on Accordi. But a bit of a misplay. I'm not too sure what angle the K19 player Toki was holding, if he's going to be able to get finished there. On top of that as well, you're hugging a wall. He thinks possibly that the players may be down below the stadium stack. So it comes down to, a really bit of a misplay, maybe a bit of a stress movement, just crawling into the open. I personally would have just crawled towards the window to try, get under it. But, that's why they're playing, not me, But K19,
You sounded a little salty from that.
I'm a little disappointed. I'll be honest with you. A little disappointed. I saw the windows. I'd at least, expect a little bit of a prone gameplay going on. But, I mean, you talked about the zone earlier. I'm expecting K19 to possibly try to just back up onto the road. The problem is, Cordy now having this upper, over the top angle, this crow's view almost, is just going to prevent them from escaping. Maybe HH can get out, but we're in the gameplay now where you're going to need the kills. And thankfully for him, he's going to get the knock actually on Accordi to possibly disengage or at least take the 2v2 there. Well, we're obviously seeing too. Lotus Esports, team that dropped, I believe, on the far west side, trying to rotate in. And HH actually made the cross onto the road.
Ooh, okay.
I don't think he's got any meds, so one scar bullet on him. Oh!
Gotta hit
And
these shots. Well,
that's it.
Unfortunately, it's the shots hit on him.
Yeah, just the one in the head.
Just the one. I mean, when you're that low HP, I feel like we could have seen some tumbleweed aggressively roll into him, and it might have been enough for the knock there. But sitting out here in Daddy Blue, like you love to say, is maybe just trying to find that last player from Wall Street Bets who is nearby, but Kido is maybe has to be a little bit careful. No meds in the backpack, so let's maybe decide, do I just try and make this rotation? Do I try and make the play, or do I want to try and find the elimination?
Oh!
And with that submachine
Oh, wait, you gotta reload the gun!
Oh,
wait, is he gonna die?
Oh,
wait, he's gotta get over to it. Wait, does he?
Storm.
He doesn't get the kill if he dies, and then Jiwon bleeds out. You gotta find him. Where's the headset? No!
The teammate's coming over. Cordy's nearby as well.
I don't think. Oh, he is gonna get the kill credit at least, but it's only a matter of time. Oh, he gets one. Get the other. Jump out! Jump out! Oh my goodness!
He needs the med zone.
Disaster strikes, and he's dead.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of best case scenario, right?
Yeah.
The 3v1 gets 2, and the Wall Street Bets, they don't even get that last elimination point. They just, okay, you just get taken out to the play zone. Have fun. Wow, what a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see in the lobby next to us with that, because, I mean, he went to loot the body, and guess what? 0 meds on it. You're
0 meds.
Running around the buildings, hoping you can find some, because, I mean, you're not going to be able to drive into zone from there. He's going to have to run to the car, drive in, listen to IGL, be like, okay, where should I be driving? While being on 0 meds, so a little bit of a slower, gas steady, motion from them, but right now, Nomad's opting to drive out into the zone, not wanting anything to do with Bope, and that's one of the teams that, I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, Bope just went absolutely belligerent in that last map, pulling up some insane numbers that we saw. So we'll see if they can manage to continue to do something. Haven't found a ton of eliminations just yet, but we know that Miramar is more of an open map, right? Vikendi, you can get into the action a little bit faster, and they obviously took advantage of that. Probably just had some strong positioning to catch some people rotating in. Is Ophelia trying to do their best to make the rotation, but guess what? Mother Nature says otherwise.
Well, you got to be scary about that, because the buggy danger, I'm not sure if you know, if you start flipping it, he starts taking a lot of damage. He starts taking a lot of damage, but damage itself, absolute beam out of the Black Mamba player. Only 2 players left alive, but we can see on the right side on the battle tracker, 7 elimination points, about to make it 9 possibly. Black Mamba. I mean, they've got the meds compared to WSB, so they're able to make this sort of zone play and catch the car rotations lacking. And we saw in that first match, or the first Miramar match, Excuse getting caught on the same exact car spawn. So a little ironic for me to see no one really doing the VOD review mid-tournament. It's kind of hard to be doing
playing, okay?
Yeah, they're focusing on the gameplay.
Sure. I mean, really unfortunate, like you said, though. I mean, for them to be able to just try and make this car rotation in, and for Black Mamba to just be waiting and wait, and to be able to kind of laser them out of the car is just, really, really solid for them. Now, they didn't know if it was just 2 or maybe potentially more, but, okay, Zombie Boy's trying to take some shots at Bope above, but you don't want to do this.
And I mean, you're out of zone here too. You see the 2 other players on an open hillside, I think. So it's Bobe sees it. They're calling it out.
I love it.
There's a player, at least one, on the backside. We have 1 knock that's going to be 2 max here. There's no way they got the revive, and this is just full-on aggression from Bobe. But Ophelia getting knocked, instantly thirsted off rip.
Wow.
Huge misplay by him, but Tina's going to have to do more than just 1 here to make it out alive.
There we go.
Can't do it. And Crazy now with the suicide send almost gets knocked instantly.
That was a completely useless play. Was trying to come out to help the teammates, but you just get absolutely fried coming through that. And just like that, the Zombie Boys are taking out 12th place, 2 eliminations. I mean, sure, it's 2 points on the board, but wow. I thought maybe they could do something when they got that first initial, just very quick knock, but unfortunately, they just got picked apart, and then Crazy at the very end there. Little bit of a misplay, I think, driving up there. Maybe could have hopped out early to kind of maybe throw them off a little bit, but before he even had a chance to fight, he was dead.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that just comes down to, the comfortability that these players have in those sorts of high-pressure situations, because you're in a 1v1. I mean, if you lose this, your team gets wiped, probably. It all comes down to essentially just a few individual plays, and it's a lot just comes down to, have these players been exposed to it? Are they used to it? Are they experienced enough to know what is going to happen? And these lower end teams, we're starting to see them crumble a bit. A lot of it comes from, ironing, sharpening iron. And I mean, it doesn't really work if you're wanting to just be copper out there. So, I'm wanting to see, the improvement. And you talked about it on the stream before, earlier with Taylor, about, we talk about these players, these new upcoming players coming in and showing the experience and the level of play. But I mean, I'd like to see them pull almost like what K19's doing, pick up an experienced player, have them willing to teach you the ropes, the name of the game, while being able to put your own flair to it with the gun skill.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really, really cool way to kind of construct a team when we sort of look at it. You can see, it looks like Dauntless, they got some vehicles. They're trying to be able to get away. Daddy Payne trying to maybe get a quick little knock, or at least get some vehicle damage in. Doesn't look like they're able to fully get it here, but we can see when we look at the map, zone's pulling a little bit more kind of northeastern, pulled up a little bit, and we got only a couple teams that are rotating in with vehicles from the outside. We got Black Mamba, who they might be able to catch for 12 if they do play this correctly. But the south side of the map, this is where I think a lot of stuff is going to go on. We got those Canadian Eagles who are ready and waiting to caca their way maybe to some eliminations, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see what kind of positioning they can grab. But so far, I mean, look at the elims here, Enigma. Only a couple teams are finding some success.
Well, and I mean, I think a lot of it's just, the teams that did have some success already wiped out. A lot of these teams that chose to play it slower either lost a player on rotate, but talking about losing a player, Baby Tang hitting the 1v1 of the century with the DVS. His teammates now coming around the building for support, forcing them either to push into Baby Tang or play on the outside. And with that sort of play, it's only a matter of time before, Canadian Eagles really start slaughtering you with the talents, and that's going to be it. Full wipe for Canadian Eagles, not losing a single player. 3 elims on the board for them. Drago, unfortunately, not having any of them. I thought he'd be, the top fragger in the fight. But, there's 4 players on each team. It's not like he's the only one that can shoot a gun.
That's
but
true.
Talking about the map, like you had said earlier, a lot of the teams actually emphasizing this, or the southeastern side of the zone itself. A few of them, playing that edge northwest, thinking that the center is taken. But, I mean, if it shifts off them, I could see a huge bloodbath going on the edge of the zone.
Oh, for sure. Canadian Eagles getting an elimination on a butterfly effect, mind you. They were a team that we were kind of hoping would make something happen, but obviously here now they're not. But look at this, F29 is able to get a knock on the Canadian Eagles, and they have some sort of high ground, and Dark has this nice little cheeky positioning. The rest of the teammates up on the hill from deep, maybe potentially can get something through the smoke. I'm not entirely sure.
So you talk about the upper spots, but what about JP's spot? He's got the buggy posted
I do
up.
like
He's
this.
just, I mean, he just needs a little towel out there to sunbathe or something. He's just relaxing. He's just chilling. But
Like a salamander.
F29, I mean, Hot Juke says it the best. He said it every week, you know, about these early game fights. Unless you're taking these full out fights like what Canadian Eagles just did, if you're taking these pod shots long range and losing damage, I mean, your helmet only has so much HP, your vest only has so much HP, and you only have so many meds. Now, luckily, obviously, we're in a DBS meta. You're not needing that much backpack space to hold the ammo, but oh my goodness. Talking about the zone shift, almost everyone is out of the zone. It goes northwest, baby.
Hey, look at this JP. He's just like maybe like ready and waiting to just absolutely reap. Has that high ground. Will potentially be able to catch some people coming on in. Everybody else, they got to figure out how do they want to get to zone. I think the only other team that is potentially set up is Dauntless, who, if they kind of play well, they might be able to catch some people coming on in. So a number of teams here trying to be able to set on up 412, looking to be one of those squads to make their way on in. They're coming from that western side, so they'll have a pretty clean rotation. They're actually kind of mirroring, I believe, Mizexis.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of this is going to come down to, you know, the early bird kind of catches the worm. The early teams that rotate, that choose to hold the edge almost. If you could see a spot kind of in zone that, you know, like, hey, you know, we need to hold this spot and we can go in after and play that. If you hold the edge and all these other teams that chose to play it a little bit slower, they're just going to be driving into you for free. You can see it now, you know, 412 picking up a freebie kill. Now, obviously, Lotus is, you know, standing in their way with Mizexis off to the east of them on the southern side of zone, but I mean, a little bit of a freebie point for them. Dauntless, you know, the team that you had noted, picking up one as well on a rotation. They are a duo, unfortunately, so if they do have to get pushed or if they have to make a push themselves, it's going to be a little bit rough, but it's not like we haven't seen miracles happen here before.
True.
So,
I mean, they have I do like that they're just holding this building. They're trying to just look out of the windows because I feel like if anybody does try and roll up in a vehicle, right, you got both players looking out a window who maybe can get shots in. You can very quickly, if they are a full 4-person squad, you can turn into a 2v3 very quickly. As on the other side of the map, F29 having similar ideas as Supra driving around in that souped up car. Well, they get some great shots in. It actually looks like Dark and maybe Milky are going to be the ones to try and maybe get some shots in, chase a little bit.
Yeah, and a lot of it just comes down to, you know, playing with these vehicles. You get a bit more of a TPP aspect higher up than you do, excuse me, when you're outside of the vehicle. And a lot of it, I think, is you're in the later part of the game. You need to be taking space and putting pressure on teams so they don't think that they're able to put that same pressure onto you. And the better teams are able to act like a full squad with just one player with the sort of aggression limit plays they have. Black Mamba possibly able to pick up a freebie here, not hitting the Kobe nade. Nomad down to just one player, a team that I thought would make the rotate in, and unfortunately not. So I'd like to see Black Mamba try to make this sort of push for the little free point.
So would I. I mean, they just to give you some quick little stats here, they have more than double the damage of the next team behind them. They currently have 1,500 damage. Next closest is Bope with 788. Black Mamba already sitting on 10 eliminations. So they're entering that territory. We're still not in the money yet, I don't think, with the number of no, we're not with the number of teams for placement points. So they can get aggressive if they want to keep trying to get these eliminations. But they can, all right. They're still staying aggressive. I was about to say, like, they don't have to do this if they don't want to, right? They can just play for placement points and still have a fat game if they want, but they're getting aggressive. They want to keep on moving, and especially picking up that one last little elim. They're feeling good, but on the other side of the map, we have C4 taking on Mizexis, and Skyline was trying to get in some shots, but it looks like C4 might back up and reposition.
Yeah, I mean, C4's got the positioning advantage. They have the building that's just on the edge of zone. They have 3 players up. I'd like to see them try to get the finishes on a Mizexis, but they do seem to be knocked by quite a few meters in between the players, so I don't think he's going to go for the res. He's just going to try to play placement, maybe. You can see on the edge of the zone, too, you know.
Ooh.
Another team starting to make the rotate in.
Lotus.
I mean, Canadian Eagles, too. Another team on that eastern side that already has picked up a few kills, losing one player already, but C4 actually taking the aggression to Mizexis, not letting him even get his single teammate up. So Skyline forced into a 1v1 situation with Skur, and this is someone that has been hitting everything, almost hitting the nade on, doing good damage, but I don't see a DBS on Skyline. I was going to say I could see seeing him hit the one shot, but Skur opting out to just play the nade game, and he absolutely Kobe's them.
It looked like he was attempting to go for the heels, but couldn't decide. Do I go for the heels? Do I try and hit the nade? Do I go for the heels? Do I try and hit the nade? Well, guess what? Skur made the decision for you, because that decision was just eat the other grenade and then get, eliminated. Which is not exactly what you always want to see. Wall Street Bets, QWERTY still alive from that early game engagement, but baby Tang letting it sing, bringing him to the opera.
And I mean, he gets 6th place, a few placement points under the belt for them, but I mean, we're really reaching the point now where those placement points start to shoot up drastically. Canadian Eagles still have 3 players up. They have a pretty decent spot. They're needing to put some sort of aggression towards Bope. Bope actually opting out of pushing up onto him, going back towards that western side on the northern zone. But C4 bringing the aggression again with the nades on the Canadian Eagles, getting the knock and possibly the finish on the Quinn. And a lot of the zone, I don't think is that playable. I think it's just one main ridge in the middle and everyone fighting on the edge.
I like this Skur kind of just sitting out here as well. JP and Daddy Payne not too far away. I mean, as we get down here, looks like Black Mamba did finally go out. Yeah, here's your final 4 teams. We got the Canadian Eagles, Lotus, Bope, and C4. And pretty healthy squads across here as well. I mean, Canadian Eagles, obviously the only squad with 2, but across the other ones, they're decently healthy, all with 3 players. So we might have to be a little bit careful here, because as soon as one fight breaks out, it could be third-party central.
Yeah, and I mean, I love it too with the production. We get to see the actual live HP of each player as well. Additionally, if they're knocked, so we get to see instantly who's taking shots at who. And right now, I think it's going to be Lotus having to at least take shots on the Bope to try to get into this next zone. He has a bit of a ridge on this right side. I'm not sure if that's in. It doesn't seem to be. And I mean, this might be disastrous for Lotus Esports, having to find some sort of spot in front of the team that seems to just be hitting every single shot that they've been taking. So it's going to just only be a matter of time till we see disaster strike for some of these teams.
Vehicles in play, trying to use some of those smokes. Baby Tang gonna use these smokes to get just into zone. Maybe use that Eurus for a little bit of cover. Looks like Bope has a similar idea, a little bit behind them. Canadian Eagles, they need to be a little bit careful, because if Bope looks over here, they might be able to get some shots off. Thankfully, it does look like they're saved a little bit by a ridge that's in there. Fetty from Lotus Esports still alive. Him and Fishy are trying to do their best to stay up here. Pop some meds. They're able to get it off. C4, though, could get aggressive. They could get the elimination if they wanted to.
Yeah, Fishy's trying to group up. I'd like to see him actually almost just stay on that U-ask, a little bit more cover, shoot the tires off of it before the vehicle gets exploded so it gets a little bit closer to the ground. But Bope, I think, is in the most precarious spot in zone. It actually seems the team on top of the hill, Canadian Eagles, was eliminated, so Bope maybe getting a free win out of this one, not having the thorn in their side, and having every other team just having to run down the hillside in front of them.
It looked like, I think Bope was actually the team that took them out too.
Oh,
so
really?
Stacking up some nice eliminations. They're currently sitting on a 10 right now.
Wow.
As we can see, it looks like Lotus is on this other side, trying to be able to take some fights against C4. And well, we're just kind of coming down to the final moments where Bope seems to be the ones that are in prime position. They got this triangle formation rocking. C4 is they have to move. They have the vehicles though. Let's see what can happen.
Well, they're going for Lotus. They're playing for the second place. The jump out, and he hits the double headshot instantly. Wait. Why are we driving in more?
Oh my God.
Oh! The Neo play. It's down to just 1 on the C4. 2v1. Having to run in from zone. Daddy Payne forced to take this fight in the open, and Fuego's just going to take it nice and easy. Here we go, baby.
Fuego.
Bang! Oh my goodness. Bope Esports with the win. I was kind of getting scared there, Dandro. I saw the car play. I'm seeing the hip-fire headshots, but ultimately Bope coming out on top with huge elimination points for their squad. I mean, Dandro, what do you think about... I thought Black Mamba was the team that was impressive, but they came back.
I mean, Bope they obviously kind of were able to. I think there's the one thing I look at, right? Obviously, we saw their success in Vikendi, right? They put up a ton of eliminations, but we were like, oh, well, that's a smaller map, so they could play more aggressive. Well, look what happened, right? They got into this sort of end game scenario where they got to be able to play aggressive. They kind of set up this nice little formation, and they just let the eliminations come to them. I think that's some really smart play out of Bope Esports, and well, being able to take that with 15 eliminations in that first place spot, they're going to be jumping up the leaderboard for sure. I'm very excited to see kind of where they end in the standings. But yeah, I'm right there with you. When it came down to that final sort of moments of that game, I think they played it beautifully, right? They were ready. They were waiting. They said, we don't have to be the team to move here, right? C4 and Lotus, they were letting them go at it. And they were able just to, because of that rotation, because C4 got so aggressive, they were like, all right, you want to rotate with cars? Have fun. We're about to pepper you up. And then obviously they got the eliminations. Comes down to the final moments there. But insane stuff. I mean, great stuff out of all three of those teams, to be honest with you, at the end. I'm curious, though, to see what does Taylor think about that kind of final moments, because that got a little spicy.
Got very spicy. You know, C4 was full sending it, which is something they've been doing since the very start of today, right? Which at the first was biting them in the butt. But let's go back to their big initial fight where they showed a little bit of love, which I gotta be honest with you, we need a bit more of when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Enigma, we go back to the start. C4 faces off against OG right before your very eyes here. And at first it's looking like, oh, gee, they've got it. But the Daddy Pain puts the final shot in with the love taps. And that was personal because go back to game 2. Remember, Enigma, OG was the team that beat them in that very spot. C4 wins it when it matters most in map 5.
Yeah, and I mean, for them, you know, I really enjoy seeing Daddy Pain come in the back because a lot of it just comes down to, you know, not cutting corners. You're playing as a 4-man. Even though you lost a player, you possibly could have lost 2 or 3 players if you didn't rotate around the back. If you got lackadaisical or lazy even, thankfully for him, you know, he chose, you know, stick to the play on the rotate flank. My teammates are just going to run in and just he's going to have his back turned to me. And that's exactly what happened. So shout out to them not being, you know, a little bit of a cutting corners kind of person, but I mean, the zombie poise play was a bit questionable in my eyes.
Yeah, it was. There's Baby Tang, by the way. Baby Tang almost had that double kill with the, or double elimination with the car. Doesn't, of course, not as sensational this map, but still just as good. Couple of big name teams moving up the leaderboard, making game number 6 very interesting, Dandro. And one of those teams I want to highlight has to be, I believe, yeah, going to Black Mamba. They finish in 5th place. So as far as the placing points goes, not that impactful, but 11 eliminations. And why is that so big? Well, Dandro, Black Mamba was in 14th place. And they get that many eliminations, which means they could very well be within striking distance to qualifying after game 6.
I mean, listen, map 6 is the sort of do or die map. We say it all the time in esports, right? That's there. So we'll see what they're able to do. But let's take a minute to hype up our winners of that match number 5. It's Bope Esports, 2,300 damage, 15 limbs. Putting up numbers. You'll love to see it. They obviously felt comfortable on Vikendi. They're feeling comfortable here on Miramar. I can't wait to see in map number 6 what they're able to do. And look at this stat line. This is insane.
Insane to say the least. Bope lighting it up all the way through. F29 getting in with that longest elimination. It seemed like if there's ever a stat line to break up, right, a dominating performance is always going to be that longest elimination. But Bope absolutely dominated. 15 eliminations. That matches the performance, Enigma, from Dauntless in game number 2 as they had 15 eliminations themselves. And what a performance that is. And a big one indeed, because that means they're going to be jumping up the rankings. They were in 8th place. They might even overtake 1st off of that big game. But 25 for them, C4 with 16, and as I mentioned, Enigma, Black Mamba with 14. Great performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, but we talk about it time and time again. You know, there's been 4 other matches that have been played, so we're going into the last match. One game is not what's going to get you into that top 4 situation. We're needing more than just one showing out from this team. A team that was relegated down from the Premier qualifiers into this, and in my eyes, I mean, it's only standard that they have a standout game like this, and I'm wanting to see more of it from them.
14th place excuse, right from first place in map 4 to 14th and only 2 points in map number 5. That's going to drop them all the way down from first to third place, which, Danjo, makes things a bit scary because they only have 9 points above that of Dauntless, who's on the bubble with 40. So now we're going into game 6 and things start to get serious for really, honestly, all teams because we've seen tremendous points be gained. Who is in the scariest position in your eyes?
I think the scariest position to me is sort of, this Dauntless, Canadian Eagles, Mezexis, even Zombie Boys kind of here, right? Yeah, I mean, or 412, right? Like, even all of them, basically that chunk, 4th through 8th, because, 49, I think, excuse, they're going to be able to kind of stay up there. I think Bope, they're just heating up. They feel really great. But it's that small little gap between the points of that 4th through 8th slot that I think is going to really come down to the end. We've seen teams back to back right now, right? Get these chicken dinners with 15 elims. We know it's possible, right? And it's going to have to be, if one of those squads is able to secure that, which we saw Black Mamba was very close to doing that, and they're in 10th, right? So any of these squads who've been a little bit more consistent, we could see a huge shakeup and maybe just a little squeeze out in that 4th place spot.
Well, now at this point, right, consistency, that's an old talking point, and now it's all about a flash-in-the-pan performance going into map number 6, because that's all you got, right? We're going back into Erangel, where we started and where we will finish. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final map of the Challenger Finals coming your way.
Stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Sight dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the
A nice pre-fire should catch kindness. Passes some kindness. Says, I'm taking out you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see execute. Try to, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19 and
got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go.
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
I really like this information he's getting. Huge knock. Oh my god.
2 in the background, coming down. This fight takes too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players.
So Diego looking over that window is going to pop his head, say peekaboo, 1 down, 3 to go. Now looking to find the second, does so. Joey Chico last up for the squadron. YKG losing 2 players early to an elimination. Well, Chico, doing a little prone crawl here, but gets caught by a fragmentation grenade. Those things are nobody's friends ever.
Oh, and here's a fight.
Ooh, this is going to be Zombie Boys. They needed to hear that hype speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Wow.
Can they finish it off? They already had 1 elim coming into this, turning and burning on a Mercy. Mercy will go down. That'll be a bunch of eliminations, and Zombie Boys.
They're gonna let the circle do its work. All 3 of the 8 down members in 1 car. Ayala on foot in the wide open.
Oh my gosh, Ayala, don't do it to him! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him!
so huge, but they did get that rest. But G-Flow with the double knock. That is going to be C4 in big trouble. You want to change your pick? Change it. Change it now. Change it. Change it. Silly vaulted. Takes the shot.
Wait.
Baby run right on by. And now Hayuya.
So they just hightailed up the hillside. He gets
Backside angle. He got next on Mythic. What a highlight reel play this is.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series Challenger Finals for Season 3. It comes down to this, a final map. We are on Map 6, going back where we started. It's going to be Erangel. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dandro and Enigma. It's a big moment, right? Top 4 moves forward to play on Thursday, not only for some money, but also to regain some glory or find some new glory playing against those premier teams. A big opportunity. We take a look at our schedule, of course, like I said, Erangel coming up, but you see the previous winners and a lot of impactful winners. Dandro, Dauntless is one of them. Bope, right? Coming out. Who do you think is taking map number 6?
That's a tough question. I mean, Bope has looked good the last 2 maps, man. And I hate to just be like, the team that won the last one wins the next one, right? But I don't know. I feel like they're really kind of heating up. They're playing extremely well. And I feel like, we're going to a bread and butter map, and I feel like it's only going to suit them even more.
Good. It could indeed, man. But 412, they started off strong. They were in first place, I believe, a couple of times before we looked at the standings, and they find themselves all the way in 4th, which just separating them by 6 points between them and Dauntless. So trying to hold on tight. Enigma, we'll take one final look at standings before we hop into that final map. Break it down for me.
I mean, for me, right now, I'm looking at the top 8. I don't see WSB or Black Mamba dropping 20-plus kill games, so it's going to be a matter of these lower-end teams looking up and seeing, hey, we're going to need to be hawking the kill feed. We're going to be watching it and seeing who's dying to be almost just counting points mid-match, because, I mean, every point matters. We saw in the Premier qualifiers, it came between a 3-way tie for, I believe it was 12th, 11th, and 10th, and then 13th was 1 point back. So a lot of it, I think, is going to come down to, can these teams recognize, what kind of point range are they needing out of this next game? A lot of it, I think, is going to come down to, can they reach the 50-point mark during the match? But a lot of it's just going to come down to, do they fall under the pressure or do they succeed and make it onto the Premier Finals?
That's the question. Who will succeed and move forward to Premier Finals? Only 4 move, and it's a close race between 1 through 8. We're going to Erangel, our final map, map number 6. Chat, get loud and get active. We've got our UC giveaway going on. You can claim that at PUBGmobile.com/redeem. As I said, PUBGmobile.com/redeem for that UC giveaway. Enter the code. It comes down to this, boys. I'm ready to get it started, so let's get it started. Dandro, Enigma, take it away for our final map.
Whew, map number 6 ready to drop in. We have a number of teams who are looking to make a splash. Enigma, as we kind of look at this plane, I'm feeling like the sort of middle part of the map is where we're really just hanging out and staying in most of the action.
Well, I'm not really feeling that. I'll be honest. You said the splash, and I'm thinking a little bit of a Millie base kind of ending, kind of throwing a little bit of a wild card. A lot of teams don't like it, so I'm hoping it shifts on that southern side. See some botations come out. Not a lot of teams choose to opt into that. A lot of them choose to drive past the bridges, which unfortunately, they get camped. But, the boat's got some sick skins, Dandro. They've got a duck one. They've got the old school, military, shark, face thing. They've got a lot of cool ones. So, I mean, if people get the UC code, they got the cherry blossom skin, too. I'd be rocking something sick like that.
I mean, do you think, though, if you're rocking that 6 skin, doesn't that really kind of call to action for people just to absolutely laser you?
Well, I mean, maybe you stick out like a sore thumb, but... I mean, it's worth it. You gotta be shown on screen, you show the drip, that sort of thing. And I mean, for me, I used to wear the Yeti outfit. Did it make my hitbox bigger? Of course. Was, a bit questionable? Of course. But, it comes down to, are we just making good plays and hitting the shots? Just player gapping it, kind of? Maybe. But let's go, baby! Yeah. Philly base, baby!
The raids. And let's take a quick moment to kind of call out some of the teams. We got, Excuse that's kind of already down there in the military base, and we saw to the northeast a little bit, already in first zone, we had Bope. So, those are two teams that we're looking to kind of make some moves, but two teams who are also looking to make some moves. It's Mezexis and the Canadian Eagles, who, well, they're kind of over here in the same drop spot at the most eastern part of the map. Could see an early engagement. We also have Lotus and Old Gangsters potentially taking each other on. Looked like maybe Fishy is getting spotted. Oh, F29 is not too far away either. I don't know if that's the entirety of F29 or just Robin, who happens to be over here at this church, but we'll go ahead and see. It looks like Kids tries to make a cross. Fetty gets in a couple tags, but no significant damage. But you were talking about it earlier, right? Where when you take these really early engagements, it's kind of a little bit of full RNG on what loot you get, right? Who gets some armor, who gets a nice helmet, who's able to get some meds to be able to take these engagements. And well, that's what I'm going to be looking at when it comes to this first fight here.
Yeah, I mean, Robin's doing a bit of cosplaying as his bird up on the church or something, but the issue is when he's holding that angle, there's just lines and lines of sight lines in between the buildings here, so it's only a matter of time. If Old Gangsters and Lotus don't recognize that there's a third team possibly coming in, they might, just be holding the outside of a building on an angle, and they just get boom, boom, two-tapped by an SKS. So for them, a lot of it's going to come down to, I think, does F29 come in and bring the pain as a third party? Are they going to almost just butcher it? It seems like he ran away from the church building, so it will be just a straight 4v4 fight going on. Look at this. They're even having to pass meds off. Level X, I believe, rotated across the bridge, picking up a freebie, and that's not something you're really wanting to see from Bope, a team that is a team where if they're able to hold the bridge with guns, I mean, they're frying half the lobby, but unfortunately for them, getting caught lacking, not really set up on the bridge, so only wait and see. But seeing now, it's one singular headshot, gets him down to 1 HP. Supra still driving somehow. Level X player doesn't take shots, and this might be a disaster for Level X if they get caught out here.
I like this. Supra able to somehow stay alive, rotating back to Ophelia, who it looks like Ophelia might be getting tagged up by some 19 friends, and well, he's about to go swimming with this car, and well, we asked for the boatations, and no other team than Bope. The boatation. Say that 10 times fast.
Boatation. I'm not even gonna try. I'm not gonna.
The bodacious boatations. That's what we're gonna call them.
Well, and then this is the spot too. I think it's just gonna be third party on third party. K19 though, actually playing really aggressive here. I love the read they have, recognizing, hey, this is probably the team that was taking losses earlier, so if Bope gets eliminated here, it could be opening it up tremendously for the leaderboard to be, condensed down a lot more. Tuki almost getting knocked. He recognized the players in the water, and I mean, it's only a matter of time before you get the fish caught out. So, like to see K19 pick up the kill here, not lose any players in the process, but fortunately they already did. Tokido getting shot in the back by Butterfly Effect. So this is the spot that's going to be, I think, the third party central going into the first few zones.
Yeah, I mean, this is the danger here, right? We talked about how some teams are going to want to be able to just make it across the bridge and be able to get over to that military base early. Well, this fight is happening literally at the base of one of these bridges, right? So anybody that's coming in at the end and trying to make that same sort of wrap, they're going to see this and be able to roll up on it. And Butterfly Effect is that team. K19, they're spending a lot of time trying to take down Bope, but look at this. We can see 66 has now kind of rolled up onto an angle. Might be able to catch Trip here, who's already very low HP.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Molly too, almost just pushing him out into the open. Luckily, recognizing he needs to stay with his team. You also see too, a little bit of a side note, K19 smoking the water to try to catch him out in the water. The boat player that's swimming, but HH butchering some shots onto Exotic, really needing the knock for his team. Fortunately, for them being able to get the reset off, the heals going on, but I mean, this is looking really bad for K19 right now. A team that has the Elim points, not so many placement points. A lot of it's going to come down to, can they make it out of this match, this sort of zone play right here that Butterfly Effect has on them, or are they going to be eliminated and giving Butterfly Effect a few needed points?
It's kind of a little bit of a standstill here. We saw this before, right? That when obviously some of these teams get into this fight, if it takes just a little bit too long, you're really susceptible to getting third party, and especially in a location like this, they have to make sure that they are not going to just get rolled up on. But Butterfly Effect thought they kind of had the jump, but K19's doing a really good job of holding their ground and not allowing any freebies.
And it seems like Butterfly Effect is trying to rotate around them even and just play the other side of the bridge. Luckily getting spotted by one of the K19 players. And that's a huge knock if they can get it on a Kubi, knowing that there's one stuck on their side of the bridge and one on the bridge. So if any of these players on Butterfly Effect do get given an opening to K19, I mean, even though you're 4 players up, you're spread out so thin that they could just take the 3v2 fight.
Saw Trip. A lot of damage. There's
Oh!
Oh my gosh! What is going on right now? Trip somehow still alive. You can see the heals are starting to go out as HH has decided to move up.
Yeah, I mean, they were taking the car play, trying to get the aggression going, but getting caught out with the Bison. The last bullet finding him, just one on the K19. And it seems like there's 2 players up on Butterfly Effect. Make it 3 actually, but they're all 1 HP. I mean, this is doable from Trip. He nades himself. Oh my goodness.
My God.
Splat.
You hate to see it. Hey, well, it still can potentially happen. I mean, Trip is looking pretty solid here.
They do have the reset going on a bit. Tuki is giving the call-outs for him. Trying to get a reset going on. But look at this. I mean, it's still just a 1v1 basically on this ridgeline. The Butterfly Effects player is playing this so slow on the edge of the map on the top right. Southeast side, nowhere near his teammate. I mean, if Trip wins this fight, he gets a good nade off. Just needs to hit the shots before Butterfly Effect can regroup. Seems like
look at the ammo count, though.
They got the finish, though.
Does not have a ton of ammo in the weapon. So he has to be careful with these kind of peak burst shots that trying to run.
The issue too is that you see the player on the east side. I think he's just booking it across the road. He might be able to spot him TPP before K19 hears him and reacts. And look at this, the rotation's coming through. I'm expecting Butterfly Effect to hit the nade. There we go. 1v2 situation and shot.
Wow.
14th place. They did have 3 eliminations, a good effort from them, but unfortunately not going to be able to secure themselves into the top 4 positions. But disaster striking otherwise on the other parts of the map. Lotus picking up at least 2 onto F29, I believe, a bridge camp. No, this is on the edge of the zone, actually, towards Pachinki. Holding some sort of rotation hold, trying to pick up some kills, because if you can kill teams before they cross the bridge, then it's easy to cross the bridge for you, so... Really see the zone too. I mean, it's shifted towards the eastern side of Millie. It might finish Novo. I'd like to see it finish on that far southern side and see everyone make the daunting rotation down around the bottom, but Robin shots doesn't hit.
It was close.
Oh, a little bit of BM going on.
Wow. Okay.
Is he gonna nade himself? Give a replay going on here. This is the Butterfly Effect fight. HH24 had the good damage going on, but not recognizing that he wasn't farther back on the hill, getting just hip fired to death with Bison. This was the unfortunate self-nade. He did good damage, but if he was able to just position it a bit better, that would have been an insane clip from him to post on the Insta, but I don't want to say it, Andrew, but the bottom right, it's got the boatation, baby.
Got the boatation with I don't even know. I don't even want to guess what this is. Is that a
dolphin?
What sort of whale, dolphin, manatee,
yeah,
other aquatic sea animal?
What about this one?
This one's cool. I like this one.
I like the the sakura flower. Or
yeah,
the gold plate.
The gold accents. This wins the drip award. Dauntless so far hasn't really done much, and it's been abandoned. Oh, it's a penguin.
Hey, why did we beach it though, man? Can't get back in the water.
It's just so sad that it's just this penguin laying against the rocks. Dauntless though.
What's funny though? I gotta cut you off. But what's funny though is if you look at that boat compared to this one, the penguin one has that like toy like rudder in the back, and then this one's just a small little like motor in the back. Yeah, I gotta go with the toy motor. Okay.
I also gotta wonder too, right? You had the penguin head in front. That could cause some chaos, right? You're trying to shoot people out of the boat, and it's a little bit blocking, right?
Yeah. Well,
unfortunately, the penguin heads.
Unfortunately, the boats blow up pretty quick in the game, so I mean, you almost want your player to get shot because you could just heal while getting hit. But I mean, for the most part, I mean, we've seen it in previous PMPLs. I'm not sure if we've seen it in Titan series just yet. But Sanhok used to be a map where teams would rotate on the very edge of the map, touching the invisible wall even. and rotating into each other, seeing some boat-on-boat fights. So, fights on fights. Zombie Boy is finally making the rotation in on a Wall Street Bets. Not picking up the knock, but he might get screwed there if his car gets blown up. Teammates are trying to give some sort of support, but I'm not sure how he gets out of this.
I like this. I mean, Slimy just is trying to be able to maybe stay alive. Does have the smoke grenade. Could potentially maybe get picked up by a teammate.
Let's
Maybe
get
the
the
play
scoop.
here.
The scoop going on. I mean, oh, he got headshotted though. He's 1 HP. Don't drive in the air. Oh man, see, I always get scared because when you're low and your car goes into the sky, you can't turn it. I mean, you're just standing up in the air for, 2 or 3 seconds. What's the chance someone just beams you while you're in the sky? So I do like seeing that. But then again, I do also like seeing cars going into the air.
What's so crazy is, you know where this is? Like, this is still happening, like, up near that bridge, right? So we knew that this bridge was going to kind of be like a suction point of action here on the map. Everybody was going to be trying to fight here. And it looks like that's what we're having. Zombie Boys, they're kind of trailing, of course, Wall Street Bets and kind of nearby. So we could see some action. I mean, if Wall Street Bets wants to hold this, I mean, I don't know, Zombie Boys, they got to decide. Do they just go across the water or do they try and go across the bridge?
Well, someone's got the water ID already. Juwoon trying to at least set up the boat, I think. I don't think they're going to rotate just yet. But they will have it at least set up so they don't drive it straight into the coast. And never mind, they're going to clown car it on the boat. You got to let them in first, but just going to send it across. And one note that I'd like to make was Lotus Esports. We had seen on the right side, down to just 2 players with 7 elims, but they have over 1,000 damage in the lobby. So the fighting is definitely showing, proof in the pudding sort of thing, but they're going to need a few more points to be able to secure themselves into the top 4 because they're needing everything they can get.
Yeah, I mean, if I take a look at our, kind of current top 4 moving into this, we had Bope, C4, Excuse, and 412. And all of them still in it. A little bit worse for wear for some of them rather than others, but they are still here, which is what matters. This was Dauntless, though, on a rotation in. Somebody's about to get picked up. The rest of the team trying to maybe see. And this is Black Mamba, actually. A team that we saw do very well in the last game. Kind of come up short.
Another one. I mean, this is a team that was falling short, but they were feeling it last game, and it's proving that they're pulling it off in this game, getting a few more knocks onto them. But the problem is, I mean, you're not in zone here anymore. We can see it. It's over 700 meters outside of zone. Stage 3, so it's going to be closing in. And I mean, when we were looking at the map, it was barely anyone near the center. So a lot of this fighting going to happen on the edge, going to be fighting on the bridge outside of the zone. And I mean, we can see it here with Bope at least.
Shotgun in hand, Supra, maybe trying to get some work done. Pull out the nades. Maybe they get a little pre-nade going. As you can see, Yusuf is trying to do their best to come on through. That was a good grenade. It's a little bit short, but it's actually going to be Necro with their grenade. He's going to be able to get one free point sitting up top. Oh, does he get the lob? Does he get the lob? Elim does not look like it.
He's needing the love. I mean, he's got to hit the bank. He knows there's a player trying to res there too. He might get it here with this one. And I mean, they know there's multiple players, but at this point, I'd like to see them just full send it, take the 1v1, and then play that sort of reaction angle, but getting caught out, and Hickrix really giving the opening. Super trying to make a play of his own. I'm liking the satellite play, kind of. I was thinking he was trying to get on the upper roof, but unfortunately not making it. Bope, team that was slaughtering the lobby, now going out early, possibly could be an upset down the line, depending on how the match plays out, but 412. Team that was on that border, picking up some much-needed points right now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 eliminations is definitely what they need, and obviously the team is still full, healthy. They're here, and taking down Bope, that's what you like to see, right? Just by getting some solid damage, that's one of those squads that need to be able to bring them on down. And so, well, Supra.
And he's cooked. Well,
tried his best. Tried to maybe stay alive, but...
Oh, I'm not liking what I'm seeing here, because the zone's 700 meters, you got a bridge in front of you, you both have to cross, but both teams are acting, I'm just going to take some pod shots, I'm going to smell the roses out here a little bit on the sand and stuff, and then maybe die on the next rotation. So, at some point, they're going to have to go in, the zone does start hurting at some point. Mazexis, a team, already has 4 eliminations, actually. Someone we haven't really noticed going on in the match. Good for them, at least seeing some much-needed points for them. Needing the eliminations themselves, but Zombie Boys, I thought they were rotating, but they're kind of slacking a bit. Might be a few more freebies for Mazexis.
I mean, if they catch them while they go across this bridge, it's very easily just going to be a time. And we can see Level X over here fighting Wall Street Bets as they're starting to see some people come across, and the shots are in. Boy gets out and just gets the turn and burn. It's going to leave Carnage as the only one here. Ultron is down. Maybe can give some call outs, but Carnage got to hit some shots here. As the Zombie Boys, they've been stopped in their tracks. Mazexis is behind them, though, and they're going to be able to start coming across. Zombie Boys, they are in a sandwich right now, as we see Baton is going to be able to claim that first blood as part of this very awkward fight.
Yeah, I mean, Zombie Boys hitting the nice, like, little 90-degree turn. Guy butchers the shots and hits it, but it's just, there's more than just that one player. We see the zone shift, too. Oh, my goodness. Everyone on the eastern side. Probably only 4 players total in the ring. So a lot of these teams, I want to see the scouting going on, especially with this Northwestern team. I believe it's C4. Finish up the fight and just try to start taking free space. Because right now, I mean, everything's open. Everything is up for grabs. And there's no team right now that has a secure spot.
Yeah, this is going to really be about like what team kind of makes this read and is able to move where they need to in order to kind of basically make these hold type of plays. And Mazexis, they're still on this bridge, and you can see there's a couple of teams looking them in, but Crow, with some help from Baton, they absolutely just delete that player. Insane stuff. I mean, Mazexis, we were talking about it. If they can stay up, I mean, they were coming into this in 7th place with 39 points overall, so they're already at 6 eliminations. I mean, if they pick up, I don't know, 5, 6 more, you know, be one of these teams who's able to win the game with maybe, you know, something like 12 eliminations, that's a solid jump up for them.
And I mean, they're already halfway there at the 12 mark with all 4 players left alive. So we noticed too, even though Level X is gatekeeping the bridge, WSB is right in zone with them on the southern side. So if Mazexis can hit this sort of, there are drivable spots off the bridge you can hit where you go onto the coastline. You don't really have to go to this choke point where Carnage is at. But it's a matter of, you know, do they hit specific shots? Everest might be the key play right now. They don't see him, I think. They're taking shots on a Skyline, who unfortunately gets knocked. But talk about getting knocked. Excuse player getting caught by a Shack Rat. Really, I hate to see it, to be honest. I mean, I'd be kind of mad. Everest getting the opening for his team on the drive up. Do lose Baton on it, and Everest jumping, giving the shots to Iris. Not too sure how this is going to play out because Crow did get around. It's all a matter of really what WSB does and what Mazexis does, because, I mean, we see it too. They're just driving straight through the thick of it. D-Day is going on the edge of the zone here right now.
I mean, this is just Crow, I think, trying to be able to get out. The plays the boys to get stuck, though.
Get back in it!
Maybe get some healing off. I mean, thankfully, nobody else is really looking over here.
Wow.
And there you go. Finally gets unstuck, but what was that?
I mean, he's got the buggy, too. It's the best card of Snake. Wait, unless you flip it!
Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. No, I can't. My heart can't take this right now, Dandruff.
Dude, my stomach is about to drop if just somehow it flipped and explodes on them and they are just eliminated off of that. You'd hate to see it, but hey, look at this. We got 412 who's still in it. I mean, Black Mamba, this was a team that we were looking at. The only squad with all 4 players up. They're currently sitting here. They haven't really made some noise in this lobby. They only have 3 eliminations, but we know what's possible, right? We've seen them take engagements and not be afraid to get there. But when you look at some of the other squads that are in here, it's going to be tough. C4 and Excuse, they both still have 3 members up. But other than that, it's going to be Rat Central for a couple of these solos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really worried for Bope right now. There's a lot of teams that are just on that edge portion, and a lot of these lower teams are grabbing a lot of these points, these eliminations before they're getting eliminated. Level X, Lotus being the 2 teams that come to mind, because right now, I mean, you're needing every point you can get, and if you're not able to pay attention to that, I mean, it's going to just start slipping out from under you without you even realizing it.
I mean, and let's just talk about it, right? I mean, we have obviously like 412, C4, Excuse. That's our players that were 2, 3, and 4. So they're looking to keep this spot so that way they can be one of those 4 teams moving up to the Premier League. And Well, they're doing a good job so far. I'm really looking at 412. That's the one because they were the one that I was worried the most about there, right? They were in fourth. They had 46 points. They had a number of teams that were right behind them looking to kind of take that spot. So the fact that they're able to have 7 eliminations and be here is great as Skur tries to take the fight, was able to get one, but it looks like the trades are out. Black Mamba trying to come up with Bond. Not able to make it happen. That's Ollie going absolutely crazy, keeping Black Mamba in this.
Yeah, I mean, 412 is, I mean, they're loving seeing the kill feed light up because the more placements they get, I mean, it just means more points for them now. Unfortunately, you know, Caster Curse is a bit of a thorn in the side. Every name I think we've said tonight has been just instantly eliminated. So shout out to Taylor for that one. But no, I mean, we're coming down to it right now. We only have 5 teams left alive. And I mean, 3 of them are solos. It's essentially just going to be a 3v3 with Black Mamba and Excuse to C4 now eliminated with 5 elims. And I mean, baby, we're coming down to it. Just 4 squads left.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically Excuse's game to lose, right? I mean, sure, Black Mamba, they have one player that is resable, but can they actually get the res off? That's going to be the question. It looks like they do, so okay, Black Mamba's got 2 players, but yeah, for Mizexis and Butterfly Effect, they just have the solos and Excuse. Well, I like what they're doing. They've seemingly split up a little bit. You got 2 players on the car, and you got Matt just playing this hillside, knows that Black Mamba's over there, and just trying to get maybe some information on where they're at, using the vehicle to maybe get some information on what's going on. But it's going to be Mizexis. Oh, wait. He makes the play here. Execute.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, my God. Exotico.
Talk about some insane movement right there. I mean, just straight from the rock. 1 HP, not panicking from the HP loss. Now, unfortunately, Excuse hearing these shots go off. The nice thing is when you're in a spot like Excuses and you had seen this fighting go on the last 30, 40 seconds, you kind of got a picture of the battlefield, knowing where teams are at, allowing them to make this driving plays go up and look at it. I mean, they are just consuming half of this zone right now with the placements and the positioning they're taking.
I mean, what a fantastic way to stay alive if you're Butterfly Effect. I mean, they came into this, they were 11th with 24 points. It's going to be a lot. I think if they want to jump up, I mean, they would need 22 points to take home 4th. And, well, right now they have 6 eliminations, so they're a little bit shy of that.
Yeah.
For sure. But either way, you love just kind of being able to see them show out here in the final moments.
Yeah, the resilience is just a big key point of this. And I would enjoy playing with someone like Exotic who is, playing, 100% throughout the whole tournament. Even if you're not performing well, I mean, if you go into other tournaments like PMPL where there's prize payouts at every other portion of placement, I mean, I'm wanting to get the most out of it. And I mean, he's showing up right now, getting the knock on the Draco, possibly playing it a little bit more loose-ended, getting naded out like that. Actually having a lot of zone play he can play. Excuse trying to, I think they're going to try to save him, to be honest. I'm not too sure what the plan is, but Black Mamba too. I mean, Exotic really opened this up to anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, we said this is Excuse's game to lose. And, well, when you have one player who gets picked off by a solo like that, you bring it down to a 2v1. Black Mamba and Excuse, they're going to kind of be the ones fighting. And Exotic, well, he's going to roll up on Black Mamba. Ollie's going to be the one to find it. Okay, so now we come down to the final match, 2v2. Excuse would love to take on home, but oh my God, the beams are out. Roche goes down, and Matt gets absolutely obliterated. Black Mamba taking it on home. A fair amount of eliminations. Winner, chicken dinner to them. Love to see that come out of them. They've been so close throughout this entire night, and these back kind of last 3 maps, and I'm glad to see finally they're able to take home a dub.
Yeah, I mean, the kills speak for themselves because a lot of it is just, like that's a 2v2 situation. Puppy is in a dire position where if he gets spotted, he's dead instantly. He plays the snake well, he plays it low, and his teammate gets the early damage. All he has to do is hit the 1 UMP shot, gets the knock on him. Instantly, it's a 2v1, and they close it out. So shout out to them. You love to see that sort of style of play. Excuse, I mean, we had noted about it, Butterfly Effect being the thorn in their side, winning the 1v1, and then doing even more than that, exposing how Excuse is set up, allowing Black Mamba to take all that zone position, and ultimately giving them the win.
And, Excuse, sure, they came in second. That was great, but it was only with 2 eliminations, it looks like. So they didn't really have the eliminations to back it up. I don't know. I think we got to wait on the official standings to really see it, because that was just so crazy at the end. We'll bring in Mr. Reflections here to get his thoughts and help us break that all down, because that was absolutely an amazing way to end those 6 maps.
It was, wasn't it? Black Mamba is a team that's been very resilient throughout the Premier League, and then now coming back into Challengers, because at one point they were a Challenger team. They have now returned to that aspect. They go into this final game, pretty far down the list. As I take a look, I think in 10th place with 28 total points. They finish in first, and then also get 9 eliminations. That's 19 points. I don't think that's enough to break into top 4, but a good effort nonetheless. And I felt both of you guys were covering that quite well. Like, fight till the very end. That's an incredibly important point. But let's talk about what we did see. Mazexis finishing 4th place with 6 total eliminations. They go into this final game at 7th place with 39 points. I think that's enough to break them into top 4. C4 Esports, also a team dropping from Premier League into the Challengers. They finish in 5th place with 5 total eliminations. They get some points themselves. They were in 2nd. I think it's fair to say they're going to be in top 4. But Enigma, you two brought up a great point. Excuse, all right? They're a team that's been holding on tight. They came in to game number 5, going into game 6 in 3rd place. But 2 eliminations plus placement points. Is that enough compared to the other great performances to keep them in top 4?
Well, I think it is for the most part. I mean, the placement points do add up a lot if you get into that top 3 position. So for them, they might be biting the ends of their nails sort of thing with that, but I think they will pass on to it. A lot of it, I think, is going to come down to, you had said Mazexis. I'm kind of eyeing them to see, are they going to be able to shoot up? They did have a few elim points. They have the placement points. But, we had seen it, that 1st to 8th place teams, all of them had, varying scores. And it's really hard almost just to keep track of who really is passing who right now.
It is, and Dandro, I talk about Mazexis, placing very well, going from 7th, potentially top 4, but there's also another wild card. Well, not even a wild card, but they were doing better than Mazexis. They were in 4th place, and that was 412 Nomads. They come into Game 6 from 4th place. Can they hold out? Because they picked up 7 eliminations, but they had a poor placing than Mazexis. They placed 6th, where Mazexis placed 4th. Now, I know I'm doing a lot of speculation. I'm passing that on you. But the point is, we had teams that were placing very well going into Game 6, and they did well in Game 6. So now everything's up in the air.
I mean, it's up there. I kind of am looking at it and I'm like, I feel like Excuse only getting those 2 eliminations might be actually what comebacks to bite them, because looking at the points, I think 412 might have just moved up to 3rd, and then potentially we could have just seen with Mazexis being able to get those eliminations in that placement, they might have just be able to jump up to 4th and kind of just nudged out, of course, Excuse. So I don't know, man. There's a lot. It's going to be very, very, very close. That is the only thing that I know.
I know, man. It's incredibly close, and I'm glad we don't have the role and the job of calculating this and tallying up the score, because that's a big thing to do at the moment with how close things truly are. We take a look at the match rankings from game number 6. Black Mamba, again, great effort, right? To go from 10th place, trying to break in top 4. This is the game to do so. 19 points. That's not shabby at all. That's an incredible game. Fortunately, it happened in the final game. Excuse with the low score of 8 points. Is that enough? Because we mentioned Mazexis, C4, 412 Nomads, all teams that are contesting for top 4, but not all of them can make it. And then as we take a look at 9 through 16, obviously we had a couple of teams, kind of drop off a bit that were performing well in the beginning. Zombie Boys is one of them. Bope Esports, 1st place going into this final game. Right? And then they finish with 0 points. So Bope Esports, another talking point, Enigma, that we didn't even mention. Right? From 1st to 0 points in Game 6. Dude, they even make it in the top 4.
I mean, Colin must have had some sort of donuts again from last week to this week, because, it's just 0, 0, 0. A lot of it is just a team that was frying out just absolutely fumbles the last match. Am I watching N Hyper right now? There's so many different points going on right now, just with all these teams going, okay, we're going to the last game, we're in 1st place, we got a 10-point gap, and then just dropping a 0. What are we doing, guys? And, you
What
know,
are we
another
doing?
team I have to note is just Canadian Eagles, a team I was rooting for on the inside, thinking that they were going to possibly be able to move up and show up. Because, I mean, in my eyes, I was seeing a lot of good plays out of them over the whole entire duration of the day. But, I mean, as we go into it, it's just, I mean, it's anyone's game.
Let's see who got our top 4. It's C4 excuse 412 and Bope hangs on, but a heartbreaking loss by Mazexis, getting 5th place at 49. Black Mamba just shy of breaking into top 4 with 47 points themselves, but talk about cutting it close. Bope Esports with that 0-point game, Dandro, going from 1st to 4th, but the important thing is they qualified for Premier Finals happening this Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the classic BR story, right? We talk about it all the time. Consistency is key. And Bope in those kind of 2 maps before this, right? In the sort of the 4th and 5th map, they absolutely showed up, right? They had a ton of eliminations. They, of course, win map number 5, so they got a lot of placement points there. When you're able to put up those sort of statistics, you're able to have a stinker map like this, right? You can drop a 0 and be okay. So, but without those, you know, kind of 2 absolutely insane maps out of them, they would not be in this position. So, you know, kind of good job from them being able to recognize that. But I'm right there with you. I was in my heart, I was rooting for Mazexis, and I was saying, you know, I hope they qualify it in, but sometimes it's just not enough.
Man, close calls indeed, and it's scary to say that, Dandro, right? Like, you could have one goose egg, one bad map, but I mean, then you got really going to be biting your nails for the final standings to pop up. Enigma, big performances. Bope Esports making it in. That was a name that's been in Premier Finals before. They've competed. They're now going back to do so. C4 also there, so 2 familiar faces. But what does it mean for excuse for 412 Nomad, who haven't been there before, now getting a chance?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to, you know, their confidence level. Maybe these players are thinking, you know, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. And you being able to show up against these teams that have proven to be able to play against the best, coming down here and you performing better than them, just, I mean, I think it's just a world's difference for them. So for me, I'm wanting to see them go into the Premier, you know, just go out and have fun and play. Learn everything you can. If you're playing PMPL coming up, I believe that starts tomorrow. I mean, take all the knowledge you can and just apply that to yourself, your team, and try to just do the best you can.
Got to do the best you can. There's money on the line, and there's a lot of pride on the line as well. I mean, come on, it's a big deal to play in the Premier Finals, given the fact that it's Season 3, right? Which, I mean, the fact is, the seasons continue to go on. There's a lot of prestige that builds up week in and week out, season in and season out, and it becomes a big deal taking a title, especially with the teams I feel that have got tremendously better because of the Titan series. We take an overarching look of the match results from the day. We don't have any repeat winners, but I tell you what, Dandro, a lot of familiar faces and new faces spread throughout all 6 maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we saw some of these teams start off hot and then kind of taper, right? I'm looking at 412 and Dauntless, who at the end of the day were just kind of a little bit shy. Dauntless was this team that we thought was going to make waves after that map number 2. And, well, quite frankly, just kind of went on the downward slope. 412, they were, you know, they struggled a little bit in the middle there, but then they brought it on home kind of towards the end. So, and same thing with Zombie Boys, right? And so it's kind of interesting that we see these first 3 teams that kind of started off hot weren't able to bring it back, and that was the thing I was sort of worried about, right? Like, you obviously with like 412 and Dauntless, they thrived on obviously Miramar and Erangel, and then obviously we come back to them in the back half of the map set, and just their 412 did okay. Dauntless was kind of nowhere to be seen, and then Sanhok, obviously with the Zombie Boys taking that one, they kind of, you know, had some plays, but, you know, nothing really notable. So it kind of seemed like people sort of heated up as time went on. And some of these teams, I think, just were taking advantage of maybe players not really feeling themselves off the rip. And that was kind of, they were able to take some of those maps. So either way, though, all 6 of these maps were awesome. I loved that Miramar and Erangel just played completely different in those back half, you know, of the map set. Those last 2 maps were just very, very, very different than the first 2. And it was really, really cool to see.
It is, and Enigma, you being a previous competitor and pro yourself, you know, representing some of the biggest orgs out there, I mean, you know, sometimes you start off a bit slow, but what makes a great competitor great is their ability to adapt and overcome and see patterns in what their opponents are throwing out there, and that's why I think there was such a dominating performance from our usual suspects towards the tail end, because they just got better with overtime as they were able to read their opponents.
Yeah, and a lot of it, I think, just comes down to the IGL itself being able to recognize, because, you know, it's someone that has viewing the game in a knowledge base. They're not taking gunfights really per se as much as their teammates are. They're directing people, which way to go and all that sort of stuff, what to watch. And for them, it's seeing the good from the great, is being able to recognize, like you said, the patterns these teams make. We're seeing, zone camps, we're watching VODs, we're doing all that sort of stuff. A lot of that too just comes down to scrims, watching VODs of tournaments like we'd seen the last 3 weeks. It just shows that some of these teams have put in a lot of effort.
A lot of effort indeed. And now their job's not done, right? It just got a little bit harder going into the Premier Finals, which is going to be taking place this Thursday. Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be competing because, the teams that are going to be competing are joined such like Extreme Slayers, right, who have just been performing incredibly well. In Hyper, who barely made it through. We talk about that curse that they've had, and Danjo, that curse for In Hyper is that, they are usually season warriors. They dominate. They've won back-to-back seasons. They go into the Premier Finals, and they're nowhere to be found, even with the bonus points. Now that In Hyper is going in, barely skating by, right? Barely making it qualified. Do you think, Danjo, that curse could be broken?
I mean, maybe. Like, that's kind of always the thing. What always worries me in a lobby like this, when you have sort of this, kind of setup where you have new teams coming in, you have relegation happening, is they always introduce more variables to a lobby, right? So maybe they look back at that lobby and they say, oh, we made a couple bad plays. This team was here. Okay, we can make those those changes, right? But when you have four new teams who are now coming in and they're trying to be able to swing up, right? They're just having a blast. They're trying to be able to get there. It could bring in some new things to the map that maybe they weren't expecting, some new rotations and stuff. So hopefully, maybe they can get it together, but it is maybe potentially a whole new ball game.
Enigma, here's our teams playing in Premier Finals this Thursday. I'm sure you'll be casting over them loops. And first, we go down the list, a lot of familiar names. Who stands out to you, and who do you think is winning this Thursday?
I gotta go with the Extreme Slayers. Loops has been great with the gun skill. We saw the one before, I believe the first week on Hyper, unfortunately. But Extreme Slayers showing that they're able to frag out. They're coming into the tournament feeling hot and ready. I mean, it wasn't like we really saw any poor plays out of them. Maybe just, a little bit of few unlucky zones. But they're the ones I gotta keep my eye on. Everyone else in this, I'm looking at YKG, I'm looking at Execute. I was seeing a lot of good plays, while I was seeing a lot of bad plays. So a lot of it's going to come down to, what did that duration between the qualifiers and the finals, the practice, what kind of fruits are you able to bear to prove that you're able to win out for the finals portion?
Yeah, fruits. Immediately I go to Passion Fruit, one of our teams competing, okay? So they're going to be playing, and I can't wait to see what they can bring to the table. It's going to be fun. That's going to be happening this Thursday on this very channel. We would love to have you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It's been a wonderful day, 6 incredible games, and well, now our tournament has come to a conclusion as we know our top 4. Enigma, right back at you, man. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Oh, of course, much love to everyone. You, of course, I thought I scared you away, but you came back to me,
I love you too much.
But the town, of course, everyone that we work with, that sort of stuff, everyone on the back end, and of course the chat, because I love seeing people say, oh my god, it's Enigma, like, oh my gosh, how's it going? I'm just a big fan. Everyone's a big fan of me, but I always, any sort of support's appreciated, and I love seeing it.
I'm a big fan of Enigma. Even if you roast me in my age, man, you're getting up there. Mind you, you didn't roast Dandro at all, and he's 48. So
wow,
blows my mind that you're making fun of me at 31.
He looks young.
Dandro,
he looks young.
Yeah, okay. He's got that baby face at 48. It's crazy. Hey, Dandra, always great working alongside you, man. You're a good friend of mine, brother, and it was cool to see you do some PUBG Mobile for the first time. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, thanks, old man Taylor. I've definitely had an absolute blast today. Coming in, obviously I've been exposed to some battle royales across the mark. I'm slowly collecting, like I said at the top, my Thanos gauntlet. But this was electric. I'm going to be honest with you. This was so fun. I loved watching the fights go down and seeing just, different strategy from a different kind of perspective, and watching some of these teams and kind of having to remind myself that these guys are playing on mobile, right? Like, I come from the land where everybody's cranked up on a 4090 Ti and they have a 27-inch, of 360 hertz. And these guys are like, yeah, I'm playing on my phone with my thumbs. And it's like, wow, I will never be this good as some of these players ever in my life. So it was amazing. I had an absolute blast, and I hope we get to do it again.
Hey, and we will get to do it again this Thursday. Like I said, I believe 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time start time. It's going to be the Premier Finals. So that means money's on the line, and so is the coveted title of being champion. It's going to be a big deal, and we would love to have each and every one of you. All good things must come to an end. This is one of those good things coming to an end. For myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Dandro, Enigma, Hot Jukes, as well as Beans a little bit earlier, our production team, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And like I said, Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we would love to have you for the Premier Finals.